I think first is to say we as a team had no common position that was discussed and agreed on. What we did agree on is that everybody would vote according to their conscience and what their local politics informed them. And we never mobilized anybody or lobbied anybody. We allowed all our members to vote independently, depending on what they feel of their local politics and what their conscience informs them. In terms of lobbying, yes, the other side was lobbying. We can confirm that because even for us on the other side, they were lobbying us, both in the House, some with very good promises, and of course, as has been said, there was also money changing hands, and that is without a doubt. I really don't want to get into details of who was receiving what or who was giving what, but you know, even in the county assemblies, money did change hands. And it wasn't any different in the National Assembly. There was lobbying, both within and outside the chamber. There was also some level of intimidation and trying to coerce people to take certain positions. But for those of us who have been firm, we decided to take the position that we have taken. We have never said that we will have a contest on BBI. And I think that is what needs to be very clear to everybody, that we purposed from the word go that BBI was not a priority for us. And we still maintain that position. BBI is not a priority for us. It is not a priority for Kenyans. This is the reason why even now, as people are busy creating positions, we ourselves are busy discussing on a new economic model that will help create jobs and uplift the lives of our people. And that is what has been our focus. Therefore, in all the meetings you see us in, we have never had BBI as a discussion in any meeting. But we discuss the new economic model. We discuss how we will mobilize our people for the next year's elections. The second question you asked is on whether the numbers yesterday portend anything politically to our group. Maybe you should ask those who are saying that. What about those of our members, those who are supportive of the deputy president, who voted with the other team? It doesn't mean they have changed their position, and I think you've had a number of them state that position very clearly today, that it does not mean they have in any way changed their support and their position in terms of their political inclination, but because of other factors that influence their decisions in matters constitutional and the legislative work, then they had to vote the way they voted. And I do not think this has in any way changed the thinking of any of those members, any of our members, those who are supportive of the deputy president, those who work with us in terms of their support for the deputy president and the cause that we are in, of a bottom-up approach that will uplift the livelihoods and the lives of Kenyans post this regime. The other question on how we intend to stop BBI. I think, as we have said, we stated from the word go that BBI for us will not be a contest before the main contest. Our contest with our opponents is in next year's elections, not with BBI. And therefore, we will still allow all our membership to take the position they want to take on BBI. There are those of us who have decided, come rain, come sunshine, we will oppose BBI. And I have made that clear in all my engagements, both privately and in public, that for me, I don't believe in the process. I believe the process is anchored on treachery and deception, and therefore I cannot be supportive of the process. And I expressed that even in my contribution in Parliament, and I intend to continue pushing that agenda. And but that doesn't mean because as an individual I have that position, any other person has that position. We allow our people to have the democratic space to decide how to play their politics. But we will play the same politics on the 2022 elections and on the candidate we support. That you can bet nothing has changed. Of course, it is consoling for the other team to imagine that a few of our members who voted with them are now supporting their cause, and that is a fallacy, to say the least. It's like saying when I support the government agenda on the floor of the House, I am changing my political inclination. This is a constitutional issue, not a political issue that we were voting on. And therefore, members and all our supporters are allowed to take whatever positions they will take. And we respect everybody's democratic right to choose the path they choose. And the the last question you asked on whether those who voted in this or the other way are traitors to anybody. Let me say, whether you voted yes or you voted no, you are not betraying anybody and you are not a traitor to anybody. You have just taken a position informed by factors that you know yourself that has informed you. I am very clear in my mind, for instance, what informed my position and why I've taken that position and why I continue to take that position, and I will stick to my position. It is also within everybody's right to take whatever position. People also change their minds. I am sure you have seen others that have been saying they are opposed to BBI, but they will tell you now because of the new constituencies that this or that county that someone comes from, they say now we are supporting BBI for that particular reason, but they still have reservations on the other issues. And I think if you listen to the contributions by many members across the board, both from our side and even from their side, people would express reservations, say I support, but they were following the reservations. There are those of us who believe that other than have reservations, because 2010 we were told this constitution is good, but 10 or 20% was not good, and now we are talking about amending it. We are saying I will not support a process that I have reservations with. If there was an opportunity to correct the reservations that I had, we would have utilized that position. We have refused to utilize that position for us to be able to have a non-contested referendum and be able to support it, all of us. In the absence of that, then a few of us choose, or a number of us choose not to support the process. Those who support it doesn't mean they are anybody's enemies. It is their right, and they have the freedom to do that. And nobody should demonize them. Nobody should demonize me. And there are many of us who don't care what you say and how much you demonize those who take a position. We believe we're in a free country. And may we also tell the proponents, stop intimidating people. Stop bribing people. Stop coercing people. Convince and persuade people on the positions that they should take. Also, if you listen to my contribution in Parliament yesterday, even before the voting, I indicated in my contribution and on Hansard that we shall be bribed here. We shall be intimidated. We shall be coerced. And I asked the people of Kenya to rescue themselves from further enslavement on the ballot. And because this document now moves from Parliament, where people can be bribed, people can be intimidated, people can be coerced, my appeal, and where the contest goes now, is we the people, is to appeal to the people to stand firm and defend themselves and rescue themselves from further enslavement by these people.
Okay. Tumesikia Kimani hapo analaumu eti kuna watu walisijui walibraibiwa ndio kupitisha BBI. Angel uko hapo? Okay, twende kwa Moses. Moses, mtu wako amekimbia sana kuita Tangatanga, at least awaeleze hii ship yetu is like it's sinking. What next?
No, we are not thinking. Like he has said, members voted they're still reserving their belief in BBI. You know, he didn't say they are not fully supporting it or they are not fully not supporting it, but he said like members had their freedom to express whatever they think was right for BBI, and they voted their conscience. So that does not mean that people like Kimani Ngunjiri or him or whatsoever are going to quit Tangatanga, you know. And like he said, we are going to appeal to the people. We are, because you know, in the parliament, MPs were bribed, and that's a true fact.
Wapi evidence? You see, mi shinda yangu na nyinyi ni kuwa mnaongea tu.
Let me keep going, Mutimbe. They were bribed. We are going to appeal to the people who are going to stand firm, and they are going to reject this fraud in the ballot, unless Chebukati already has stuffed in ballots that are already marked, you know. But I hope the people of the lovely Republic of Kenya will stand up and tell the despots and the conmanships that this is not the time. Kenya is rising up.
So what was the meeting for? Hii meeting Ruto ameita agent wakaenda kwa Susan Kiika.
Well, thing is common is Ruto is a Kenyan and he's free like any other person. Uhuru always
si mnasema you see mnasema Ruto hakuwa kwa competition, hakuwa anapinga, but why is it that all the MPs wenye those no ngoja all those MPs who voted no support Ruto na after defeat Ruto anaita meeting, so what's the coincidence?
I read Ruto's post on Facebook. They were meeting to talk about their economic, their bottom-up economy that they have been talking about. There was nothing like BBI discussion. I read the post clearly, you know, and I see the Kieleweke and the ODM mongrels and the deep state are now talking about the urgency of the meeting. No, they were talking about the economy. He's free. You know, he's in the ballot. He's going to run for the presidency. And you know, a journey of tomorrow starts today. If he just sits without calling any meeting, he's going nowhere. He's free like any other. The other day, Gideon Moi was with Muslim brothers, meeting them. Raila was with Kikuyu, I don't know, Loya Council of Elders. Uhuru was in Turkana. So how about if we hold our meeting? That's when the deep state comes in, like we had an urgent meeting to talk about. We don't have any, like, we have priorities to talk about. BBI is not our priority, and we don't care about if they voted yes or no. We have a lot of priorities for the people of the Republic of Kenya, and as we always say, BBI at this point is not our priority.
Okay, kidogo tusikize Kimani Ngonjiri.
Okay.
The president, the future president for 2022, and we are praying for him. Mungu asaidie kufaulu. He has good structure. Na wakati tutakuja kutoa katiba yetu ya chama, mtasikia vile tumeipanga. And many people are saying I voted yes, why? And I want to ask the media people, have you ever heard Ruto saying no? Have you ever said no? Have you ever said yes? He has given us a space as members of the parliament to register according to your interests where you are. And my friend, politics is local. It's local. Lazima uangalie, where are we going? For example, as Ngojiri, if I could have said no, and Central, they want seats from Central. Wamefinywa miaka yote, hawajapata equal shares ya presentation of the parliament. Saa hii wanapata. Mimi nirudi nipinge hiyo. Nitarudi niende huko nikaombea DP kula namna gani? We must be wise. It's not possible. Tumenyima watu wa Central tuseme ati sisi tumeenda no, hiyo katiba isipite, wasipewe viti, wasipewe nini, wasipewe pesa, MCA wasipewe pesa. By the way, this constitution, MCA, they have been given 40 million per year. Nakuru County, we are having 5 MPs. Naivasha, it is now approaching 200,000 voters. Can you imagine? MP is 1. Jane Kiara. When we have been given every member of the parliament in this country 290 MPs. Pesa this year tunapewa 137 million ya CDF. How much money watu ya Naivasha wana lose? Because other constituencies zingine wako na 40,000 registered members. Wengine wako na 30. Wengine wako na 2 MPs na wako na county. Wengine wako na 3 MPs na wako na county. If I deny the people of Naivasha the representative yao ikose kwa sababu ya mimi kuenda nipige no, conscious yangu kama mzee hainikubali, kwa sababu ni calculate naona Naivasha 200,000 votes inahitaji kuwa na wajumbe wa 4 almost 5. So they are losing about 700 million per year. Will I be in that category denying the people of Naivasha having those seats? What should I tell them? Mbakiona mimi naongoza kwa UDA kwa deputy president, alafu nirudi huko 2022 niwaambie mkuje mpigie deputy president kula. Is it going to make sense? Kama make sense. Why
Mutebei, you must. Why do you keep? See, well, ulituambia jana, Tangatanga is finished. Ruto is finished. Why? Let's now move on to the next candidate. Ruto is done. Tangatanga is. Why do you guys keep going back to Ruto? He's done. He's finished.
Tulia bro. Umesikia Kimani Ngonjiri amekuwa press meetings in fact there was a time hata mimi mwenyewe he called my TV. I was there. Jamaa akasoma venye BBI ni mbaya, inaharibu kila kitu, is not a popular initiative, watu hawaipendi. Saizi the same guy anasema akipinga BBI ataendaje kwa watu kuambia support Ruto, meaning he knows very well BBI is supported by the people na watu wanataka BBI watu wake. So this thing is a popular initiative. So the guy saidi amekuja akagundua hii kitu nikipinga sijui how will support Ruto. Can't you see the fakeness ya Tangatanga ya kukataa kitu hata hawajasoma?
Listen, man. Maybe one thing I cannot sit here and defend a politician. They are all over, all of them. They are all over the place. I do agree with you. He must see something in his backyard for him to decide that I'm going to have to vote for the thing. But me, my point to you is this. Okay, mumetuambia for a week that Ruto is done, he's finished. So let's move on to Raila Odinga. Let's discuss Raila Odinga today. Let's discuss Mudavadi. Forget about Ruto now.
Hapana, tunataka kumaliza Tangatanga kabisa mpaka BBI ipite. Domi, mute your mic. Hey, Domi, umeingia huku kulala ama what's happening with you?
It's unfortunate that we have to. Why do we have to talk about
Domi? Yes, endelea Gaduma.
Yeah, Mimi, all I'm saying is, sasa imepita, but Mutembei, Mimi, I told you months, and I will repeat this, itapita, but come 22 mutachengwa pale kona na hiyo baba yenu, mutachengwa na Kenyatta, mutashangaa nyinyi. You guys will come back, and you will cry like we are crying right now.
You see, Gaduma, what you are doing ni zile direct tu watu walikuwa napewa 2010, about 2010 constitution, of which it has helped so many people. Sasa ndio umekuja nayo kutuambia tukipigia hii tusijui mtaregret mtafanya. That is just ni fallacy inatumika na Tangatanga because they don't have anything to tell people. Umeona Kimani Ngonjiri hapa is a good example. The guy has been campaigning against BBI, but he is so much for it that mpaka anakuhesabia the millions yenye zinakuwa gained in Nakuru, unashangaa where was the guy all along.
Again, Mimi, I'm not going to sit here and defend the politicians because that's really what they do. Mimi, I look at the document from my own perspective. Na yangalianga ninasema we have the 2010 constitution. Tuliambiwa itakuja kubadilisha maneno. I don't see, if they did not implement the 2010 constitution, that is where Mimi I come against the BBI because ninaangalia sema constitution tuliletewa mpya. It has not been implemented fully, Now, we want to move on to the next phase as a country, but I think we are trying to take all these shortcuts. I think BBI is one of those shortcuts. Instead of doing what a fundamental, country does, grow the people, grow the economy, grow the democratic space, follow the rule of law, I think we are trying to to create a shortcut. And we have tried to create many, many shortcuts. Right now, Mutembei, you guys are telling us about, okay, now tutakuwa na MPs kwa parliament. We had this before. Unatuambia about a prime minister. We had this before. So maybe I look at all these things you guys are telling us, and I don't see what is new. That's how I look at it myself.
We Domi utawacha ujinga bro.
Abia Moses ongee.
Okay, and niko nataka Angel ongee then ndio tuende kwa Moses.
Mutembei. You should also discussion about huyu bubu anaitwa Gideon Moi or the president himself or Raila Odinga. Ruto every day, you know.
Moses, tutakuja kwao sahi, we are passing the BBI then tutarudi kwao.
Let me tell you, I get you a lot for discussing Ruto every day because we are making him famous and most people is building
No, see you are supporting Ruto, so let us make him famous, bro.
No, I'm not saying I'm supporting him. But the more you talk about a candidate is when you make him very famous, you know. We need to talk about the Raila. Raila was the prime minister in the past coalition government, you know. We need to talk about what he as the prime minister. And
tumeona how famous he is.
Uhuru Kenyatta. Hold on, Uhuru Kenyatta and Mudavadi. No, Uhuru Kenyatta and Musalia Mudavadi were deputy prime ministers. What did they achieve? What did they do?
That time, boy, Moses, let me educate you kidogo. That time kina Musalia Mudavadi walikuwa prime minister, deputy prime minister, Raila alikuwa prime minister, and nini kukuwa na wabunge wakiwa ma ministers. Hiyo the way the percentage yenye Kenya iligrow nayo mpaka wale haijafikiwa. We have never grown our economy the way we did.
Which means currently Uhuru is a terrible president because that was under president.
Kuna mtu anapinga Uhuru na Ruto, they are terrible.
No, Uhuru.
Oh my God.
Ruto has been discriminated in the government, you know. So
Ruto, let me tell you, Moses. Ruto, the first 5 years ya Uhuru, Ruto was in the gear. The guy took loans mpaka waleo azijulikani zilienda wapi.
Actually, the first 5 years of Uhuru Ruto presidency, Kenya was doing much better than the Kenya we have today.
What is much better? What was economic growth during that time, bro?
Good, I can't say how much it grew back.
Ilikuwa mbaya mbovu.
Expectancy wasn't high as it is today.
It was even worse than even now. In fact, sahi ndio kuna so many developments zina happen.
No, and
during Ruto time ilikuwa just PR. Tumefungua hii.
Moses, if Mutembei says that sahi kuna projects zinaendelea, how can you tell me that hospitals has no oxygen? Ni project gani ingine yenye wanaweza fanya kama si nini? Doctors have been on strikes day and night. Teachers the same.
Na doctors hawakuwa
maendeleo gani yenye amefanya? Hakuna. Wakati wa Ruto they could do something hata kama ataiba, lakini kuna kitu amefanya. Unaona? Lakini sasa hii Uhuru amechukua mamlaka yote, amefinyilia Ruto chini, amemfinyia chini ya meza, haezi ongea anything. Nobody has to say Ruto anafaa kufanya hii. No. Hata juzi wakati nani president wa nini alikuja, tuliona hivyo venye amemfanya. Let me tell you something funny is that Uhuru might be thinking that nikifanya hivi Ruto na mkanyagia chini. In another way, he's giving him more chances and more opportunities.
Sasa Angel, unajua ukiongea utakangi kuuliza swali, but let me ask you, unakumbuka ni wakati gani daktari walifungwa? Ukitaka kujua wakati daktari waligoma wakafungwa, ni wakati Ruto alikuwa kwa hell. In fact,
no.
Kwani wakati gani Kinoruga aliyekuwa ndani?
Ruto to be minister for health, madaktari wagome.
But daktari waliyekuwa ndani during the first 5 years za Uhuru na Ruto.
Hakuna. Mutembei last year when corona started, doctors were on strike.
No, na kuuliza ni wakati gani doctors wali have a very long strike mpaka wakafungwa?
When Uhuru was president, that's when.
when Uhuru was president. When Uhuru was president, ama Ruto ndiye alikuwa anaongoza. You see, mimi nawapea.
Ruto alikuwa anaongoza. Ruto has never been.
Sasa hiyo first term yenye mnasema, I'm showing you, juu mnasema ati first term doctors hawaku strike, wali strike mpaka wakae kwa ndani. Uliza Oluma Oluka.
The question is who was president?
Mutembei.
The question is mnasema hiyo time ati ndio Kenya ilikuwa inaendelea vizuri. So I'm trying to show you that Kenya
Mutembei, you have to know this. Mutembei, you have to know this. Kwako kukiharibika, they never look of a wife that bibi ya Mutembei sijui amefanya nini, watoto wanaharibika. Wanaulizanga tu, huyo jamaa anaendeshanga gari fulani, huyo ndo watoto wake wanavuta bangi. So, he's the president, he has the mandate, he has the powers to control everything. Right now, Mutembei, as we are talking, I have a cousin of mine anafanya Bungoma County. Sijui anasema kona miezi ngapi hawajalipwa. Hizo pesa zinafaa kusainiwa na nani ndo zitoke huko ziingie kwa county walipwe.
Nyinyi ndio mna-elect ng'ombe, then mnataka kublame Uhuru for electing cows.
No, na Mutembei, you normally misunderstand. Mimi
huyo ni gavana hata elewi mbona alichaguliwa, mbona
the government.
Why is it in Bungoma peke yake?
Mutembei, let me tell you, who is heading the government is Uhuru, right? And also, how many people are unemployed now compared to 2013, 2017, during that time? How many people are unemployed?
Moses.
Kenyatta, with his own words, when he was campaigning for a re-election, he promised millions and millions of jobs. Right now, as we speak, a lot of people are students are graduating from college.
You see, Moses, the ni yenye najaribu ku deconstruct ni mnasema during first 5 years Uhuru did something. There was nothing that happened since 2013 mpaka sasa. Ni kukula pesa tu. But kukula. So sahi you guys are pretending during the first 5 years Ruto ndiye alikuwa amepewa hiyo helm ya kukula everything. Sasa hii amenyimwa. You are pretending that Uhuru was good during the 5 years.
But Mutembei, equally, you cannot, well, you would like to tell us that Uhuru has started working since the handshake. That's what you guys have been telling us, right?
Ndio nawaambia ukicompare during 5 years at that time and now, that's when you can see even what is happening on the ground. Beleni ilikuwa
Mutembei, mradi gani sahi Uhuru amefanya since handshake? Ni nini amefanya?
No, Uhuru's economy,
so many projects. So jana nilikuwa nawasomea hapa. Naweza wasomea tena dakika mbili, I can read for you so many projects. Even in Mau nini hapa, hii barabara inajengwa hapa ya Mau. A road that has never been witnessed.
That was not Uhuru's project. Uhuru is just fulfilling Mwai Kibaki's project. Ndo zenye amefanya akimalizia juu zilikuwa assigned by Mwai Kibaki. Mutembei. Si za Uhuru. Wacha nikwambie Mutembei. When Uhuru was in powers, the first thing, aliuza pani paper. The second thing, akaangusha Mumias Sugar Company.
Uhuru akiingia hizo zote
kuna kampuni zote Kenya hizi zinafanya kazi. If Uhuru could be a president who control his own economy in Kenya, hatungekuwa tunaenda nje kununua sukari, hatungekuwa tunaleta karatasi kutoka nje, hatungekuwa tunaleta vitunguu kutoka Tanzania. Why? Kenya, mkulima wa Kenya akilima mahindi anaambiwa cereal board inanunua mahindi na 1200. Lakini Kenya wakisikia cereal board za Kenya hazina mahindi, we have to import mahindi kutoka Tanzania or Uganda, unasikia ni 2500. Is he really building us or killing us? I told you as from the word go.
No,
I told you from the
paper, sijui Mumias, sijui Nzoia, all those things were dead even before Uhuru wachukue uongozi.
No.
Yes.
You know where the Kenyan economy has been growing at? Uhuru Valley. That's where the economy has been growing in. Ukicompare Uhuru Kenyatta of the last 5 years and of today, the guy right now is very, hata Raila akisimama kando yake unadhani Raila ni mjukuu wake. The guy amenona, tumbo kubwa, economy iko ndani. Hiyo ni kweli.
Surely Moses, I don't expect you seme ati mtu amenona juu ya pesa. Surely sasa the economy.
Economy ya Kenya iko, but the common mwananchi ana suffer at the ground. You know, I know Mutebe, you know somebody who is suffering, unemployed, but you can't say that. My Angel talked about Mumia's Sugar Company. Who brought Mumia's Sugar Company down? Evans Kidero. And Evans Kidero affiliated with the somebody that you support highly today. And that person cannot even stand up to tell Kidero, like, you brought this down, you are not. Right now, Kidero is one of the aspirants for, I don't know, is it Migori or Homa Bay gubernatorial seat? He's running for that. He messed up Nairobi. He messed up Mumias during Uhuru's time as well. Because you know, like what Angel was saying, these companies are the ones that were speeding up the Kenyan economy. They were the ones that most people were employed. When I was growing up and I was going to primary school, I used to cover my exercise books polythene from Mumia's Sugar Company. Those are not there today. Because why? Because Mumias is nowhere to be seen. Ndani ya Uhuru Kenyatta imemea ikawa kubwa. Yeah.
So mtu akinona ni economy inakuwa poa kwake.
The economy iko sawa kwake. Compare him today and Uhuru of the other.
That's a very lame excuse, but ni sawa. Okay, tuende kwa Nelson.
Last 5 years.
Nelson
Mutembei.
Mbona watu wanaingia na wananyamaza ni kama tuende kwa nani huyu sasa?
Network yake imehang.
Huyu amelala ni nani?
Aitwa Captain Mwendo Safi.
Captain, hebu keti vizuri bana uongee. Captain. Vaa nguo bana, acha kukuja huko.
Mutembei.
Vaa nguo wewe acha. Kwani what's happening to people? Kutokea kwa watu kama hujavaa? What nonsense is that? Kim?
Yes, mambo?
Yes, tuambie bana.
Mimi niko poa sana.
Yes, endelea na mjadala.
Ndio niliingia ingawaje sijajua mjadala ilikuwa nini.
No, huko mrengo.
Sijasoma mahali umeingilia. What's the problem with guys? Yes. Captain, nimemtoa. Unakuja unasema hujaangalia venye mjadala inaingiaje? Unaingiaje kama hujasoma hata what's the topic?
Yani Mutebe, today you are Lutherans, right and left.
No, you see Gathuma, you cannot nini request kuingia kama hujakuwa ukifollow ama hujui ni nini tunaongelea. Uwezi ingia hapa then ukuje uniambie eti sijajua nini mnaongea ndio naangalia. Unaangalia na the topic is there. Okay, Jackson.
I agree with you with that, Chair.
Jackson, unmute your mic. Yes, endelea.
Ayaga.
Jackson, what's happening with this phone? Endelea bana, tunakungojea uchangie.
No, nilikuwa nacheka. Halo.
Yes.
Kuhusu vile huyo ndio na Moses wamekabiliana hapo. And this platform was supposed to talk how we improve our economy. To be done. Our economy.
Better you better get your network clear wewe.
Can't hear you.
Tafuta network Jackson then urudi.
Leo Mutembei chezi.
Mutembei chezi.
Twende kwa Mandela.
Siasa.
Mandela.
Yes.
Yes, tunakusikiza. Mandela uongei? Ayaga.
Ayaga anasoma katiba ndiye akuje.
Ayaga ulikuningia tu alafu uende.
Bado na BBI.
Chaka nje. Amwezi kuja mnajaza hapa mnazuia watu wasiingie and you are not saying anything. Okay. Twende kwa Angel sasa uongee part yako.
Me on my side, I was saying this Mutembei. If right now nitaona Mutembei kwa ballot paper, Mutembei hajawahi kuwa kwa serikali, 100% I'll have to vote for you. Nione wewe unaweza fanya nini. At least maybe you can come up with the different minds. Because when we say Uhuru, Ruto, Raila, hawa ni watu wamekuwa kwa serikali kwa miaka. Kama ni maendeleo, wangekuwa wamesongesha Kenya mbali sana, wameiweka mahali fulani. So you can't tell me that right now wakipitisha BBI, ndo sasa kuna kitu atafanya. Ni nini hicho hawezi ifanya saa hii? Alafu atuambie ya kwamba sasa juu nimefika hapa, nahitaji BBI kuongezea nifike pale. Nini hiyo yenye atafanya yenye hajafanya saa hii?
A lot. Aganya. Leo nakwambia ni ng'ombe zinaingia huku.
I think ama kuna shida huko.
No, Mutembei, unaona weekend most people wako kwa nyumba au kila mtu wako kwa mtandao, so maybe tu ni network inasumbua.
Ayaga uko hapo?
Wewe unatumia gani Angela?
Ayaga yuko.
Mi kwanza ni ya kupewa na jirani. Acha venye mnasema.
Ayaga. Wewe unaona Bernard Boro anasema anataka kuingia. Natuma link kwa comment section. So kama unataka kuingia, just ingia kwa comment section, utapata link hapo. Click then kuja hapa tuongee. Wale wanataka kutusi sana, mnaweza ingia hapo mkuja mtusi hapa tukiwaona. Ayaga wewe ndio tunangoja.
Mutembei umeongea kitu kutusi nikakumbuka kitu. Kuna mtu kwa comment section yeye hurusha tu matusi. You know this is a platform iko kwa mtandao, na si tukifanya hivi labda kesho mtu akirudi kwa mtandao hataipata. Itakuwa kwa muda na watu watakuwa wanaenda through. So saa zingine mtu wa comment za matusi, you just block the person and watch the show, lakini haezi comment anything.
No,
don't worry about those, you know.
Mimi upenda matusi zao.
When you wanatusi, don't give them attention. Let them talk. They
also Mutembei.
Don't give them attention. Just
Mutembei.
In any case tunatusiwa hapa every day na Ayaga. We literally being insulted here daily on our face and we taking it.
Nani anataka kuongea? Huyo anaita Mutembei nani?
Captain. Mr. Mutembei.
Yes.
Ni mimi Captain.
Okay.
Nataka niseme hivi Mr. Mutembei.
Endelea.
Kwanza wacha ni kushukuru kwa sababu hii show mosoni ya vijana. Sisi kama vijana lazima tufuate, hii ndio platform tunaweza ongea, maana hatuwezi pata platform nyingine. Kwa hivyo tusijali kwa wale ambao wanatupa matusi. Ni bahati ya vijana kama sisi. Kwa hivyo mkisema ya kwamba kuna watu wanafaa kufungiwa, haina haja. Maana mzuri atakuwa hapo hapo. Kwa hivyo hii ni show ya kutukuza kama sisi vijana, ili tuweze kuelimishana, tujue tutafanya nini. Nataka ni kuambia ya kwamba kwa wale watu ambao network, mnasema ni network, si network. Ukiangalia kama huyu Angel yuko mute. Ukiangalia Francis yuko mute. Kwa hivyo si mambo na network, ni kwa sababu ukiingia kuna shida ya upande wa mic, huwa mtu anasahau ku unmute. Kwa hivyo kwa wale ambao hawajui, tunaweza tukawaelimisha ya kwamba ukiingia una unmute hiyo ako kama mic. Turudi wa upande wa yenye tulikuwa tunaongea, Mr. Mtembei. Mimi naonanga unamulima sana Deputy President. Kwa posti kweli tunamulima. Kwa sasa nataka nikwambie ya kwamba Deputy President hana majukumu yoyote kando na ku-advise the President of Kenya. Kwa hivyo hana nguvu yoyote anaweza fanya project. The only ile kitu Vice President anaweza fanya is to advise the President. Hiyo tu. Lakini sasa hii tukisema ya kwamba Deputy President amefanya nini? Hawezi. He is not the signatory of Kenya. Sasa hii every project ambayo inafanyika Kenya, it must be approved. It must be assigned. Signed by the President of Kenya. Is the symbol ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo sasa hii wacha tuache mambo ya kumlaumu Deputy President. Okay?
Unajua functions za Deputy President ni gani? Captain.
Yes, nazijua vizuri sana.
Ni gani? And advising president is not one of them.
Advising the president is one of them.
Hapana, kazi yake ni principal assistant.
Aha. Kwa hivyo anakuja function, yani anakuwa power wakati president ya yuko.
Na president akisema what BBI deputy president anafaa kumsupport.
Umeenda wapi Mr. Mtembei?
Mtembei, I'm back. You can give me chance please.
Akisema?
President akisema kazi yake sasa ni kuweka BBI, deputy president anafaa kusupport.
Hiyo ni democratic. It is not in the constitution. Hiyo ni democratic.
Okay. Captain, kama
mtu anaamua afanye ama asifanye.
Nikikupea job kama my assistant, naweza kuambia tunaenda hivi, unaniambia acha tuende left.
Wait, Mutebei.
Yes.
Uhuru did not give Ruto the job. They were both elected.
Ndio tunaongea kwa sahihi ile kitu ambayo iko kwenye katiba.
Na sio ni katiba tunatumia.
Hiyo ni katiba. Kwa sahihi ni katiba inatengenezwa. Kwa hivyo president hawezi ambia deputy president ya kwamba wacha tu support hii PPI. Haiko kwenye katiba. Kwa sahihi ni katiba inatengenezwa. Hiyo it is not one of the project. Hiyo sio agenda ya kwa What?
Francis.
Mtembei sijakupata. Niko hapa kukujibu kila kitu.
Unapotea sana.
Reduce.
Everybody, mtu amute mic kama uongei tafadhali.
Yeah?
Yes, Francis, siongee kwanza then tuendelee.
So, asante sana Bwana Mtembei. But today you are very ruthless. Sijui ni nini shida. Yeah, I saw the topic today about the emergency meeting that Ruto had called. In any way, if you are a team leader and you are leading your team and then you see some mistakes, you have to call a crisis meeting. That's one thing. So, for me, I think it was so right for Deputy President to do so, to organize his house and to have a plan B for the future of his politics. Because every person has to have a plan B if the first plan fails. So that's why he had a crisis meeting. Secondly, talking about the principal assistants of the president, There is a democratic right for every person, despite of who you are in the government, or ni nani unasaidia. You have your own democratic right and your own decision as a person. Actually, Ruto wasn't appointed by the president, but was elected together with the president. So if he was appointed, like the more used to do, sahi Ruto angekuwa sacked, sahi angekuwa hata committee, my friend. So it's all about democratic right of every person. According to the new constitution, I think there are rights, the fundamental rights. Rushing to pass this BBI, it has no value to the common mwananchi, but a burden for us all, including you Mutembei, mwenye una support sana.
Burden gani?
For one, the BBI has to be budgeted if we have to go for a referendum.
How much?
That's a cost. I don't want to know how much because I'm not in the part of the team that will have to give the budget. But
so
the fact, no, it's not about, no. Mutembei, let have facts. Don't just talk. The fact, no. Mutembei, I'm not in the IEBC team, so I cannot quote the exact figure that they will use. Okay? Then at the same time, 2022, we have obvious there will be a budget. Let us have a healthy and discussion, and that's a fact.
Corruption inachukua pesa ngapi every day hapa Kenya kulingana na Uhuru?
Huyo ni Uhuru sawa. So for one, hata sahi we are feeling the burden as we talk. The burden is there. The fuel has risen. Resulting to what? The products. Mutembei, let me finish.
Unaongea na utaki kuleta any fact, unaongea tunauliza kama sasa you are feeling the burden.
No. Can you give me time? I finish, then you ask your question. Mutembei, give me time. I finish, then you ask your question.
But
no, you are a moderator, so you should wait. The members will ask me after I finish.
Moderator sio kwa mtu andanganye. You just ask a question.
No. Mutembei, you are today you are very rude. Sijui umetoka wapi.
Sasa unataka
that's a fact. No, I don't want to. Sidanganyi. We are in this Kenya and the budget. No. The budget will be drawn for the BBI referendum, and that's a fact. Second, there will be another budget for the general election, and that will be done within the same time. Resorting to what?
Francis, what Mutembei said, the budget and is billion Kenya shillings roughly, so you can use that.
Roughly what?
10 billion Kenya shillings for the referendum.
They were saying 10 billion, the IEBC, but Raila was saying 6 billion. So there is kuna politics hapo ndani bana Moses bado. So we don't know the exact figure. That's why I don't want to quote exact figure. But the figure will be there. And that will raise burden for them. In fact, now as we talk, we should be looking on how to solve about the pandemic that we have in Kenya and the rest of the world, but not adding burden to the mwananchi yule wako pale chini mwenye anafinyika na corona. People have lost jobs, let me tell you. Na itafika mahali politician anaenda kwao anakimbizwa na mwananchi wa kawaida, and that's a fact because we are feeling the pain.
That's not a fact. Acha kudanganya bana. Hakuna mtu atafukuza.
Mimi nakwambia Mutembei, sijui wewe unakaa village ama unakaa international countries ama unakaa. We are in the local. That's not a lie. That's not a lie.
Mutembei, wacha kuingilia Francis anaongea facts. Mutembei, the reality remains the reality. Kuna mtu hana kazi, politician akifika kwake na BBI atafukuzwa na mawe.
Mutembei nikuulize swali.
You are out of order, Mutembei.
Mutembei nikuulize swali. Uko Kenya?
Yes.
Uko Kenya? From which county? From which county? Tharaka Nithi. Zile votes zinakujanga nyuma zinaongezea zile zingine. Tharaka Nithi at least. Tharaka Nithi saizi unajua shida zile ziko saizi.
Ziko hapo. Si wali electing governors wakora pia.
And that's the fact. Let me tell you. 90% of the let me tell you Mutembei, 90% of the elected members of the parliament and the county members will not go back in 2022, and that's a fact. Just put it in a bank somewhere. That's a fact. Because the pain that the local mwananchi anafeel at this time, sijui mwenye atakuja kuredeem. And this is about
elections of 80% of Burundi na hakukuwa na BBI.
Let me tell you one thing, hii kitu walianza ya BBI, actually it changed the motive of the government to from the development to BBI. Actually they have lost their focus on the people. They have no touch with the mwananchi.
Inajengwa na nani?
Kwani si hiyo inajengwa na ile tax unalipa? Haijengwi na serikali na pesa yao? That's your tax, my Mutembei.
Kwa BBI pekee na kuuliza tu some projects zinaendelea. Si zinaendelea na BBI iko bando.
Those are burdens still added to us. Mutembei, it's like you are living in another country.
Mutembei, it was last month. Walipandisha petrol with this. I don't know 8 shillings or 6 shillings. Ebu fanya hesabu hiyo pesa kama haiwezi jenga hiyo barabara ya Maumau. Sitajenga na ibaki. Hiyo pesa inatoka wapi?
Nauliza ilipandishwa juu ya BBI.
Yes. Wapacha pesa ya referendum.
Mutembei, hata tusiende mbali.
Mutembei,
wacha nikuulize swali. Saizi mkate inatoka pesa ngapi? Sahi.
Ni BBI ndio imepandisha.
Wacha nijibu. Mkate ni pesa ngapi?
Hata sijanunua sikulangi mkate, so sijui. How much is it?
Be realistic. Some places it's 50 from it has risen from 50 shillings to 55, even other places to 60 shillings. Why? Every product that is being produced in Kenya actually uses fuel. Because those machines are being run by what? Fuel. Even the electricity itself, transformers zinawekwa nini? So everything has to raise, and that's a fact. Every product in Kenya.
Wacha hivyo. Uliza Mutembei alifanya budget nini kwake? Mafuta ya kupika lita moja saa hii pesa ngapi? Mafuta ya kupika.
Nini imepanda, mkate imepanda, nini imepanda.
Unajua kitu ile iko
zikapanda. Hizi vitu zimekuwa zikipanda ever since kutoka 2013. Ni BBI imekuwa ikipandisha. You cannot know.
Mutembei, the fact remains.
Wanapandisha excess.
Mutembei, wacha nikwambie kitu moja. No, Mutembei, give me time. I explain to you.
But
bit by bit. One, we are having constructions of road, and that's a development project, your government. Okay, that project needs money. So, second, the other projects which are being run by the government, they also need money, and that's a taxpayers' money. So, the BBI itself is a project of the government. It needs money, and that's a fact. Kwani unafikiri hiyo BBI itapeana makaratasi ndio ikafanyiwe referendum? Itapeana pesa, my friend, and that should be budgeted. Na hiyo pesa inatoka kwa mwananchi wa kawaida, wewe na mimi, and that's a fact. So stop running away from facts, Mutembei, to fulfill your support to the government. No, the fact we are there to correct. In fact, we don't have opposition at current. There is no opposition in Kenya. There is no check opposition for the government. Hakuna. That's why we are feeling that pain. I don't know Mutembe, if you have budgeted at your own house. Umenunua shopping, umenunua mafuta wewe ya kupika, wacha kitu ile ingine. Umenunua hiyo.
Matamei.
It's
Kila
like your
kitu
wife
iko.
does that. It's
Matamei.
like your wife does. So you should sit down and see and see how the economy has risen.
Malizia tuende kwa next person.
So Mutembei
umeongea vitu hazieleweki.
Sawa, hazieleweki kwako, lakini wale wengine wanaelewa. Because wewe hutaki leo kuelewa. Sijui ulipitia wapi.
Inachukua pesa ngapi per day?
Hiyo uliza kama hebu nikuulize nikuulize swali. Sawa, Mutembei nikuulize swali. Uhuru alisema 2 billions being lost per day. Okay? Wewe uko na familia yako na usikie sukari kwako inaibiwa kila siku. Unamaanisha wewe huwezi jua ni nani anaiba hiyo sukari? Uhuru knows things.
Sahi corruption cases hazina sheria.
Hazina sheria. Okay, na ni nani? Wacha nikwambie, the president has powers. So kama anajua wale wanaiba, angepaswa hata DCI angefanya investigation, wanachukuliwa direct, wanafunguliwa mashtaka. So stop.
John. Huyu John nini anatufanyia hapa sasa? John.
Nipe niendelee. Sema.
Sasa mniache na mimi niseme kitu bwana.
Ayaga tuende kwako.
Thank you very much.
Nimengoja sana bwana.
Thank you very much. Matembei Francis ametoroka. Sweetberry.
Kwa hapo.
Niko bwana.
Oh, thank you very much, Francis. Francis, let me answer you, my brother. Opposition is not in Kenya because we don't have that in the constitution. We don't have one. And think you have not read. You know the problem. You have not read the constitution. You don't know.
What are you talking about?
So there is no position. There is no position.
Which constitution?
The current constitution, we have no opposition. There is no position. Tell me that article. I read it. Where it stated that opposition, somebody must be opposition. Nowhere. Is when we are creating that in the BBI. And if that's the thing that will make you happy, support BBI. You have one reason to support BBI. Number one, because you want opposition to check the government. That is the only number one. Number two, there is this thing we say about the taxes and the BBI will raise the budget. The same propaganda we were told in 2010, that where will we get money to pay senators, governors, additional MCAs and whatever. We were told by the same people who are opposing BBI. They told us, where will we get money to pay all the governors, all the senators, women rep, those additional that were added in the constitution, because we only used to have councillor, member of parliament, and the president. They ask us, where will we get money to pay senators, governors? So we are used to those. Yeah. If that is the same propaganda, you have to change it a little bit. You know, you have to twist a propaganda to look real and be consistent. But by the way, the same propaganda you told us in 2010, even they ask us, 15%, where will 15% that will go to counties? Where will it come from? And today the counties are getting 15%. So those are the same propaganda we use to. Let me enter to topic today. A point of order is later.
Not interrupting you.
Captain, you can't come here now and asking for point of order. Wait, there are some people who have been listening to me.
No, Mutembe is not.
Give me time, my brother. I have only 3 minutes. Yes. About today's topic, let me today defend William Ruto because I'm a man of a liberal mind. That
you.
meeting, Ruto did a
Team
very,
Tembe
very good
control
thing.
the conversation.
Today, that meeting actually Ruto did a very good thing.
Mr.
Because
Ayak,
if you are a general, who is interrupting me? Matembe, switch off their mics.
You can't direct us.
Switch off their mics, bana. Captain, are you a heckler? We always don't have hecklers here.
Moses, unaweza endeleza the meeting kidogo. I'm coming back.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, you know, Ruto left his lieutenants to go vote willingly and vote what they believe in. He never gave them direction. And to his disappointment, he has come to realize that he has a very fake generals. He has very fake member of parliament. Because even me, I was shocked. I knew our problem was National Assembly. Going by the parading of numbers at Asla Mashon, they have shown the marshal of numbers. In fact, I was afraid. I was afraid at the parliament, Ruto is going to show us dust. Only to my shock, Ruto left his lieutenants free to think freely, and he was disappointed. That's why I held a meeting of about 50 people. About 50 people. He must be a very disappointed man, and you can see some of them, the way even among the Tangatanga MPs, they were shocked. Ndidi Nyoro just say it in parliament. These are traitors, these are cowards, and then after that, Moses Kuria is coming with another another propaganda that these people they were bribed by like 100,000. Even if they are now trying to come up, I saw Kiunjuri, I saw Ragada Gashagwe trying to twist things. The fact is, they were not even called in that meeting. I don't think if they were there. Most of them were not there. Ruto must have a stand, and this vote alone, amejua nani ni rafiki yangu and who is pretending to be. Ruto did what Uhuru Kenyatta did when he had a handshake. Uhuru just did a handshake and keep quiet. Who is interrupting me? Uhuru did a handshake and kept quiet, only to know the friends, and he removed them, kept them aside. When Raila, Sahi, with the tensions in BBI, Raila is quiet, only to identify the real soldiers. The fake one will be dropped. Ruto should be quiet, let the governors and the senators to do whatever they want to do. Those traitors that have been calibrating his functions want money, yet they don't follow Ruto with their hearts. Ruto should know them. In fact, Ruto did a very wonderful thing by not directing them, because Ruto has no party. The ODM will tell you, no, it was a party stand. The Jubilee will tell you it was a party stand. The UDA is not still a parliamentary party. So he won't direct them. He just let them now know, you just go vote in your own understanding and how you believe on my political activity. He was disappointed. 83, very bad for him. Thank you very much. Any question?
Okay, yeah.
Yes, I have a question for Ayaga.
Hold on a minute, Endo.
Hey, I also need to talk. We are very many.
Yeah, you guys will get it. So Ayaga, when you said when on the old constitution they were talking about if you bring MCS, where will we get the money? Do you think the level of life is the same as it was before we had the MCS? Because for them to pay even the MCS, they had to increase taxes so that they could afford to pay them.
My friend, our MCAs are not complaining, and I know some of Jubilee supporters, they were not complaining between 2013 to 2017. They are now complaining because BBI, yet we suffered a lot from 2013 to 2017. In fact, for those who are driving, will tell you the fuel was increased more than is done today.
Okay.
But it was not politicized because there was no BBI to bring the politics together between fuels and the BBI. Remove
Okay.
BBI from fuel, my friend. From the budgeting and whatever, remove BBI. In fact, BBI has not even consumed even a coin. Even a coin from the government. I don't think. If it is a very small money. BBI is we are yet to budget for BBI. For example, we can drop it there and we will see if the price of fuel will fall. That is what you should know. What if President agrees? Let us end it there after Parliament. I sign it and it becomes a law. And we end it there. Because some lawyers are arguing that. And it looks like it's possible. And we avoid referendum. Are you promising me that the price of fuel will be reduced by 20%, by 20 shillings? No. Be realistic. Another question.
Sijui kama hasa naweza. Yeah, let me
go ahead.
Mnanipata eh? Yeah, sasa mimi unajua ni muungwana, ndio maana nilikuwa nainua mkono hivi. Mimi na point mimi na point kama mbili hivi ambazo nitakuja kusema hapa, ambazo nitasema hapa. Hii BBI ni kama imekuwa ni kama ya watu, ni kama politics. Unaona, ni politics kabisa. Hii si unajua BBI ilikuwa ni kama ya kuja kuimprove our lives. Unaona? Lakini sasa imefanywa ni kama kuna mrengo huu na kuna mrengo huu mwingine. Kuna watu wa Raila hapa ambao sasa hii BBI ni yao. Ni kama sasa isipo pass Raila ameanguka, na ikipass Raila ameenda State House right away. Kwa hivyo kuna wale ambao wanaichukulia kwa hiyo. Waona, na ndio maana Ruto akasema hatutaki tukue na washindi na washindwa. Tunataka tuwe kitu ambao sisi wote tutakaa pamoja, tukubaliane. Haya, kila mtu hapa anajua kwamba hao politicians ni wengi zaidi. Mpaka just the other day watu walikuwa wanasema nini? Kwamba we are overrepresented. We are overrepresented. Ayaga pale amekuwa represented by president, amekuwa represented by MP, amekuwa represented by a governor, amekuwa represented by MCA, na amekuwa represented by our ministers. So wewe ukiwa mmoja hivi, you are represented by more than 5 people. Unaona? Sasa BBI ilipoletwa, Wakenya walikuwa wanafikiria kwamba itapunguza all this over representation. Lakini sasa hii representation imekuwa hata mob, hata nyingi zaidi. Na unajua hawa mapoliticians wetu ni wenye hawana tabia kabisa. Hawana tabia. Sisi tutaenda pale, tutaweka hao ambao tutakuwa tumeongezea. Lakini nakuambia tunaenda within 1 week utapata wamejiongezea mishahara na nini. Sasa mimi in fact vile nimesikiza watu hapa, nimekuja kurealize hata CMP huwa wana mashida ati wanajiongezea mishahara. Sisi ndio tuna mashida, kwa sababu angalia watu hapa kama akina Ayaga wanajua BBI itaongezea politicians. Sawa, hao ma politicians ni mafisi tu, watakuja pale watajiongezea mishahara. Sasa hawa wa Kenya ndio watakuja hapa wataanza kusema ama MP ni wabaya, wanajiongezea pesa, in fact sijui wanafanya nini. Lakini shida si wale, shida ni sisi. Kwa sababu utaangaliaje document ambayo itaongezea mafisi ambao wewe mwenyewe huwa wanakufanya upige kelele kwa sababu wanajiongezea salaries na kila kitu, lakini una support hiyo BBI. Waona? Ndio maana Ruto akasema tunataka kitu ambayo haina contestation. Watu hawapigani, ikuwe ni sisi wote tukae chini. Kwanza tuseme kuna watu wengi sana katika hiyo bunge. Waona? Tuseme sasa tunataka tupunguzwe, kwa sababu hebu imagine mtu kama mimi ama wewe Ayaga ama Moses ama wengine wote hapa, kila mmoja wetu anakuwa represented by watu 5, na hawa watu 5 wote hawa wanalipwa kutoka 800,000. Si governor ni 1 million, sijui ni pesa ngapi? Alafu sasa on top of that tunaongezea wengine na wengine na wengine. In fact, hata nilikuwa najiuliza, watu parliament kiitanwa watakuwa wabunge more than 600 Tuseme leo president ameitana pale kwa nini kwa bunge. Hebu imagine ile nini inaitwaje? Hii jam yenye itakuwa ya magari 600 yote ikienda pale. Mimi nakwambia tutaumia. Alafu ukiangalia kama mtu kama Orengo alisema vizuri sana.
Hakuna wabunge watakuwa 600 tafadhali, acha kudanganya.
Sasa wewe si ugoja nimalize kwanza. Nimesema wataongezewa wengi. Wale ambao wako hapa, kuna wale ambao wataongezewa. Kuna 70 constituencies ambazo zitaongezewa
Yeah.
That means kutaongezewa mapoliticians wengine. Waona? Wawe ni whatever ama whatever they are. Ujue hawa watu, unajua Wakenya huwa tunawapatia blank check. Na ndio maana huwa wanafanya na hiyo blank check vile wanataka. Wakisema leo wataenda wavote waseme kila mbunge alipwe 2 milioni, itakuwa ni hivyo na hakuna kitu wa Kenya watafanya. Sasa umeangalia umeona sisi ndio tuko na mashida. Kwa sababu hawa mafisi ni watu wanatunyanyasa, lakini sasa tumeongezea mafisi wengine na alafu later on wakienda wakijiwekea kama 2 milioni 2 milioni 3 tutakuwa sisi hapa tukipiga kelele. Waona? So mimi ile kitu naweza sema ni kwamba na wale wa Kenya ambao wanapinga hii BBI nikiwa mmoja wao this is the thing hii BBI itapass tu kwa sababu mimi najua ile percentage ambayo inakubalika ndio waende wapasi kitu ni kidogo sana. Waona? Kwa hivyo itapass. Kwa hivyo sasa lazima tukae chini tuanze kujiuliza ikipass life itakuwaje after hapa. Waona? Kwa sababu mimi I'm pretty sure itapass tu. Watakuja pale Central watachukua watu kadhaa, watawacorrupt, watawapatia pesa, alafu kitu itapass tu. Unaona, itaenda through. Lakini sisi ndio tutaumia. Kumbuka Orengo alisema, Wetangula akaongea, Kindiki akaongea na wengine wote wakaongea. Na sasa sisi ndio hawa ambao hatusikii na tumeonywa na hawa kina Orengo na kina Orengo akijaribu kuongea wanapigwa nyundo wanatolewa. Sasa ni sisi. Sasa imepita kule bunge inaletwa kwa wananchi. I am double sure 100% hii kitu itapitishwa tu na itapitishwa whether we like it or not. Na wakitumia force watatumia force, itapitishwa tu. Sasa tunafaa tujiulize tutafanyaje, kwa sababu tutaumia tu. Kuumia tutaumia. Hii BBI itatuumiza kabisa. Ulisikia Wetangula vile alisema about anaitwaje huyu mtu anasimamia makoti Obsam, anaitwa nani huyu? Siwezi kuisema.
You have 30 seconds.
Yeah. So unakuta huyo Wetangula alikuwa anasema tunarudi back to where tulitoka ile time ya Moi. Kumbuka jaji alikuwa anakimbia State House, anaenda anaambiwa sasa wewe utaenda ufanye hivi na hivi, enda ufunge huyu jamaa. Anarudi koti na anaenda anamfunga. Kwa hivyo mimi ile kitu nitasema ni kwamba tuanze kufikiria BBI itapita tu na mtaona. Itapita tu kwa sababu haihitaji watu wengi sana kupitishwa kama vile kwa county walikuwa wanahitaji 24 only si 47 24 only. Na wakafanya vitu zao na ikapita. Kwa hivyo ikiletwa kwa wananchi itapita. Sasa tuanze kujiuliza hii kitu itatuaffect namna gani, kwa sababu itapitishwa tu. Asante.
Haya, Angel ulikuwa na maoni.
Mimi nilikuwa na swali kwa Ayaga. If handshake was to bring Kenyans together, kwa nini mlikataa Miguna asikuje Kenya? Ilileta amani, umoja na undugu. Mbona Miguna akafungiwa? And Ayaga, I want to tell you that mnasema ati 2010 watu walipika kelele, watu wakapiga midomo ati hii katiba ni mbaya. Iliongeza gharama ya maisha kwa mwananchi. And Ayaga, I want to assure you that if I remember very well 2004 nikiwa shuleni Ayaga nilikuwa napewa 5 bob for lunch na ningekula nishibe. Sasa ukipewa mtoto shilingi 5 anaweza nunua nini akakula Ayaga? Let's reason just from 5 shillings.
Thank you very much.
By then ningekula lunch.
Thank you.
Nishibe. Lakini sasa mtoto wangu shilingi 5 hawezi kula lunch akashiba.
Angela, nimekusikia, things have changed. I think that 204 when you are in class 4, maybe there was only one person with mobile phone in your village. Now everybody have it. So things have changed. My friend, don't take us to where inclusivity yenye iko kwa BBI, the government was to unite with opposition and work in peace. It is the people who are in the government that is rebelling against that. That is not a dividing. That is rebelling. You cannot controlling somebody who is rebelling. Those are rebels. They have not denied anything. The people who are rebelling have not complained about their salaries. He's a deputy president. He enjoys the salary. He enjoys all allowances. He enjoys the security. He enjoys the government facilities.
Ayaga,
if it was a division, angekuwa amefukuzwa. But hajafukuzwa, he is rebelling. About Miguna, the issues of Miguna are in court. And anything in court, I'm not allowed by law to talk about in an international live stream like this. I'm not allowed by law. I'm not. I'm in Kenya. I don't want to arrest. They can arrest me tomorrow with DCI, and I will have nothing to explain. Yet I know the law. I'm not ignorant about the law. Any matter before the judicial, you cannot talk about in public. Never.
Can I speak, Mr.
But
Moses?
Angel's point, yeah, 1 minute, about the level of life. Alisema ti life expectancy, compare before the Constitution of 2010, before we had the MCS and the senators and the governors, the prices of things were very low. But after senators, governors, yes, base a bit zilipanda because taxes also rose so that the government could afford to pay the new senators, governors, and MCS. So I thought that was the main point that Angel was trying to bring to you.
Oh, thank you very much. That is very simple. You know, when you produce a lot, the taxes must be very high. That is obvious. You can't compare our economy with the economy of 2004. Look at the GDP. There is a very big difference. Look at in terms of even road access.
No, Ayaga, let me stop you there first.
We are talking about.
You can't compare that economy with the current economy. Remember time ya Kibaki, Kenya hatukukuwa na madeni. Lakini right now, tuna madeni yamejaa mpaka tumewekwa CRB China. Alafu unataka kutudanganya hapa ati economy. Ayaga, let us talk facts. By time ya Kibaki, nimesoma wakati wa Kibaki. Hatukukuwa na madeni. Unaweza compare wakati wa Kibaki, wakati wa Kibaki na saa hivi venye tuna madeni. Saa hivi Kenya ina madeni ngapi?
Hiyo ni propaganda, you know. Hiyo ni propaganda.
Propaganda gani hadi pesa zinakopwa kila siku?
Mnaambiwa wewe,
hakuna kuambiwa, ni kitu tunaona.
Ndio zilijenga barabara. Look at the in terms of roads. How many roads did Kibaki build? And look the roads that Jubilee government has covered.
Jubilee has not built any road. Ayaga, let us agree. The roads are being built right now. It was Kibaki's project.
Angela, don't be a heckler.
Give him time.
Don't be a heckler. You give a question and you wait for your answers. You cannot ask me a question and before I answer, you answer that question yourself. That is what is heckling.
Okay, Ayaga.
Because if you have answer, ask yourself that question, answer yourself,
don't take
and
too
I talk
much
after
time.
that. Yeah, I'm explaining fast. Angela, in terms of development, Kenya. So who is this heckler? Angela, in terms of development, I wish I could have shared some things here, but time will not allow me. In terms of, we cannot compare what we have now in terms of creativity. Like, look, we have even a digital law, the migration. When Matiang'i was Minister of ICT. Now look, we can discuss here sitting back at home. And this what people resist about such things. How much money Matembe is making with this online? It is just creativity, and you make money. Not that people are looking for employment. Employment alone cannot rise economy. It is about thinking. In other countries, even a graduate are not employed. They are creating jobs. Yeah. But in Kenya, we employ graduates. That's where their problem is. Our graduates are sitting idling in the offices. They don't think, they don't work. People who are working and thinking in what we call Juakali sector are the diploma and technicians. That's the problem. Hizi story mingi mnatuambia hapa, acheni nayo bwana.
Okay, Ayaga, thank you. Captain Amanda, SG.
Mr. Moses, we can't allow Yaga to lecture us. Eh?
Okay, Captain, go ahead.
Nico, Mr. Moses, what's wrong? Nimeenda wapi na Nico? Mr. Moses, we can't allow Mr. Ayaga to lecture us. This is the fact. We are talking about common mwananchi. We are not talking about the deputy president here. We are not talking about Raila Amolo Odinga here. We are not talking about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. We are talking generally. Sasa wakati Ayaga anatuambia ya kwamba roads zimetengenezwa, hatukatai. What is the cost? What is the cost ya kutengeneza barabara? Ukituambia ya kwamba those are all propaganda. It's like you are coming from India. Kwa hivyo Mr. Ayaga, wacha kutufoolish hapa. Let us talk the fact. Chupilia tukatai ya kwamba haijafanya, imetengeneza barabara, imetengeneza SGR. Let us come to the realities. What is the cost of building SGR? Hizi barabara, unajua wewe barabara ambayo Uganda inaweza tengeneza na 10 million. We can even Kenya inatengeneza na 30 million. Are you aware? Kwa hivyo wakati Angel anakuambia ati fact ya kwamba
hold on.
Mafuta saa hii 1 liter saa hii inanunua ile mafuta saa hii is 200 per liter. Ile ya kupima packed iko 3. That is the fact. Hizo ndio vitu tunaongea ya kwamba hata kama serikali inafanya, sisi hatukatai, imefanya ndio, lakini what is the cost? Sasa hivi mnatuambia ya kwamba mnataka tupitishe PPI. Hii PPI ikipita, baadaye ni nini itakuja kwetu kama sisi vijana? Unajua sisi sasa hii ndio tunakuwa, we can't defend Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga is over 70 years, is going home. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is going home. Na wakati unatuambia ya kwamba tutengeneze PPI, ni nini iko kwa PPI ambacho kinaweza kanisaidia kama mimi kijana, kinaweza kukusaidia kama wewe Ayaga, Angel? Saa hii mnataka tupige makofi ili hali tunaumia. Hii PPI haina chochote, It is all about creation of positions. Wanataka kuremain kwa serikali, waendelee tu kutupeleka venye wanajua. Waambie wafungue Ndungu report. It is talking about mashamba. Kenyans tunakaa as if we are foreigners. We can't stay in Kenya as if we are foreigners, whereby one person anaown almost 3/4 ya Kenya. Na sasa mnataka kutuambia pigia makofi PPI. Pigia makofi PPI. Mimi nataka niwaambie hivi. We need kiongozi ambaye anaweza akatukomboa kwenye hii Kenya tuko nayo ya leo. Nani hata tani? Ruto. That is the fact.
You done?
My friend, don't use this platform for campaign. Talk your issues, my friend, and go read BBI, please. I beg you, go read it.
Okay, Ayaga, you will respond to him. Nelson, you wanted to say something? Nelson.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Now, I've been having issues with my stream link. It goes off and on. I've been patiently waiting for guys here for the past 1 hour, 24 minutes. I was the first person in the show, and I take it personal. Anyway, that is that. To begin with, I like how people present their arguments here. I like how Ayaga counterattacks. I like how Angel doesn't want to give people a chance to tell her facts. But the truth is this: truths are stubborn. Just not to forget my thoughts along Captain's comments. When you talk about, in fact, it is so much myopic, so to speak, quote unquote, to say that youth should not be supporting Raila because of his age is 77, he's going home, they should be thinking of themselves. Let me tell you, youths in this country have never thought of themselves. Because if at all we could have been thinking about ourselves, then we could have not been in this position that we are in, that Francis was talking about debts and Angel was also talking about debts. You were told about those debts before you voted 2017, but you voted. Tafadhali tumalize hii mwendo pole pole venye mlipiga kura. Wacheni kelele na kasheshe. Let us finish this journey the way you voted, because you knew perfectly when you were voting, and you are so stubborn you could not even be told anything. You were singing kumira kumira, you were singing wembe ni ure ure, you were singing uhuru Ruto tano tena, you were singing ni maombi si uchawi. Let us not bring in uchawi when we knew that it was maombi from the beginning. My friend Captain, my friend Angel, my friend, whether you never voted or you voted, my friend Francis. And talking about debts, that Kenya has a lot of debts today. I wish we could have been having clips of Ruto defending those debts before he was kicked from the government. And I am pretty sure Captain could have been the same person talking like Kipchumba Murkomen defending Ruto's stand on the debts before, if at all, everything was still okay in this government. Let us not be people who talk circumstantially, please. Give me time. I did not interfere with anybody.
Question before you continue. Do you think the government could have been much different from Jubilee?
Sorry?
Do you think NASA government would have been different from Jubilee?
Answer number one. In this country, nyani ni ule ule, miti ndio saa zingine ukua tofauti. Okay? Answer number two. I would say somehow yes. Why? When you entrust the living of a given section or rather when you entrust the living of a people of a country with somebody who is elderly, what an elderly person can see when sitting down, a young man cannot see ata pande juu ya KICC. For your information, Moses. Actually, I recorded some of your sentiments, and I want to give you hard facts that will be so much difficult for you to swallow. You mentioned about Kidero bringing down Mumias. Do you have facts? Do you have evidence?
Continue.
Please let us not talk about things that we cannot substantiate. No. You said Kidero brought down Mumias. You can't substantiate that. You only hear it on the media. You don't have evidence. You only hear people talking about it. You've never seen him in court because of Mumias. We've seen him in court because of other things, but we've never seen Kidero in court because of Mumias. People only talk about it in political forums. People associate him with the downfall of Mumias just because he was the MD when Mumias was going down. Okay? That's a fact. In fact, the reason as to one evidence that you do not have facts about this, or rather even evidence about this, you are even not sure which county Kidero wants to go vie as a governor. You are confusing in between Migori or Homa Bay. Have facts. That's thing two. I'm not saying that Kidero just number one. Just listen. I'm not saying that Kidero is not corrupt. I'm not saying that Kidero could have not been in a position to bring down Mumias or anything. Let us just have facts as young people when we're talking about these issues, and let us just remember that we've always been stubborn in this country not to listen to people who are giving us good advices and going for people who are telling us, let us vote in this tribal line. That's why I normally say, and I think people who are consistent on this show will tell you for a fact that I am #1 champion of let us talk issue-based politics. Let us talk about some Ayaga, some Moses, some Mutembei, some Nelson here. Now, to go back, somebody mentioned something to do with that BBI is politics, and it is not something that they thought it was. For your information, If at all along you thought that BBI was not politics, then I don't know what you've been thinking about in this country. BBI has been politics from the word go. Who are the people who initiated BBI? Politicians, Uhuru and Ruto. What was the reason as to why BBI was initiated? It was political. So for you to come here and tell us that we have come to realize BBI is politics, I think you've been sleeping in this country all along. BBI has been politics from the word go, and it is politics whether you like it or not, and it will pass whether you vote or not. It will go, it will sell through. That is that. Our life economically after BBI, and our life economically before BBI. Please stop carrying your hands. I will finish.
You have 1 minute.
Moses, please be fair on me. Be fair on me. I've been so silent, and people have been presenting.
Doesn't mean
our life economically after BBI and before BBI. My friend, the only reason as to why our eyes became open and our ears became sharp for us to know that there is money in this country, it was after the 2000. Was it 202? It was after the 2002 election when Moi was thrown out of power. All along we've been living. You crying for eti bei ya mafuta, bei ya nini, you still buy them. Our life will still be the same because these people increase taxes each and every day, but then we vote them in back each and every day, defending them along tribal line and telling us the only person who can deliver us from this is William Ruto. That same William Ruto was singing Anne Waiguru was innocent, yet Anne Waiguru stole money, and later on he started saying that he stop catwalking before us just because Anne Waiguru was now in a different political line with him. Facts are facts. So life after BBI and even before BBI, my friend, it will be the same. Kama taxes zitakimbia juu zitafika mpaka rooftop. If you like, commit suicide. This government must go on. Moses, just a minute. Emotions. In fact, this one now comes to you.
Thank you.
And Captain, let us talk about knowing or differentiating a Ruto supporter.
15 seconds.
Moses, this is not how this show is run. When someone has been patient for 1 hour, 31 minutes, you don't give him 5 minutes or 2 minutes. Let me finish my points and I will go.
No. 15 seconds.
Now, when you want to differentiate between a Ruto supporter and Raila supporter or Ruto supporter, listen to them arguing. They are personal. They're emotional. Mandago keeps on telling us, siasa weka kwa roho. Pumua iingie, pumua itoke. Wacheni kukua personal, wacheni kukua emotional. This thing was not like welded on you that Ruto must be president, Ruto must be comfortable, Raila must be comfortable. No, please accept the facts. The hard fact is, Kenya is made up of politics of betrayal. Ruto has been betrayed, period. Deal with that.
Thank you,
Live
Nelson.
with that.
Thank you, Nelson.
Emergency meeting of Ruto. Ruto's emergency meeting. Well, Ruto's emergency meeting was good for him and not good for anybody.
30 seconds, please.
Ruto's emergency meeting was good for him and not good for anybody. Well, we don't care whether he had an emergency meeting or not.
Captain, hold on.
It was needful for him anyway, because it is so painful. Unajua, this one, I compare it with Mjengo man sending fare to a slay queen and then slay queen ending up to eat the fare. If you watch Kimani Ngunjiri before BBI voting and Kimani Ngunjiri voting yes for BBI and then defending his vote, my friend, you have to call for an emergency meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Over presentation and CRB in China.
Your time is
Well,
up.
we are not in China. We are not in China. We don't know whether we are in CRB in China. Chinese are still giving loans and they will always give.
Nelson.
Thank you.
Yes.
Moses,
I think I should be the one. All the people have all spoken. I think I should be the one speaking.
No, give SJ. SJ has been there.
No, I've not spoken since. On all these spaces I've spoken.
No, SJ was here before, then he left and came back. SJ, go ahead. Then Jackson.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Moses. I hope I'm on board. I hope everyone can hear me. Good evening, all of you.
Yes, good evening.
Maybe to start with my brother Nelson, who has come out boldly to too much noise, maybe he could not listen to himself, because he thinks that when he speaks so fast and loud, he's saying everything. And in fact, he mentioned that somewhere at Ruto and Uhuru are the brains behind the BBI. I don't know whether you can correct that, but all enough, because you're speaking louder than you're reasoning.
A point of correction. My conscience is very clear. I said Uhuru and Raila, not Ruto and Raila. Uhuru.
Nelson, hold on.
Please, you had your time, and you kept on shutting everyone down. Let me give you.
Debates are meant for correcting things when they're wrong.
We left you finish your.
Can you mute?
Let
him
keep quiet.
Finish. Let us
We were quiet when he was lecturing us.
You are quiet
keep
when
quiet.
you cannot enjoy the monopoly of this show. You are just an invited guest like some of us here. First, I wanted to deal with Mtembei, because Mtembei on his post, I follow things on motions. He said that Ruto urgent meeting with Tangatanga after a huge loss on BBI. What's next for DP? You see, that caption alone speaks volume, because I don't think this conversation should be reduced to Ruto, to Raila, to Uhuru. This is a matter of common mwananchi. If you ask me, I don't reject BBI, and again, I don't accept it. And like in my previous conversation, and Ayaga will agree with me, I spoke vividly that it's a matter of common mwananchi. We don't want to reduce issues of, you bring us politics of how things done, mention the likes of Ruto, the whatever, the Mandago. I don't know whether you are lecturing kids in school or you are just talking to people who have gone to school. Let me leave that aside. Now, you should ask me why I reject or why I oppose BBI as a Kenyan. I'm talking as a Kenyan. I'm not talking on behalf of somebody. I'm not blowing trumpet for anyone. I'm not on anyone's payroll. I survive like any other Kenyan in this country. So let me say this. If you ask anyone around us here about whether BBI is beneficial to Kenyans at this time, or this campaign going around of BBI is anything useful to Kenyan, I can assure you without batting an eyelid that 99% of Kenyans will tell you they don't know even the component of this BBI document. The other day you heard that some county government, county MCAs had voted in BBI, and they didn't know the content of the BBI. Maybe they voted in agrarian revolution in Egypt or Mesopotamia. They don't know the document that they passed. Today you hear the other section of the parliament saying this is happening, this is a document we want to amend, the other document we want to amend. Then, because some people like, and I want to use you specifically because I've seen you becoming so retaliatory and you sound so robust, Mr. Nelson. Some people like you can't read and think for themselves and take things from the tips of their their fingers. May not get facts. You think that shouting, being in a shouting match is a response. Moses, keep quiet, both.
I beg to interject. Somebody cannot call me that I can't read, yet I am speaking fluent English here. No.
You will time.
I better leave the show than someone calling me I can't read. I better leave the show.
That demonstrates the level of understanding.
My friend,
I will ignore you as a plague. I will ignore you. I will not respond to you because I know where you belong, and I will place you where you belong at the end of this game. Now, Mr. Moses, I think I respond to your seat. Okay. You are the one leading this thing. I was looking forward to meet my friend Mtembei, who has kept on posing questions. I heard him saying that, who said that we will have 600 MPs, whatever. Mtembei, wherever you are, I know you are behind the scene, and you know I would deconstruct you at this moment. Maybe you don't know what you are preaching about. You don't know the gospel you are carrying around. The bill is to expand the position of powers. Yeah, with leaving Wanjikus to shoulder the entire burden. Yeah. And I can assure you, like my cousin the other day said,
you have 1 minute. You have 1
no,
minute.
No, you can't. No. Allow me, Moses. Allow me speak, bro. You've been here giving hands to people who are saying nonsense. Allow me also pump some sense to them also. Unless you want me to cut off, then allow. Thank you. Now, if you say county like Nairobi County and Kiambu County having 50, we are talking about 50 members of parliament, and a county, a North Horr constituency that double Western Kenya, Nyanza region, and Central having 1 member of parliament. What's the wisdom? What is wisdom here? Now, let me say this to my brothers here. When we discuss BBI matter, it's all for us. It's politics. Let me agree with Nelson. BBI is politics. It's not a party or what. It's politics. When we talk politics of BBI, let's ask ourselves the hard questions here. Are we able even to support the BBI itself at a time the country like Kenya still live on debt? We have people who are supposed to pay help loan. I know a good number of us here are still paying help loan to date. And we want to assure Kenyans when BBI passes, this thing will be cut off. We talk at a point where the national government cannot remit even 15% to the counties. As we speak, the activities in the county that have stalled. Mr. Nelson, I'm a Kenyan journalist. I've seen the pain Kenyans are going through. I've covered what Kenyans are going through, the Wanjikos. So when you speak at your comfort zone and want to believe people should take things on your nails, let me ask you, is there anyone who has read the BBI report? Or you're just reading the sweeteners? We call them sweeteners. Oh, you will get some, youth will get job, Mara Nini, what will happen, what will pay alone, blah, 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 blah. Those are sweeteners for Nini. What is so urgent? Can you read, there's a proverb said that when the deal is so sweet.
30 seconds.
Thank you. I will complete that. When the deal is so sweet, think twice. What is so urgent that we have to pass BBI now, at a time even Corona inatuua? We are talking of Indian variant already in the country. No one is listening. My brother, my constituent, Ayaga, they are there to preach the gospel of BBI at a time wao wanalala njaa hata kwao. Sorry, that one is quote in quote. I didn't say that wanalala njaa. Now, let's be realistic. Let's take BBI to Kenyan thing, Wanjiko's thing. Sio Raila Ruto, ati Ruto urgent meeting with Tangatanga after lose. Who lost? Is Ruto BBI? Is Ruto Wanjiko? Is Raila Wanjiko? Come on, give us a break, my friend. It's our time to think. Thank you.
A point of order. Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question. A question. I was also asked.
Ayaga 1 minute.
1 minute. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me first say hi to my incoming Senator SJ. SJ, about the copies of BBI, that rumors ended yesterday. BBI, there are 2 copies, and we categorically shows the difference between those 2 copies. There is a BBI, the first one was launched in Bomas of Kenya, yeah, and the other one was launched in Kisii. So the second one has some difference. Have some little differences with the first one. Like the second one, retain Nairobi County as a county government. The first one was proposing Nairobi to be under metropolitan. So my brother, that rumor, we ended it yesterday. But now I understand you are a journalist. You know, journalists with propaganda and lamenting things that doesn't exist. Is their common whatever. About population, look at the population in North Horr constituency. The exact, by your words, North Horr constituency. What is the population there? And what is the population in Kiambu? We are not dividing constituency in terms of land mass. If we were to divide the constituency going by landmass, in fact,
Okay, thank you, Ayaga.
Wajir, where the north is,
Moses
would have been
show.
3 counties. Yeah, let me just finish. We are doing this because of population. We can't have we can for,
Moving from the doctors,
30
seconds. Mami will be coming through
30
the door.
seconds. 30 seconds. We can't have Kimani Chungwa representing almost 300,000 constituents and somebody not her with a vast land like Nyanza representing 15,000 people, and then you want to divide that money equally among those people. It is not logical. It is not logical.
Okay, thank you. Jackson, your turn.
Moses, I've been mentioned adversely.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Later, let's give Jackson.
Okay, thank you very much. So, first of all, before I start, there's somebody who actually spoke something, but he left. But I'll just comment about that because I heard him think that Ruto is not. He was saying that Ruto is not supporting or rejecting BBI. I want to say that there's nothing like you are not supporting or you are not opposing. You either oppose or accept. And maybe he is now saying that he's not supporting or opposing because he knows that if he opposes, he will automatically lose. Therefore, that's why he's saying that he's not supporting, neither rejecting. Secondly, as we speak here, we talk that as young leaders, as young Turks, we should not talk like those people, like the old people talk. If we are there to unite Kenyans, we need to come and speak with one voice, or with word, with accord, and humble ourselves and speak to one another. There's no point of coming and abusing one another in this forum. On my side, I don't think it's right. Secondly, concerning, because I've heard people saying that, no, Raila is going home, Raila is too much old, he's young. Why did you say that Raila was young when he was fighting for the Democrats, for this space that we can speak today? I think people should go back to read the history well. If all of us claim that we are learned, why are we selecting part of the books and we learn only what favors us? We should talk actually the correct things that exist in those books that we learn and actually on what exists on the reality. I think that one can really help us. No, I've not finished. I've not finished. Yes, I'm still counterjecting what I've heard people saying about here. Now, secondly, or thirdly, this guy, you see, somebody says that BBI, that that they are going to pass BBI. Who is going to pass BBI? Who is forcing BBI on some? And people say that we have not read BBI. I think the person who said that some have not read, maybe is the one who have not read the BBI. And also, it's like the Bible. People preach what is not existing in the Bible. That's what I've seen here. Many people are saying things does not exist in the BBI. Some exist, some does not exist, because maybe they had people talking maybe in televisions, or I don't know where they had, or in the political arenas. Another thing is that, you know, BBI, it is politics as well, you know, and because first, as government, they have always said that government have got 5 major functions. Whether we have 10 BBI or 2 BBI or 20 or none of them will not change your life if you don't work hard. You must work hard so that you can have something for the future, so that you cannot make a living but make a difference. So where do we stand as youths? What are our objectives? How are we going forward? How are you going to just follow? If BBI passes today and you have nothing to do, you don't have work, you don't know something that you can do, how will you help yourself? So as we are going to pass this BBI, in fact, is the wananchi, not government, because people say we are forcing on our head. Nobody is forcing BBI on my throat or my head or my hand. I've read the old versions. I know this, I don't know why SG you are just raising your hand and you've spoken. I have not finished. Let me finish that you can raise your hand. I think that's the best thing. But now what I'm not
with you. Continue. I've not interfered with you.
But I'm seeing you are raising your hands every time I'm speaking.
Have 1 minute.
1 minute, I will comply. There's no problem. So what I'm saying is that as my Nelson and my brother Nelson was talking, he was actually talking about some of the facts. I've not heard him abusing other people, although he was talking about, but let us stop the abuses so that we can talk fact and go Well, concerning these things, referendum which passed in the parliament, I've heard people say that, like, for example, this guy for Bahati constituency that was rejecting BBI, but last minute now he voted yes. I think let us take a stand. If you are opposing BBI, oppose it. If you are supporting BBI, support the BBI. Don't say that you're opposing BBI and now you're saying yes, you're saying yes, no, yes, no. How will your constituents actually believes you? If somebody can say yes today and tomorrow you say no, no, yes, no, I think that one can not help us. Now, to me, I'm sorry because I never knew the topic, but actually I was just interjecting what I've heard. Let us just be sober and debate well as young Turks so that we can take this nation ahead. God bless you. I think you can now interject, SJ.
SJ, 30 seconds, then Agro, then Evo, then Tito.
Thank you, Jackson. I've heard your concerns. They are very good and legit. I hope no one has insulted anyone here. You see, in a debate, you expect reaction, and the reaction sometimes can get to very deep, you know, reaction are different, but I believe no one has insulted anyone. Now, Moses, if I go back to the point, you know, you can say yes and no, like my brother has said. I'm not saying yes and no, yes and no. You see, in any document, there are things, there are disadvantage and advantage of something. The same way I read it, I get something that is good, something is not good for me. For example, if I point out at the appointment of the judiciary ombudsman by the president, you know, we know the stories where judges were being summoned previously to the State House to go and do certain ruling on the favor of the government. Here comes a case where we have a Judicial Service Commission. Judicial Service Commission should the one procedurally, they are the people who appoint, vet, then they submit the name to the Parliament for approval. In this case, President appoints a judicial officer in the name of ombudsman. Then I'm making a very good point here. I believe one should listen to me. It's all about time also. It's good for people also to get to know where I'm coming from. So when you appoint a judicial officer in the name of ombudsman, this is the president appointing somebody to be like a caretaker of the judiciary, whereby when you make a ruling, then, and it doesn't favor the government, yeah, judges will be intimidated. That is my fear. Another thing, National Police Service, where IG will be having vested powers to control the police. We have police commission that should vet the police. Now IG will take all the roles and become the man of the day. These are the dangers most of us are not seeing unless you don't read the BBI. Now, if you ask me about BBI, BBI is contained in Article 10 of the Constitution.
But what is the work of ombudsman in the BBI? What is the work of ombudsman in the BBI?
Ombudsman is to receive complaints from the judiciary, from the members of the public. Is to receive.
But we are saying that ombudsman will sack the judges. How will ombudsman sack the judges? Because JC is there to appoint and sack the judges. It's just
will you allow,
because even
will
the
you
judges.
Allow me, will you allow me finish?
Judges are corrupt. They are corrupt judges.
You are eating on my time. Will you allow me finish? Then you'll have your time to respond to me.
There are cases that have been spending in the court for even 50, 20, 30 years.
Moses, I'm not in this kind of debate. Will you allow me just talk? Then you'll have your time.
You have
okay, continue.
Thank you, because he's eating on my time. Now I was saying everything in BBI, according to my understanding of the Constitution, unless we read Constitution selectively, if you read Article 10 of the Kenyan Constitution, 2010 Constitution, you will find that BBI has been summarized there. And the values there are patriotism, national unity, devolution, social justice, protection of marginalized, rule of law, human dignity, good governance, democracy, non-discrimination. All these things are captured in the BBI. Unless, what else? You know, I keep on asking in my own understanding, was the government suspended? Do you think we are in a constitution crisis or there's a lacuna in law which cannot function today? We have to wait for this BBI to pass. Or BBI will be a separate constitution that will be read along 2010 Constitution. Let me stop it there.
Thank you. Nelson wanted to respond to something.
Let them switch off their mics. Let them switch off their mics that they're interfering with people.
Nelson, you wanted to say something earlier?
First of all, I would like SG to apologize to me for having insulted me. That I don't know how to read. That is thing one. Thing two, yes, I can give him that chance to apologize. I need that apology.
Sasa si tutawasikiza mpaka lini? Tutawasikiza tu mkipandishana, sisi pia tunataka kutoa maoni bado. Pia si ni Wakenya kama nyinyi.
Nelson,
okay.
I agree with Tito. Tito, you are a Kenyan. You should be given an opportunity to speak sense like some of us. Yeah. Nelson, I have no apologies to you. You can go to court if you feel aggrieved. Thank you.
SJ. Okay. Nelson, 15 seconds.
No. 15 seconds. Tell me, you can't do it. Moses, if you don't want to give me a chance, just give other people. Okay?
15 seconds.
We need you to at least speak some sense. Okay?
Point, then we come back.
Now you see, SG, what you perceive to be a sensitive thing, or what you perceive to be sense to you, must not be my sense. Okay, my opinion is my opinion, and I'm entitled unto it. If you're a journalist by profession, you do not know our professions, all of us. So you can't just tell me I don't know how to read. Yet I'm talking to you in a fluent English. The fact, by mere fact that you want to be a senator,
you have a problem. I really you have a problem.
SG.
You have a problem in understanding. You have a problem of understanding.
No problem of understanding.
No, please, Moses, issue Nelson and TJ. Let it be after Tito, Agri, and Evo, even when they have talked. Let's listen to these other people.
Can I talk, please?
Can you mute your mic, please?
Okay, fine.
Hii watu ya Kenya hii. Yeah.
Can I have my time,
Let's
please?
Go to Let's go.
Hello.
In this, we respect and everyone's views. So, yes. Kitui, would you proceed? It's your time.
Thank you. My observation on BBI.
Next guy, we are waiting for you, Kitui.
You can't hear me? Hello? Hello?
Go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Unmute mic. Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic.
I've unmuted.
Yeah,
if you see most African countries which started on democratic platform and then mutated to dictatorship, they started the journey through the constitution. Look at Malawi. Look at Uganda. Look at Sudan. I can name over half of the countries in Africa. What we are seeing is a trend now in the African continent. Africa is a very rich continent with everything. But the problem with African leaders, they want to put their control on each and every institution so that they are seen as people who are more than human beings. Now, what we are doing in Kenya, in 2010, we reviewed the constitution and we have the best constitution in the continent. The devolution concept that Kenya has is being copied by very many countries. From 2013, during the inception of the new constitution, from 2010, when we had now the revolution from 2013 after the election, the growth of this country was very high economically because money was devolved. Now, after devolving the resources to the people. The government now is embarking now on putting the cost of the political elite to a level where the common mwananchi cannot sustain them. They have now mutated the constitution. They want the president to start appointing each and every person who will be in charge of institutions. This Constitution of Kenya 2010, let me put it on record. Our president is very much against it. He has abused court orders. His CSS are not responding to court orders. Miguna was issued 13 court orders. Nobody has responded to them. They ignore it. Now they are bringing a constitution, forcing it on 235 people who have been bribed, and then they clap that this thing is very popular. I can assure you, those 235 people are not with the people in the ground. They are not with them. Hii katiba ya 2010 vile wanaendelea kuirarua piece after piece. You can imagine any developed country all over the world. Why is America so prosperous? Because leaders fear the law. Institutions are very independent. Look at what Trump tried to do. You saw how the law caught up with him. If the 2010 constitution could have been implemented to the latter, this Kenya could be another just in its own level, not comparable to any other country in the continent. If you have a prefect appointed by the president called ombudsman, do you know the work of the ombudsman in BBI? One is to warn the judges if they receive complaints. Number two is to reprimand. Number three is to suspend a judge, that person. Now you can see he is now taking over the role of JSC. They are giving it to one person. And people are clapping. Tomorrow you'll be arrested, you are taken to court. Somebody who has money calls the ombudsman and tells him, tell that judge who is hearing the case of Agre, funga huyo mtu miaka 20. That will be over. You will just go to jail for 20 years. Exactly. You know, Kenyans have now, they have been reduced to seeing this BBI thing to be Ruto versus Raila. That is nonsense. This thing is affecting each one of us. Each one of us. Kenya is a developing country. Kenya is the most overrepresented country in the world, if you don't know. A country of 42 million people, close to 50, we are being represented by 640 people. A cost of sustaining one MP in Kenya is 50 million. One MP, ujaongeza MCA, ujaongeza governor, ujaongeza women rep. Now the women wamesema waenda kuongeza 70, they are going to sit in Senate. They are going to be moved from parliament where we are seeing them as women rep. They are going to be hipped inside the Senate. They are clapping. I saw some other women singing Filirinda that they have won. Women rep are given. Just a minute. Women rep. Ngoja bwana, wewe unaongea sana kama majority leader kwa bunge.
I am. You have 30 seconds.
Women are given 8 million each, women reps. National Government Affirmative Action Fund, 8 million. Now, if they are going to be taken from Parliament to Senate, that money hawatapata. Now, these women are just going to be flower women there. kujaza hiyo nyumba. Wanaongeza 70 constituencies. Kenya inaenda kuwa na soko inaitwa parliament. When you have 640 people, nani ataongea, nani atakosa kuongea? And they only sit twice in a week, Tuesday and Thursday. We are going to have marketplace called Bunge. I'm so annoyed with this thing. I'm very annoyed.
Thank you.
I'll not even have time to read it. Thank you.
A point of correction. A point of correction, Moses. A point of correction.
10 seconds.
A point of correction. Let me correct Agri.
Yes, I
Agri, you are too emotional for nothing. The ombudsman, and now I'm sure you have not read it, because even the functions you are giving us, those functions that does not even exist. And if you are reading a BBI, you should tell us that version. Maybe those are the fake BBI that were printed in River Road and given to other Kenyans like you to mislead you.
But he said that you don't have time to read it. You have not read it.
In the BBI, the article is new article 172A, that the president shall nominate with approval of the Senate. Nilikuwa nimesikia hata SJ amesema ni president an appoint, nominate with approval of the Senate.
Hiyo ni ceremonial.
Agree. Even
the Senate will be captured.
Even the judges today, SJ, the Chief Justice, if the Parliament refuse to approve the name, we are going back to drawing board for your information.
Which Parliament in Kenya can refuse? Which one? Which Parliament can refuse?
No, my friend, listen to me. You are giving wrong functions, of which you are reading a fake document that some people are talking about. Look for real and original BBI and give. This is an international platform. Tomorrow
I've summarized.
You have not summarized. You've said dismiss.
I've summarized.
Done what? Those are wrong things.
No, I said reprimand. I said reprimand, suspend and warn.
No,
I didn't say dismiss, Bwana.
Ombudsman never suspends a judge.
That guy has not read the BBI. Can somebody else speak?
Steve Juma, his cousin Otiende Amolo was ombudsman. Ask him how his cousin used to work in that office.
How many judges did he dismiss?
No wonder BBI has 20 versions of the copy.
Because you are reading a fake one.
Mutembei Moses, I know your chairs are very competent. Let me just support Agri kidogo. I believe all conversation are done for understanding.
Every version. Wewe yenye uko nayo ni sawa, yenye mimi niko nayo yangu ni sawa, because we don't have any. Hakuna ile version iko sawa, zote ni fake.
Mutembei
and Moses, let me support Agri kidogo on issues to do with the ombudsman and everything. If you read the BBI, if you read the BBI report, you will find out that it's so silence on the issues to do with the wage bill. In my own understanding, this bill was aimed at removing issues that were found to be inconvenience in the current constitution to make certain agenda pass. You know, it's very silent on the wage bill. It has no mechanism of taming the wage bill, but it has a mechanism of creating more wage bill to Kenyans. And Mtembei, I was looking forward to find you before, but unfortunately, umekuja late. I don't know you
exactly
throw a spanner into the works. I see you are very biased in your captions, unless you are very biased in your captions.
Kama gani?
kama sasa ya saa hii umeandika hapo, umeandika vizuri kwamba ukijaribu kusema mambo ya BBI, Ruto agent meeting with Tangatanga after huge loss. Sijui kama hii mambo ya BBI ni mambo ya Ruto ama ni mambo ya Wakenya. Sijui umelipwa pesa ngapi ili uandike mada kama
SJ, wabunge wote wenye walipinga BBI are they Tangatanga?
Yes.
So walikuwa napingaje, au is it a coincidence that wale wabunge wote wana support Ruto ndio wanapinga BBI?
No, wewe ndio umeandika kwenye mada, umeandika Ruto. Hujasema
yeah, it means Ruto ali lose because he was in me, alikuwa na masho his troops at least waone kama wataifail, but they lost terribly. Na ndio maana akaitoa huko Mount Kenya.
Was BBI a Ruto affair?
It's not a Ruto affair, but yeye mwenyewe ndiye aliamua kupinga. So that's upon him, he lost. That's why he is even now calling members, calling agents.
Is government affair where Ruto is the DP. If government is in charge,
sio Ruto peke yake alikuwa anapinga, hata makanisa imepinga. Even churches have said no.
Churches are
allow me.
Kanisa gani na
agree Mtembei?
Yes.
Mtembei, I request this, let me educate you for free.
Na nini sasa?
Government exists as a mutual contract between the people and the sets of law. So when you say government agenda, like my brother is saying, Ayaga, government agenda should be people's agenda.
And BBI is people's agenda.
It's people's agenda, and that's why we are discussing
Have
it
you
here.
voted for it? Have you voted for it?
We will vote for it. Our time has not yet come.
Our time is coming.
We agreed.
Umesikiza Kimani Ngojiri akiongea.
Just say you will vote for it.
We agreed the other time. You don't use we because your mind, no one goes with your brain. You have your brain.
No, natumia we hapa jina wako wengi sana.
Yes. Say I.
And Ayaga thought about that the other time.
Yes, we are so many people.
Be yourself. No, you walk with your brain.
I'm saying we because hata when it came to county assemblies, mlisema we will lose. We won by a big margin, 44 against
county assemblies.
With car grants.
County assembly voted for car grants.
Mtembei, let's
county
give
assembly voted for
a
car
chance
grants
to talk.
and
Sasa tuendelee na arguments in between. Acha Tito pia atupe maoni yake tusikie kwanza.
You know hata siwezi interrupt.
Matembei, 1 minute.
You are muted.
Clinton amekuja na ujinga yake hapa.
Ni Clinton amekuja na ujinga yake hapo ya kawaida, so tunamzoea. I want to say this. MCAs were bribed by car grants, right? Okay. You say some of your MPs were given 100,000. Senators have not voted. Please, senators that are allied to Tangatanga side, ensure, in fact, sleep with them. Ensure they don't even receive anything from the government and let them vote. We count the vote. We will wait you next week. Don't say, msiseme sijawaambia. Sasa nimewaambia mjichunge, ensure mko na wao bako kwa bako, wa vote na akili yao, tuhesabu hizo kura ndio tujue. Amwezi oshwa mara tatu, nyinyi si huo.
Hiyo ushindi haisaidii mtu. Hiyo ushindi haisaidii mtu.
Wanahamia kwenu. We have not know the secret yenye mnafanya. Meaning hata Chepkati ashaoshwa na pesa, ashajaza ballot boxes na kura za yes. So we know that it will happen with the current Kenya we are living in. Itafanyika.
Tangatanga side came with a very simple formula yesterday. They took the number of people who voted, they divided it by 6 and gave Ruto 80 something. that is very fine. We are going to stake our votes, which is about 15 million, divide with the number of 6, and then all Gideon Moi and we
nini?
Nimesema sisi wale ambao tuna support. So tukipata 10 million on a for the voting day, tukipata 10 million na mupate msicomplain
ya uwizi.
But you came with a formula yesterday.
Polling station na itaanausiwa pale, hakuna uwizi. Watu wanapiga kura, una count pale, unarusha huko kwa server, itafunguliwa 2022. Wizi.
Agri, ngojea tuende kwa mwananchi wa kawaida. You will understand why Kimani Ngunjiri has changed. Ameenda ground akapata ground, my friend.
Wachana na Kimani. Hiyo ni pesa.
No, yeye mwenyewe
hapana, ground haiko BBI.
Ngoje, we have defeated you kwa counter.
Ground kitu gani? Hakuna.
My friend, the only politician you can,
tumewashinda kwa National Assembly.
You expect MCAs to reason. You expect MCAs to reason.
Tunaenda kuwashinda kwa
Mtembei. Mumetushinda kwa sababu una pesa.
Tunakuja kwenu mifuko zikijazwa and we will defeat you. Na si defeat ya mchezo.
You are reading agrarian revolution.
Kama 13 to 20 million na wale watakuwa na support 2 million. My friend, BBS for pro people. Hakuna mtu hataki pesa mashinani.
Pesa gani? Mko na deni? Pesa gani? Mko na pesa wapi? Mko na pesa wapi? Pesa iko wapi?
So that you can proceed.
Mko kwa deni mnasema pesa. Which money?
Aongee alafu tuendelee sasa na hiyo reactions.
Mna pesa bwana.
We can proceed.
Sasa
hakuna pesa.
Time niseme kitu.
And you don't mute our microphones.
So,
do you want to help me speak during my time?
Maji kama ni chai, fanya hivi, muache tujue Kenya inaenda wapi. And the only things I cannot speak in more English, please, hata kama unanipatia na chance, but let me just speak a little bit for people to hear me. I'm a Kenyan, just like Kenya, other Kenyans. Tukuja kwa hii forum.
Achana kukuja kama amjavaa nguo by the way. Wewe na Jackson.
Huku tuko na choto my friend. Huku tuko na choto. Sasa nitafama nguo aje tuko na choto iko mingi.
Wapi huko?
Tuko kwa nyumba penye niko. Sorry.
It's good you are seeing your profile image.
So, I'm happy to be in the show. Na ndaongea Kiswahili kama Mkenya na mtupatie chance watu wenye hatuwezi kuongea Kiingereza tuongee lugha yenye tunafahamu si wenyewe, kwa sababu masomo ni tofauti.
Hakuna shida, wewe ongea tu kidogo.
So
hata Kiswahili ni sawa sana.
Sawa, lakini sasa mnatuelewa si wenyewe tunaongea Kiingereza yenye iko shallow na tulisoma kidogo tu. Iko lazima tusome zaidi. School fees ikuwa. So
angalia hata watu mashinani wanasema yeye and Agri are very arrogant. Uko mashinani.
Tumesukumwa kwa ukuta kitoka hapa kwa show. Watu wengine hatuwezi soma. But anyway, hiyo imepita. Ile kitu nataka kuongelea kidogo.
We're just getting fast.
Sawa, ile kitu nataka kuongelea kidogo. Kenya naipenda, ni Kenya ni yetu. But the only problem that we have in Kenya is one thing. Maisha yenye tunapitia sio kutaka kwetu. Watu wenye tuna-elect wakuja watutetee makosa, wanakuja kutetea tumbo zao, na makosa tunapigana vita ambapo tunaacho. Nimekaa Mathare for long time, Huruma na Mathare kuenda paka hapo, yani hiyo yote, hiyo kitongoji yote, ile shida after election, ile vitu tulikuwa tunapitia haja na sisi.
Amehang.
Umenyamaza, umehang.
Amehang.
Okay, guys, let us have some order. Alafu Ayaga, you owe me an apology kwa kusema kwamba Clinton anakuanga na maujinga. Yes, nakuanga nayo, lakini maybe si kila siku. So in general umeniita mjinga.
Ni Matembei amesema hivyo. Ni Matembei, not me.
Wewe hujasema?
Mimi nimesema tu umekuja tu hapa kawaida kumute mic yangu. No, ni Matembei.
I'm gonna edit it and send it to you. You have to apologize, maybe.
No,
so,
edit it.
So guys, watu wana complain kwa comments tukuwe na some order, na kwa sababu mimi pia nimesikiza nikasikia part sehemu yangu inaingiliwa sana. I have to protect I have to protect my side maybe. So wakati watu wabunge walivote wakisupport BBI, sote tulikuwa tukiwatch na tuliona yaliyokuwa yakitendeka, na mimi nimeumwa sana nikiona wandani wetu, our defenders, maybe the goalkeeper, wakisema yes kwa BBI. Ni kama keeper amepewa jukumu la kusave penalty, anasema huyu jamaa anaipigaga kwa kasi, mimi sitaka kwa hiyo goal. So when our true soldiers decided to support BBI, tuliona yenyewe kimeumana. And on that light note, we want to maybe demand from our party leader, the deputy president, atoke nje, aache kujificha, atuaddress, atuambie the next way forward. Juu tulikuwa tunafikiria tuko na numbers, but all in all bana, tulichengwa pale. Na pia tukirudi kwa mahesabu,
numbers are Kenyans, my friend.
Sasa siwache niseme point ama niendeleze hiyo point yangu, nitaimaliza baadaye.
Endelea Clinton.
Okay. So nilikuwa nasema kwamba tulikuwa tumechengwa tukaona, lakini hatuja lose hope kwa sababu ni wanaume 6 wameungana kutupiga. Na ukichukua 290 divide na 6, hii hesabu hamtaki kusikia, lakini itabidi tuambie tena na tena. Ruto anaongoza, kama kila mtu tuseme all kingpins walete wabunge wapitishe BBI. Ruto alikuwa anaongoza na wabunge 83 ama 82, 81. So hatuko vibaya sana venye mnafikiria. Maombi yetu ni kwamba nyinyi watu 6 au wakubwa 6, ikifika hapa mbele pia mgawane. Mseme sasa tushapitisha BBI, kila mtu aende zake. I think we will benefit from such a situation. Coming to BBI, nafikiria kwamba BBI is not a matter of we cannot judge BBI based on Raila Ruto factor. Eti kama BBI itapita, then definitely William cannot make it to the presidency. I think BBI, it's better for Kenyans, na kama itakuwa worse, it will be worse kwa Wakenya pia. Juu sioni kitu Ruto ata lose, na sioni kitu Raila ata gain BBI ikipita, sioni kitu Ruto ata gain BBI ikifail. So ikipita ni sisi wa Kenya tutafurahia kama itakuwa documents nzuri, kama itakuwa mbaya pia ni sisi wa Kenya tutakuwa tunalia. So judging it based on maybe Ruto anaipinga, so ikipita that's the end of William, ikianguka that's the end of Raila, I don't think so. Hata tukienda kwa kura ya hiyo referendum, I think we gonna vote. Mimi naweza kuwa nampenda Raila, lakini sipendi BBI. So I'll have to vote no, knowing very well come 2022 I will go and vote Raila as the president, lakini hapa kwa BBI hatuko pamoja. Maybe the same will happen to other William Ruto supporters. But having analyzed everything from my own point of view, the person that deserves to be the president of Kenya maybe in 2022, I don't see the qualities in Raila Odinga. I don't see the same qualities in William Ruto. So these two people, they don't deserve to be presidents at all. Reason being, Ruto has been mentioned in various corruption cases, various illegal issues, and I think he doesn't deserve maybe to lead the nation. Same to Raila. Why is he always thinking that he has to be president? That's when he can maybe think of retiring from politics. We have tried him as MP, Prime Minister, Minister, all these positions since 1990 something. But he still insists that he must be the president. Is when he will have to maybe get out of politics. But on my own opinion, sioni William akifaa kuwa president. Hata aking'ang'ana na hii BBI mara tuiangushe, tuipitishe, sioni. Same to Baba. So we, as Kenyans, we can find another way. Maybe we elect someone who is neutral, ambaye atakuja hata hii BBI ikipita, itakuwa inataka inaitwaje implementation. Na tumeona rais wa sasa, the 2010 constitution, haja implement yote vizuri, lakini ameitumia miaka 10 ndipo akafikiria ni mbaya, tunataka tuirekebishe. So these politicians, they have their own interests, alafu interest ya wananchi huja baadaye. So mimi kivyangu hapo kwa parliament mlitufundisha lesson nyingine, maybe unasikia tulikuwa na meeting leo, kesho pia tuweza kuwa na ingine, maybe we gonna come back stronger. But maneno yakiendelea hivi, party leaders ipo to address sisi kama wafuasi wake next week, itabidi tutafute shelter kwingine juu tunanyeshewa. Okay, thank you guys. Mimi nimemaliza. Yes, Nelson.
Thank you. I think ni issue yangu, it's my issue that brought all the tension of maturity, order, and all that. To begin with, I am a debater. I'm not a journalist.
Yeah.
And I just want to put it straight that I wish Juma was here. But I just want to put it straight and on record that I have met many Jumas and in my line of business. I know journalists. They always think that they have monopoly of knowledge. They always think that they are the best debaters. They are Mr. I know it all. And let me put the following straight in record as well. I will ask for apology from members if at all I'm going to sound a little bit off the hook. But I think it is good because we all need decorum and we all need personal respect going forward when we're going to have this debate in a manner that is well structured. We are all adults, but then youths, and we need to respect each other on the basis of being brothers and sisters. In as much as we discuss here, we have to keep that on hold. Lecturing people, I didn't lecture anybody. I only talked of my opinion, which I presume to be facts. And if at all, if you felt like I lectured you, I think you're being petty and it is a you problem. And if Juma felt so, then he was being petty, it was a him problem. Juma telling me that he knows where I belong and he will put me there. I think that was so much personal. I want to say, fine, no problem. What he knows is a him problem as well, and not any other person's problem. Social discrimination. I don't think it is good for us to come on the show and start telling people how low we think they are or how low we feel they are or anything. If any case, we all have egos and we've all been leaders in our own capacities. And it is so wrong to engage somebody with an intention of tapping on his ego, thinking that you're the one who monopolizes on how best you should be engaged and not how best he can engage you as well. People saying nonsense. I think if at all my nonsense is my opinion, then anybody or any other person should respect that my nonsense because it is my opinion and I'm entitled to it. Maybe perhaps you could be talking lots of facts and your facts are also nonsense to me. You see, it is just like marking. When we do essays and we do compositions, even back in the days, you could think that you're the one who used all the idiomatic expressions and your composition is really making a lot of sense, only to get 0.4 out of 40, and the other person whom you thought wrote nonsense will get even maybe 30 out of 40. So you see, don't think that when you speak, you're speaking facts, and we have to learn to accommodate each other. And I think he's suffering from Miguna syndrome, where he doesn't want to be told the truth. He doesn't want to listen to other people. He feels that when somebody talks his opinion passionately, then that person is speaking nonsense. You know, you can't tell people that you're giving other people a chance to speak nonsense. Debate on content. I think it's high time, and you can feel, you will bear me a witness that people are fumbling with the content of BBI. Ayaga seems to be having the content at the on the fingertips. Personally, I would not lie to anyone here that have read BBI. To be honest, politics is a tricky game. I'm a business person. I'm not into it that much, but then I can at least grasp some facts and the points and all that from all sorts of corners to at least you know, engage in a sober debate. I have not read BBI, and that is why sina kiyumba ya kukimbia kusema oh BBI inasema hivi, BBI inasema hivi, BBI inasema hivi. I debate with people depending on what I see on a daily basis engagement, and we need to have a sober debate, maybe rather later on or maybe some other day, on the content of BBI. And please, I said earlier on that if you want to see, in fact, it is only this show, only Clinton who supports Ruto and behaves in a manner in which you can tell somebody who is mature, educated, polished, and exposed. The rest are coming with emotions, bitterness, and you know, if you just bring something that is a little bit fine-tuned, then you are being branded a nonsense speaker. It should not be so. And journalists are the best propaganda flag bearers. I wish Juma was here.
Excuse me, Nelson. Nelson,
Just a minute.
what happened to you happened to Mutembe yesterday night. I think he was seriously abused.
Is listening. You can't come here and tell Mutembe that he's biased and he's paid to put the caption. Yet, this same Juma depends on Mutembe to have contents of the stories that is airing on news. They are the people being paid to even, in fact, they're the people who have lied to the Kenyans more than even the Mutembe or more than even Ayaga. They are the people who, after putting on quotes that are 22% full length, then they tell lies and all that. I think social media is a tool to empower and to enlighten and to, you know, complete the journey of public education and you know, the knowledge, bring out the knowledge of what people know in real sense. And just by mere fact that he wants to be a senator should not make him think that he has the monopoly of people. Far from that. Now, I like the way you have talked, Clinton. Your party leader really needs to re-strategize. Your party leader really needs to re-strategize. If you have your gallant soldiers voting yes after even abusing the people who are championing for BBI, my friend, it tells you how painful it is to eat a fare of someone who works in a mjengo and has sent fare for some lady maybe from Homa Bay or even from Kakamega, only to be told that Sikuji, and then it is already late. You know?
Kusema kweli Ngujiri alikula fare yetu na huyo ndio tulikuwa tunategemea kama goalkeeper. Ngujiri tumemweka as face of Kenya. Alafu anajifunga own goal. Our party leader was addressed us either on Monday or Tuesday very early in the morning atuambie the way forward, na sivyo tutajitafutia shelter kwingine, tunanyeshewa.
Thank you very much. So I think it is my time to talk. It is my time to talk. SJ, you will have to wait. You know, I know that rebattling between you and Nelson will have a lot of time. So let me have my time first. I think Clinton has put it right the same way. In fact, you know, I praised William Ruto for that meeting because after such a shocking incident, some people are saying it is not competition. Yes, even me, I know. But politics is perception. Perceptionally, this man was beaten hands down during county assemblies. And our problem, even our worry, even me myself, I was sure that William Samoei Ruto is going to show us dust. In fact, I was predicting like 160 member of parliament myself. Even if you check the charts before, when during the voting, Nancy was talking too much, and I was telling, if he manages around 150, I will be sure he's a man. But he was beaten, and politics is perception. Perceptionally, he is now a very worried man, because the propaganda is start going that now this is a loser. He lost in by-elections. He has done poorly in by-elections, and now here he did bad in the county assemblies, again in National Assembly. Politics is perception. Even the journalists like SJ will tell you, politics, there is no reality in politics. It is just perception, rumors, and a little thing of nonsensical things. Yeah.
But there is something you have, sorry for interruption. There is something you have to rectify. Sorry for interruption, Ayanda. Hii tabia yako ya kututishia sisi wafuasi wa nani, mara mlishindwa hii, mara si hata kama tulishindwa hatufurahi. So si vizuri kutuambia hivyo directly. Find another way.
You know, I'm helping because perceptionally that thing is really destroying. You know, and number one, even our topic was what is way forward for Ruto. Number one way forward for Ruto, he should be actually firm. If he says no, he should say no. And if he is for yes, he should say yes. But this issue of standing in between the roads will make, you know, you are confusing generals. Now we are complaining about the generals, but they are confused. Even you hear very well, you know, let me tell you, in Nakuru County, the fearless leader that you cannot even bribe, since he joins politics, I know that man even during his time in Kano, Kimani Gunjiri, you cannot bribe Kimani Gunjiri. And I'm telling you, Kimani Gunjiri has left Tangatanga. Those PR is doing, he has left. Because number one, UDA has a problem in Nakuru. Ruto tend to favor the Susan Kiika. And even the meeting was held in Susan Kiika's current residence. Yeah, he is very close with Susan Kiika's husband. So Gunjiri Kimani, ama Kimani Gunjiri, is feeling as he has been dumped politically. He is more senior to Susan. So that's where the problem is. If they solve that, so many generals of William Ruto are still going to confuse. And I'm persuading the guys who are still bringing propaganda of ABCD, of bribing, intimidation. MPs who are not intimidated, they vote in their own volutions. And if they were intimidated and bribed, I'm giving you fact. Number one, please, senators have not voted. That is the last stake you have. Ensure, because I'm telling you, and this let me be on record, Susan Kiika will vote yes after that meeting. Isaac Mwaura will vote yes, because Susan Kiika cannot go to Nakuru to campaign for a governor. Those are the things that were discussed there, to campaign as a governor, and is opposing Nakuru having 5 good constituencies. If he's opposed to that, he will forget the governorship. But if he said yes, there is also political life of these guys, you know, political life after this. BBI is not, that's why now they are coming to home, the thing we have been preaching. Please separate BBI and 2022 politics. They always join them together, saying, Baba, this is to bring Baba to State House. Those all propaganda always come from them. And I also never knew that such propaganda can come from somebody I respect so much like Orengo and Otiende Amolo, my MP, that they believe that BBI was to propel Baba to the State House. Let us Tangatanga side, if they want to survive politically, let them separate the 2022 and deal with the content in this book here, booklet. Let them deal with this issue and separate this thing completely with 2022, or else the momentum the BBI is going to gain after July 25th, after we have voted, Ruto will be shown dust, and that's when the impeachment will come, and again after that, the charges may come in, and the prophecy of Atwoli, and I repeat here, I said it yesterday, the prophecy of Atwoli that he may not be on the ballot is a reality that is slowly coming. Take that to the bank. I rest my case.
Ayaga,
Mr.
excuse me,
I want to speak.
Ayaga, should Ruto be impeached because maybe when BBI passes, that's an offense that will be laid as a base for his impeachment? Now that BBI has passed, he should be impeached, and then the charges will come later. You have to have evidence that this person, we are impeaching him because of this and this, but we cannot impeach William simply because BBI has passed. After impeachment, we go and look for charges to put against him.
Clinton.
No,
evidence
man,
are there.
No.
Evidence are there. Evidence are there. Even me, government has evidence against me. Let me tell you for the fact. Even you, the government have. There is a MP, an aspirant in Georgia, who was arrested the other day for offense he committed in 1994. Before maybe I was not born yet. So don't say the evidence is there, and these things are political. They can be just
his
be
impeachment will be political. His prosecution will be political.
Political because he's in a field of politics. He's not in church. Ruto is not a pastor. He's a politician. Anything that will be dealt with him is politically, and that one take to the bank. Politically, not economically, not socially, not anything, but politically.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mutembe, allow me to correct Ayaga on something. My brother was right, except of one thing. Ayaga, you cannot tell us to separate BBI from 2022 politics. And saying that Orengo and your MP Otindamolo is wrong on that, it's like telling us that it's denying hard fact, because Orengo has been an insider and a think tank of Raila Odinga. He literally knows everything. If you watch Otindamolo recently, I think in the last 3 days, Otinda said that BBI has come with different benefits and it has confused people in different lines. Some of the people who supports BBI, like him in ODM, have even forgotten their main goal to get Raila Odinga in State House in 2022. And the main reason as to why him and Orengo are now fighting on the changes that they wanted to be changed before they voted for the document in the parliament is simply because they have not forgotten or rather lost focus on that. So notwithstanding, whether you I am not here neither there. Whether you want to present BBI as a good tool, as a good document, whether you want to support it or not, whether you want to deny it, just also accept the fact that it is also based on 2022 politics. No one will kill you for that, my brother, but then it will pass still. That is the only thing I wanted to correct you.
Clinton, Nelson, the correction is very good and very, very actually brilliant. But I'm telling you, I was warning Tangatanga to separate the 2022 because, Ruto bank a lot. Ruto need Mount Kenya more than Raila needs Mount Kenya. And you should know that. And Mount Kenya has now come to realization. That they cannot lose 13 counties plus other almost 10 constituencies plus other benefits. They will ask Ruto, if something that is benefiting us, you are opposing, and you want us to give to you or benefit you with our votes, it won't work. So that advice was not for you. But on Otienda Molo, that is fact. Otienda Molo and Orengo, there is that crop of Nyanza politicians that actually thought that BBI was to propel Raila to presidency, that whoever is buying that idea, we will siaga wewe kama unga. Hiyo tumekataa. Na
Elizabeth Liz. Ayaga, acha tumsikize girl child kwa dakika mbili. Elizabeth.
Yes.
Clinton, excuse girl child, please.
Yes.
1 second.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Hello.
I had it works for you, it also works for another day.
Sema Liz.
Okay. Mi naona nikaa like Ruto, it will be the next president for 2022.
Amemaliza.
Hata ameondoka.
Hivyo ndio unaona hao ndio watu wana support Ruto.
Mtembei,
Mtembei.
Yes.
Mtembei, mbona na
Captain ama Brian? Honorable Brian. Unmute your mic, Brian. Endelea. Yes, endelea tukusikie bro.
So what I can advise you, especially Nelson.
Yes.
What I can say, Ruto is not heading to the wrong direction. Ruto is trying to is trying to look for a good lineup. So not that because Kimani Gonjiri has voted yes that he is out of Tangatanga. It is because he is going to benefit the people of Bat and the people of Nakuru in general. So when even Ruto himself he has said that he is not even opposing BBI. I said he will be working with the people's will. If the people decide that BBI is better, he will use the constitution that the BBI report is suggesting. But if the people says that the BBI is not good, we will still work with the other constitution, that is the 2010 constitution. So
Brian, kama Ruto ni leader, kazi yako ni kungojea whatever Kenya does, then unafuata ama unafaa kuset the pace kama kina Uhuru and Raila?
Yes, pardon please.
No, nauliza if at all Ruto is a leader, should he wait just watu wachague mwenye watachagua kama wanataka constitution ama wataki, then akuje kurule?
Okay.
Is that a quality of a leader?
I know, Mtepe, what you want, what many people are waiting for Ruto is that, I know even you, what you are waiting for now for Ruto to do is to choose his line, aoppose ama aunge mkono. I know that is the
Mtembei, let me help you.
Yes.
First of all, we are not just talking about Kimani Mujili. You know, dalili ya mkwani mawingi, my friend. Kimani Mujili is different. Many MPs who are related to Ruto voted yes for the bill. Now, let me just jog your memory a little bit. Remember that in the past, these people have been boasting of over 139, 150, 169 MPs attending meetings being called for by Ruto. And at the end of the day, how many voted out of those 139, even if we take the least statistics so far of the last meeting that Ruto called in the Asla mansion, 139 MPs attended. if you listen to Aden presenting his speech and then later on voting yes, you listen to Kimani Gujiri, you listen to many others, let us not, Kimani Gujiri is just but an example of, the lady who, promised a lot and went against what she promised. And we are just using her as an example. And Kenyans are very funny. We forget so fast. If we just can visit a little bit of our content and even what the likes of SK have been feeding us in the media industry standards, you will realize that Ruto, in real sense, is opposing and against BPI rather than saying he is not supporting and he is not, like saying that he's sitting on them. So the first thing, the reality which you cannot run away from is that you really need to check the people who surround him. You really need to know whether his billions of campaign are safe. And I told this thing, I told some people this thing that the reason was why Ruto has the likes of Imani Mujiri, Dini Nyoro, Imani Chua. This guy knows that Ruto have some small billions to be shared during campaigns. And for them to get this billion, it's only through being close to Ruto. At the end of the day, they are the people who knows where they will go. They are the people who knows what they will do, and they cannot control even the Wananchi with whom they represent in their constituencies. And let me tell you, you can take this to the bank. Voting and politics of this country are tribal lines, and that is why, in as much as we are trying to run away from tribal politics, political discussions, and individual political discussions, we cannot run away from it. And the politics of this country can be redefined and defined even within just 2 months of Kenyatta and maybe Raila Odinga and maybe Moses Wetangula and Mudavadi just being on one stand and saying this is what we're going to, this is what we're going to do. Atuli normally says, if you normally call him Shenzi and Odinga that one day in politics is equivalent to 365 and a quarter days. One day in politics. Take that to the bank.
Okay, so Run.
Yes, what I was saying, but Nelson tried to rectify me. There, even at now, there are some MPs and other leaders who are given, who have been given seats by the other parties like ODM and Jubilee, who still needs to who want to support Ruto, but at the moment they are fearing the consequences of the party. So even if other leaders are still keeping off from Ruto, there are some leaders still. Let be by 2022 when their term will be over, you will see a lot of people will be on the Ruto side. Let us even take this to the bank also.
Okay, so Captain. Unmute your mic, Captain.
And Nelson.
Yes.
Mi nashangaa wakati Ayaga and Nelson wanatuambia ya kwamba Ruto was beaten hands down. Hii PPI, kitu cha kwanza tunafaa kuelimishana. Hii PPI ilikuwa ni ya Ruto. This is a document ya mwananchi. Sasa wakati unaniambia ya kwamba Ruto was beaten, sasa nashangaa hii document ilikuwa ni ya Ruto ama ni ya Wakenya? What
Captain,
is the good side of? Yep.
Hao watu wote wenye walivote against BBI, are they Tangatanga members?
No.
No, kwa nini? Nani si wa Tangatanga?
Watu ambao walikuwa wanapiga yes na wengine wakipiga no.
Tupe no, mwenye alipiga no si wa Tangatanga mmoja.
Mtembei, listen to me. Ile kitu najaribu kuelezea ya kwamba hii document, this was a democratic.
You see, ile kitu nakuuliza
Captain wa hapa tunataka
kitu moja bro. Watu wote wenye walipiga constitution ni watu wa Ruto. So Ruto alikuwa
all those who voted no, are they Tangatanga or not?
I'm listening to Mtembei. My mic is okay.
Okay, yes.
Mtembei, nataka nikwambie hivi, wale watu ambao walipiga no na watu wenye walipiga yes ni kitu ambao kinaruhusiwa. It is democratic. Huwezi kutuambia kwamba kuna mtu
hujajibu the question. The question was Tangatanga ndio alipiga no ama ndio alipiga yes?
Kuna wenye walipiga no na kuna wenye walipiga yes.
Nani alipiga yes?
Tumekuuliza tu wale walipiga no peke yake, wachana na yes. Wale walipiga no, are they Tangatanga MPs or not?
Yale Tangatanga.
Thank you very much. So is it a coincidence?
For me, it is not a coincidence. The reason being, wao wenye walipiga no walichukua msimamo wao kulingana na katiba ambao tuko nao. It is a democratic. Hii ni nchi ya uhuru.
Walipiga kulingana na their leader mahali amestand.
No.
Mtembei, I have a question. Mtembei.
Hata we have the list ya wale watu walipiga no bana. Na yule mwenye akupiga no wa Tangatanga mpaka wanaenda kwa media kujielezea mbona they voted yes.
Walisema nini?
We started with Kimani Ngonjiri, hapo tulicheza akasema ameenda ground akapata watu wote wanataka BBI, so there is no way atapiga against BBI and then aende huko 2022 kuambia anataka Ruto, na Ruto alikuwa anapinga BBI, which means anajua vizuri Ruto was against BBI.
Ina maana alichukua position ya nini?
Ya wananchi.
So, is that democratic or not?
So ni Ruto alikuwa anataka apige yes. That's why he had to explain himself. Mbona mnaruka mtu wenu akini?
Answer my question is straight. Answer my question is straight. Leave alone William Samoei Ruto aside. Was it a democratic? Yes, no.
Alimasho is ni supporters who vote against the BBI but ilipita.
Mr. Mprendezi, are you getting my question?
Angalia hata watu mashinani like this guy anaitwa Korira anakuambia Ruto has reached dead. Strategy yake imeishiwa kimawazo. Hiyo ni mashinani sasa wale watavote for BBI.
Are you getting my question?
Nani yeye anaweka kelele hapo?
Are you getting my question?
Question yako nimejibu kitambo sana. Ruto ndiye alishinda bro.
Unajua mpaka unijibu question kulingana na venye nimekuuliza. Was it democratic, yes or no?
Democratic gani? Si Ruto alikuwa amewapiga nomba tu wakaangalia kama mataruzi vitu zao. Wewe utasupport Ruto uruziwa si kama utapiga mali unajua
Matembei, wacha nimjibu. Ni demokrasi. Ruto amerukwa, alitaka wapige yes, wapige no, wakapiga yes. Angalia even the youngest MP mnamuitanga Asla firstborn Fazial, you know, the guy has dumped you guys. No, let us not pretend here. That is the guy you have been embracing. You have been saying how you've beaten the deep state with that guy. Whatever, he has gone to the ground and faced the reality. We are talking about the reality. Look, even the comment section. You guys wanapiga panganga up. Even the ground, the people are commenting down here are the Raya. You are talking about and Mungu. And those people will roast you. And you will go there complaining, oh, we were stolen. Those are the Raya and Mungu wenye wanaandika hapa. Sisi hatujapeana mtu pesa kuandika comment hapa.
Point of correction.
Hebu niseme kitu kidogo, mimi sijaongea. Sasa chukweni salamu. Huyu ni Raya.
Are you listening to me?
I want to tell you something.
No, you mean I wanted to ask anything. Dan Rai kwanza nyamaza niulize kitu. Dan Rai nyamaza tu sekunde tatu.
Let me just say something. Then you continue before nipewe time yangu. hapa and argue something so clear. And these people even they met after vote no. Wale walivote wote no are Tangatanga movement. Wale tunasemanga they have a small god called William Ruto. Second, tusichukue kitu tukue ignorant tuanze kusema ati mara nini. Ukiona Ngunjiri ule MP Bahati my friend akipiga yes na amepiga yes, hata jana tulisema hapa na ile sauti, unajua huyu si hata frustrated, anajua kitu inafanyika kwa ground. Hii kitu mnaona BBI ni tu tuna wale wanapush ati wanasema BBI ni mbaya, ni wale wajasoma na ni watu watangatanga. Sasa nikimalizia before nipewe time, kwa wale, for your information, for all MPs that say no, they said no ile siku walikuwa napiga kura my friend, are Tangatanga. Stop being ignorant. Thank you.
Okay, Angel.
Mimi nilikuwa nauliza hivi.
Yes.
If hata huyu amefanya hadi swali yangu ipotee. Wewe. No.
Nataka
Mimi nauliza hivi. If BBI haiwezi kuwa na opposition wa kui-oppose no, watu hawawezi enda wapi? Hawawezi enda referendum. So watakaa tu parliament na wasome na waseme iko sawa. So anything lazima ikuwe na opposing side, ndo tujue umuhimu wake na ubaya wake. Unajua kama BBI haitakuwa na opposing side ya no, hatutajua ubaya wa BBI na hatutajua uzuri wa BBI. Naona kuna vitu tutafichwa. So mimi naona lazima ifanye nini? Ikuwe na opposing side ya no, ndo vitu zingine zichambuliwe.
Na huko kwa no ndio mkubwa wako yuko, so hatuna shinda na hivyo.
Mimi Mtembei nilikwambia mimi siko kwa Tangatanga na siko kwa Uhuru na siko kwa Raila. Mimi nilikwambia kesho hii ukisimama uniambie mimi Mtembei nimesimama kiti cha urais, Mtembei I'll vote for you.
Angela. Uko kwa no ndio boss yako yuko. Shida ya wafuasi wake.
Mimi acha nikwambie Ayaga. Mimi hata Ruto hanijui. Na hata nikimwambia yes or no, acha nikwambie Ayaga. Nililala kwa mimi, unajua Ayaga, nikikwambia it was when 20 what? Mimi nililala kwa mtaro. So if I recall back my months, kuna vitu mimi, kuna mtu siwezi fuata Kenya hii. Acha nikwambie nililala kwa mtaro usiku 3.
Hapa ikivunjwa hapa chini karibu coach.
Ayaga kidogo.
Achana coach kukivunjwa. Unajua kwetu tuko Dandrai nyamaza, stop eating my time. Dandrai nyamaza. Mimi kwetu tuko next neighbors to Mount Elgon. So I know what I'm talking to. If I tell you Ruto, I know who is Ruto in and out. That's why I won't support anybody there, yes or no. Mimi nimesema, Ayaga, ukiniambia kesho wewe ni MCA mahali fulani, I can change my vote nikuje nikuvotie.
Chukua hiyo vote. I want to be I'm running as a MC hapa Huruma Kariobangi.
Hapana, Ayaga atatukula, haki ya Mungu. Ayaga hapana. Ayaga ni nyang'au, muangalie hivi. Ni nyang'au hii. Don't accept Mr. Ayaga.
Kama nilikuwa na kitu nimalizia.
Ile kitu nataka kusema Mtembei. Hello?
Yes, endelea.
Ile kitu nataka ni kusema ni kwamba hii siasa ya 2022 ni ngumu. Si rahisi venye tunavyofikiria. Hata kama tutaongea venye tunaongea hapa kwa hii platform, lazima tuweke minds together 2022. It is time kwa youth kama sisi. Hii ni time yetu na sisi. tusikae hapa tunapigia watu makofi, ili hali Mtembei akisimama hapa hivi hatuwezi tukamuunga mkono kama kijana mwenzangu. Kwa hii platform nimeangalia kwa comments, watu wanaongea kweli, watu wanatupa matope. Wa kuandika matope ni wengi kuliko wa kupongeza platform kama hii. Wacha tuachane mambo ya kuzozana. Mr. Nelson, this man is a good debater. Huyu jamaa yuko sawa kabisa. He gives points. Hayaga, I appreciate you because hii platform inatusaidia at least kubadilishana mawazo. Lakini 2022 wacha tuache mambo ya Raila, tuache mambo ya Ruto, tuache mambo sijui nini Uhuru. Let us think and put our minds together. At least we can negotiate. Angalia watu tulichagua kama vijana. Wote wameenda pale wamemezwa. Ni kwa sababu gani? Walijitokeza from nowhere wakaingia bungeni. Walipoingia bungeni wakamezwa. Ni sababu gani? Hatukuweka minds together. Now nobody is defending us. Mayuti ni wangapi ambao wako nje? Watu ni wangapi wanazunguka Nairobi Street? Watu ni wangapi wanazunguka Kisumu Street? Ni kwa sababu gani? Hawana kazi. Sasa hii maisha ni ngumu. Mtu anaketi nyumbani anafikiria atafanya nini? Hakuna njia nyingine. Watu wengi wameingia kwa kuiba. Akiangalia una simu anakupiga ngeta. Simu umenunua 10,000, anakuja kuiuza 1,000. Mimi nataka kusema ya kwamba tuache story nyingi, ati ni Ruto, ati ni Raila, ati ni nini. Hii regime wacha iende nyumbani. Hii regime wacha iende nyumbani. Let us think and choose somebody who can move us together. Thank you.
Okay. Peter, unmute your mic. Alafu kuna huyo anaitwa Will. Will, connect your mic vizuri. Peter ni kama ni mtu hata yuko hapa, kazi yake ni kuingia kwa studio kujazia watu nini. Okay, next. Tuende kwa nani? Dandrai yako hapa ama ashatoka? Will, connect your mic. Nelson.
Yes. Thanks for another. There is something that
Hapana, Niko. Huyu ananifuata.
Okay, maliza then Nelson.
I'm banning my friends. I'm banning. Mtembei.
Endelea.
Malizane na Jen kwanza. Jen, sawa. Jen, hii kitu ainanga double standard. Hii kitu nasikiaga Clinton na kihubiri neno. Tupate stand yako. Tusiwahi sema ati mtu anasema no, mtu anasema yes, lazima tupate. Hapana. Hii kitu unasimama according vile unaiona. Ukiona kama hii kitu ni mbaya, sema no. Na ukiona hii kitu ni mzuri, sema yes. Wacha kusema lazima tukue na no na yes. Hapana. Na kama huyo bosi wenyu ameogopa kusema no, we are going to force this guy to say no. Na kama hawezi kusema no, then si mwanaume. I do inside like that. And I want to tell my friend, ndio nianze kuongea, my friend Captain, kwanza ukisikia tu Mkenya, na tukitoka kwa Mkenya tuende kwa Mwafrika, ni sisi wale. Sasa hao wanasiasa wetu, hata wewe ukiwekwa hapo, my friend, you will change. It depends na umechagua nani ako kwa roho yake. My friend, hata saizi mseme ati mtoe malaika huko juu, na so long as ni Mwafrika na ni Mkenya ataenda huko na tawasahau. Mnaweza kumbuka this guy from Meru. Huyu alikuwa na campaign na baiskeli hadi Uhuru ndiye alimnunulia gari. Nilishangaa kama yeye alikuwa kwa ile timu nyingine ilikuwa imeenda Karen. Na huyo ndio alikuwa anajua like huyu hawezi sahau watu wake. That's the truth. Kuna mwingine huko kama unatoka Ugenya, kulikuwa na MCA mwingine alichaguliwa kama alikuwa disabled. Hakuwa na mguu, alikuwa anaitwa Mwende. Kama unajua Sigomre Ward. That guy alichaguliwa, naweza kumbuka huko ndiko shosho yangu. Akilia sasa mnaona mimi sina mguu. My friend aliingia tu MCA hivi. Akaanza kusema sasa mimi sina mguu, wewe uko na mguu unakuja kuniomba. Nani ni mwendazimu kati mimi na wewe? You see? Sasa watu ni wale. Usiwahi sema ati tubadilishe hii kitu. Hii kitu si kubadilishwa, ni uingie kwa game, ucheze game yako umalizane. Sasa wacha niingilie na kwa hii discussion leo. Mimi nasema tu kwa discussion vile inaendelea. Unajua hii kitu nimesikia wengine wanaongea mara mara that. Kuna sometimes if you see ile timu ulikuwa una support ikipigwa ya kwanza unasema niko na hopes hii kitu itasonga mbele, but tunaweza pata hiyo ya kwanza tuko upigwe ya pili. Ngoja nimalize.
Allow me to interfere.
Upigwe ya... No, let me finish. Mimi nachukua tu 5 minutes then nakupatia time. Uone kama umepigwa ya pili. Utasema bado. Ukipigwa ya tatu my friend, hapo ndio unasemaka sasa si wajaribu tu wa defend usipigwe mingi. Ndio the same thing to Tangatanga. Tangatanga walituambia hii kitu wananchi hawatapitisha. Hiyo ni bao ya kwanza. Wakasema hii kitu haitapitisha. Wananchi wakapitisha. Tukatoa sijui 3 point something signature. Including me. Wakasema hii kitu sasa haitapita kwa hii county. Hii county lazima itakuwa noma. My friend, ikapigwa bao ya pili. Bado wakanyamaza. Sasa wakasema National Assembly ati we are 150. Jana tuliona kwanza hiyo 800 and nini 83 ile ni wale walipiga tu. Kama unaona Tangatanga confuse element, kama sorry nilikuwa naona kwa YouTube ati anachukua watu anapiga sijui no. My friend, inakwambia tu hii Tangatanga haina watu serious. Sasa William Ruto anatembea tu na wale watu mad people in the market. Hawezi jua mbele wala nyuma. Hawajui siasa saizi inafangwa. Wao kazi yao ni kusema tu tuko Tangatanga, tuko na kila mtu anaona mbele ya BBI. Keto Arigura alitoka. Siku hizi akona huko anahubiri neno mzuri BBI. Hata huyu Ngujuri baada ataanza kuhubiri neno mzuri ya BBI tunaendelea. Na nyinyi kama mmekwama wakina Jeni wamekwama huko Mount Elgon na kusema BBI. Hii maneno mtakuja kwa mko nayo vibaya, mtakuwa na heart attack na pressure na nini kama hao watu wako comment hizi wanasema huyu Dandrai hapana. Mimi kama Dandrai my friend, mimi najua vizuri pale BBI imefika. Na pale tumefika na Raila. Hata mkisimama juu ya miti amwezi ona. Sisi tumeona hii kitu tumekaa. Mimi na Raila na wenzangu. And that's I do say, kama BBI itapata vote ya yes, na ni vote moja, ujue hiyo ni kura ya Dandrai peke yake. Na hiyo ndio itapitwa na hiyo ndio itahesabiwa. Kwa hizo zingine, wacheni kupiga kelele. Mlikuwa 85 na tumewaona. Third reading mkakuwa 63. Sasa nyinyi muongoje na muone vile tutawafanyia. Na mseme no, si ati mnasema yes ama no ama multiple. Semeni no.
Mutembei.
Yes.
Mutembei.
Dandrai, wacha nikwambie ati mimi na Mount Elgon.
Mr. Mtembei, nataka kumwambia Dandrai ya kwamba constitution, the last constitution ya 2010, mtu ambaye alikuwa kipaumbele ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Wakati ilipita, who was the beneficiaries? It is Ruto and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Kwa hivyo saa hii si kwamba hii ni jambo geni, tunaona ya kwamba Dandrai anatuambia ya kwamba wakati Raila ashasimama hiyo kitu haiwezi pingwa. Inaweza pita yes. Lakini tunajua ya kwamba kitu chochote ambacho Raila anapitisha beneficiary sio yeye. Kwa hivyo saa hii tunaona ya kwamba wana benefit kutoka ile constitution iliyopita ambayo ilikuwa Mungu na Raila Amolo Odinga. Beneficiary
Captain Mtembei. Excuse me, wache nichangie.
Yes.
Ni nani huyo anaongea? Nani anasema ongea?
It was to be my turn.
Achijui.
Sasa mtu anasema acha niongee then aongee, unataka tunyamaze tukae hivyo? So nilikuwa nakuulizaje Captain?
Mr. Mtembei.
So Ruto alipinga 2010 constitution akakuwa beneficiary, ndio maana anapinga hii nayo ndio akuwe beneficiary 2022.
Lazima kuwe na, hatuwezi kuwa na maji ambayo, hatuwezi kuwa na timu ambao zina agree the same. That is why kwani hiyo kitu ilienda bungeni ya nini?
No,
kwa sababu ya hii minority. Kwa sababu minority wameshindwa kazi yao. Si lazima
Okay,
tutajitokeza.
Mr.
Sisi
Mutembei,
tushakataa hiyo.
can you hear me?
We nyamaza. Nyamaza kwanza.
Mimi Brigadier.
Listen, you will.
Nimeomba tu.
Nani ameweka kelele sasa? Haki mko na madharau.
Okay, Mr.
Watu wa
Mutembei, let
mute
me
mic
answer
zao.
the issue of Ruto. Mr.
Yes, endelea.
No, Mr. Mutembei.
Nani anaongea? Acheni kunyama. Nani anataka kuongea? Brigadier ni wewe ama nani?
Brigadier is the one who anaongea lakini amemute
Brigadier
tena
ongea
mic
bana.
yake.
Utatuweka hapa tunanyamaza tukikuangalia. Unmute your mic and
Amemute
talk.
mic.
Utaongea
Patia
sasa.
mwingine.
Okay. May I go now?
Patia mwingine.
Yes, ongea Nelson.
Yes, thank you. I have a bit of a trail of thoughts, but just the one which I don't really want to forget about is constitutional making. One principle when making a constitution is that you should always have in mind that that constitution, that law, will be put in place or will be implemented by your enemy. Now, Captain said that Raila supported 2010 constitution and it has not benefited him. Ruto opposed it, it has benefited him. Raila knew pretty so well this principle. Anyway, having said that, before I came to know Dan Rai, I was mistaking him. I've come to realize that Dan Rai is our Atuoli here, and I welcome that. Now, let me say the only reason as to why I, as a Kenyan and as a young person, would consider voting BBI. BBI brings forth the spread of resources and the localization of power. I mentioned something a little bit during Moi's era. We did not even know that there is a lot of wealth, but immediately after Moi's era, we now came to realize that there is a lot of money. Now, with devolution, we make 47 billionaires after each and every 5 years of an election, of electing them to become governors, not having mentioned their deputies, because even their deputies also become billionaires. Now, my simple question is this. If we are able to make 47 billionaires after each and every 5 years, it therefore means, or rather, for it to be a question is this. Why can't we therefore, look for a way through which we can even increase the number of people who get this money that Uhuru is talking about being stolen on a daily basis, 2 billion, to be even not 47, but 47 times 2. Because the moment they steal it, that is something we can't stop, my friend. Let us just, learn to cooperate with that and reason with it. The moment they steal, they do development agendas back at home. They pay our young people, they buy more motorbikes, they build some shops, they invest. And through that investment, our areas, villages change. That is, in as much as it could be myopic, it could be weird or anything. That is the only number one reason as to why I would consider voting BBI, because it's delocalizing and spreading the resources from the national government to the mwananchi wa kawaida pale chini. There is something that people keep on mentioning here, and I really wanted to mention it, to talk about it. People keep on saying that there is no opposition in this country as at now. When things tend to change and operate in a given manner that you are not used to, does not really mean, therefore, that there is no opposition. And I would say, with zero chill, if you feel that there is no opposition, no one and no constitution, no law in this country, 254 Kenya, stops you from being opposition. I, as a person, as Nelson, if I feel that Raila has neglected his duty of being an opposition leader, then I can even oppose without being an opposition leader. It is not written anywhere that Raila must oppose for you to feel good. It is not written anywhere that Raila must be an opposition leader for you to get to know that there is opposition in this country. And Raila keeps on saying, any other person keeps on saying that
Just the fact that we are now talking to each other than talking at each other does not mean that we are not counter-checking and even opposing some of the things that are happening in the government. Simple thing, they called a truce. They called a truce with the president and came up with a handshake that resulted into a BBI. Having called a truce, you don't call a truce with somebody and still, throw words at them. When you call a truce with somebody, it simply means that you have modified the manner and the means through which you are going to communicate going forward. Now, if there is something that is going amiss, Raila easily, at his comfort, makes a phone call to the State House and then have that thing rectified, or rather checked, or rather rethought about, or rather replanned. And if that happens, it doesn't mean, Captain, that Raila must tell you that, Captain, I called the president, I told him that something is not going well in Kenya pipeline as a parastatal. And when that happens, doesn't mean that Kenya does not have an opposition. But now, this is the thing, this is where we are losing it, we as Kenyans. We want to sort of, it's like we are delegating a duty that is a collective responsibility of all citizens to one person. We think that if he speaks is when we can get solutions. No, even back then he used to speak and you used to ridiculize him. He spoke during the Itare Dam, people ridiculized him. He spoke during the which dam, Kimware Dam, people ridiculized him. He spoke during NYS and people did the same. So it doesn't mean that if he speaks, then solutions must be gotten. We have an opposition. But if you feel otherwise, my brother and my sister, you are allowed to call Mutembei to give you a platform. You're allowed to call Citizen. You can even record and put on status or other WhatsApp pages so that we can know that you as an individual, you're posting something that is wrong in the government. BBI is a political tool. And let me tell you the reason as why we are really, the two principles are really inviting Ruto to say no. And the reason as why Ruto doesn't want to say no. Raila and Uhuru pretty well knows that when people goes for a campaign of a no versus yes, to begin with, Raila really wants to see umwanaume wa Ruto, like the man in him in politics. Because he knows that when people goes for campaign of no and yes, Ruto has a chance of proving himself that me, William Samoei Ruto, the hustler, the chief hustler, I stand a chance of beating you Raila Amolo Odinga, the mtoto wa Serelak, in as much as he has not been branded so, but then Ruto thinks that they are coming from Mabwenyenye because watoto wa Mabwenyenye ndio Maserelaks. And Ruto is escaping this thing. He's trying to escape it simply because he knows that the resources he has would only be attainable for him to run his 2022 campaign. And if at all he starts using his resources right now for the campaign of BBI, my friend, he might see dust come 2022. And in politics, Dan Rai said something which you have to take to the bank, and even Ayaga and Mutembei. You don't have a choice of being a lukewarm. You either stand for something or you don't stand for something. And in fact, not even in politics only, in life. You either stand for something or you don't stand for it. If you want to say that I am neither there or here, no. Go back, rethink, ask yourself what you stand for, and then come back. 2022 politics and our comments. All that I can say is that we need, and Captain, this is for you. If somebody comments on something against your political divide, don't take them to be nonsense. Just look at them and look for what you can, upgrade on your side that makes them comment that way. And what I can say, our 2022 politics only needs players, because this thing of hustler nation is really polarizing the minds of young people with whom are inclined to that theory and opinion and all that kind of stuff. People now think that hata kama unaweza afford pesa ya Uber na ugongane na mtu wa bodaboda, sasa wewe mwenye uko kwa Uber wewe ni dynasty, na yule mtu wa bodaboda sasa wewe ni hustler. They can even end up kuchoma gari ya mtu wa Uber mwenye mlikuwa nayo ama wakuue. And we really need to have prayers for that. The youthful force that we need so far as 2022 politics, or rather even taking the mantle of leadership, is concerned in this country. It is a revolutionary and not sycophancy, youthful force that we need. And I would tell you for a fact, the current youth that we are having in positions today are sycophants. You know, and that is why they do not stand a chance of even making a change, or rather even giving us a tip of what it means to be a youthful leader. All that they know best is to poach for, you know, slay queens from Georgia and other places, Nairobi University and the rest. But if we can have a mindset of youths who do not really subscribe to the rhythms of Uhuru, rhythms of Ruto, rhythms of Raila, rhythms of Mudavadi, rhythms of Nyanza, Central and Nairobi, whichever place, if only we could, then we can, yes, make a change. Until then, my friend, let us, you know, board the train, pay the ticket, and wait for our destination. Thank you.
Okay, Bernard, nimeona umekuja, nataka kuachia uendeleze hii nini for some time na nitarudi back kidogo.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Nelson, for your input, and I'm happy that we are all here and ready to have a new nation by our new thinking, if we'll be able to correct our politics and our livelihood. Sasa vile mimi ni mgeni, mtanisaidia. Ayaga, you are the oldest here. Who wants to speak next?
No, I was to interject about Nelson. Let me just talk, and then we will have a Harlington.
Hold on. One person at a time, and keep your mic mute until it's your turn.
Kuna mtu ameweka hiyo echo.
Yes. Make sure that you keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. Sawa. Thank you. So you wanted to interject Nelson's pointer, and yes, Captain had something to say. So let's have Ayaga interject and then Captain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nelson has spoken about an issue that actually I wanted to expand a little bit. That BBI is a political process. For those who don't know, it is very political. In fact, a high-end political activity is in BBI. And democratically, the proposers of BBI, which is Raila Odinga, in fact, the initiators, Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta, going to a referendum unopposed will give them issues with international and non-governmental organizations, that they are now dictators, they do things without allowing opposition. So they are creating opposition, and the opposition, they start creating opposition a long time ago. And Ruto posed himself as the man who can actually oppose this. You know, when they were doing a handshake, Kalonzo Musyoka was not included. Musalia Mudavadi was not included. And let us say NASA, the other NASA principals, they were not included. And then Uhuru also exclude Ruto. Nothing happens in politics by coincidence. Those guys knew what they were looking for. If Ruto had supported them, they could have created opposition through Kalonzo, through Mudavadi, and through Etangula to go around the country to start opposing the BBI. They were creating, but because Ruto posted itself in a position of opposing that from the word go, they say now, Bas, we have achieved a point number one. And then there is a problem that now my fellow Tangatanga are now coming to realize. And now the hen is now coming to roast at home. They were made to believe that the BBI is going nowhere. In fact, that is what they have been telling us. BBI is going nowhere. This is to contain Raila Odinga. this is to finish the protest. Hii kitu ni ya kudanganya baba. So waliambiwa maneno mingi that they believe. That's why when that thing enters the parliament, there was a little bit of politics, because some people were made to believe that even if he passed assemblies, we are going to end it in the parliament. That vote in parliament has taken my fellow Tangatanga people back to the drawing board. Now they have coming to realize that the reality that the BBI is here with us. Number one, they are not prepared to oppose it. They were opposing, like, you are created to fight something that you don't know, something you have not seen. Yeah, like 48 laws of power says, if you are to fight or oppose something, first of all, identify your enemy. These people, they never identify their enemy. They were told Raila is the enemy. So they waste a lot of time chasing around Raila. When the likes of Murkomen were being now dealt with in the parliament, one by one, they now realize Raila is not our enemy. Now our enemy is Uhuru Kenyatta. You see? Now, even within themselves, they don't have common ground to oppose. That's why our DP, he has been caught in a crossroad. Is in a point, that point is called Kalaklas in Kisungu, a point of no return, a point where he cannot go ahead, he cannot move back, he cannot move sideways. Both sides is very painful. If he goes back today and tell us, I'm supporting BBI, it will really hurt him politically. If he go ahead and oppose the BBI and fails, that guy will also suffer politically, because that is what the drafters of BBI want him to do, and the initiators want him to do, oppose BBI. Number one, in terms of funds, they know this guy is a very rich man, intelligent. Those your funds that you have kept for 2022, use them here. Going to 2022, you will run out of funds, and we will beat you with the state funds. That is fact. Yeah. Number two, BBI is going to pass, and then there is that political perception. Though the guy, I really pity the people who are saying that Ruto might form maybe coalition with Raila. I told you in the group it can't happen. Once the BBI passed, there is another question that is going to be asked: who can implement now this? The one who opposed it, or the people who supported it? So if Uhuru was to support, Uhuru will just choose either between Raila, Davadi, Kalonzo, Moi, and Wetangula. One of them, those five, one of them who supported this and supports. And by God's will, the rest will just support the guy, because they will say, if I support this guy, he becomes president. And I believed in BBI, is going to interfere with what I supported. That perception is going to finish Ruto, and in the near future, I really doubt that guy could have taken a stand long time ago, have a clear stand, and fight for the cause. Yesterday, I was talking about fighting for the cause. But if you don't fight for the cause, at the same time you want to oppose, you want to unoppose, and thinking that it will be very hard for the MPs like Kumani Gunjiri, Gunjiri Kimani, that they have supported BBI and going to the ground to sell Ruto, who opposed the BBI, or Ruto, who never took a stand on BBI. You get? They will support it, say yes. The constituency will now, this constitution is very good. We will have many constituencies. Now we want somebody who will implement it. And by September next year, I should be on record by September this year, after referendum. My friend, the alliance are going to be formed. There are going to only be two alliances. The one that the people who supported BBI, like what happened in 2002, 2005, the ODM and the PNU side. and people, some people will jump the shift as usual, very few people, but the main focus and the main agenda and the main idea, the implementation of the new constitution is the main agenda. The narrative is going to change from September, and the narrative will be or shall be the implementation of the new amendment on constitution, which is BBI. This hustler, sijui panda mlima. You heard what Kumani Gunjiri said. I vote yes because Ruto is talking about bottom up, and that is the same thing. Do you get that propaganda? That is the same thing the BBI is talking about. So which means the narrative of bottom up will be done here and now after referendum. There will be no such narratives. The narrative that will be, we need a sober person to implement, period.
Ayaga, allow me to talk a little bit so that I can sign off, please. I was doing my presentation and then I don't know, I lost the sound. I don't know whether I really completed you guys. I don't know whether you heard me. But I love what you have just said, my brother. I talked about something to do with opposition not being there and being there. I don't know whether people heard. And I also talked about
Nelson, that was clear enough. We followed through. So
okay.
I don't think there will be need to repeat that.
All right. I thought people did not get me.
No.
I'm signing off. Bernard, how are you though?
I'm well, thank you.
Well, when signing off, this is what I want to say. The politics of BBI its fate is already known. It's going to pass. Actually, whatever thing that is now what is happening right now is just but, an official rubber stamp is what they're looking. Whether I vote for it, whether you vote for it, Bernard, whether you don't vote, whether I don't vote for it, it's going to pass, Captain. What we need to do is that we as youths, we really need to look for our space in that BBI document. That space, if we can get it, that space, if we can utilize it, then the rest to sort themselves. That is the only thing that I have to say. But we really need to debunk the narrative of hustler nation dynasty, because you don't need someone to remind you that you're poor. When you're poor, you know you're poor. And reminding you will not give you a solution, but will only make you be bitter and angry. And when you're angry, you will not reason. You will be like someone looking at himself through a boiling water. You can't see yourself. A boiling water is not settled. It can't act like a mirror. I think that is all that I have to say for tonight. I love the discussion, but as I'm finishing, Bernard, I wish you were here earlier on. Danrai and Ayaga, Danrai was not there, Ayaga was there. I really wish Steve Juma could have stayed in this discussion till the end. Propagandists and people who lie to the people of Kenya most are journalists. And journalists think that when they stand in front of cameras and do their reporting, then they have the monopoly of knowledge. They have the monopoly of knowing it all. They can correct you. They can abuse you. He told me I don't know how to read, my friend. It is so painful to me because I'm the one who interviews the people that I employ in my company, and someone telling me I don't know how to read. Anyway, I love the discussion today. It was so mature. Bernard, I wish you could have come earlier on. For now, let me attend to my boy. He woke up late. I need to give him food.
Thank you, Nelson. You fulfill righteousness. We'll link up later. I'll follow
Bernard,
what you said.
I am here.
Bernard.
Now, yes.
Bernard, Bernard, you should give me one flag.
Wacha usororati tafadhali.
Should give me one flag, my brother,
The other one is for the president. So which one do you want?
I want that presidential flag.
We will arrange that one.
Okay.
Now,
I was to talk.
ngoja kwanza, wewe uko na mbio. We have Ogola has just come in. Now, Dan Rai, I'll give you how many minutes? 2?
Chea, 2 itakuwa kidogo sana jameni. But
Okay,
ni
make
sawa.
Pati Ogola ongee kwanza. Ogola ako kazi. Ogola ni mwana polisi, so mpe, maybe anaweza itwa kazi. Wacha ongee kidogo.
Wacha tu nimalize kwa sababu Ogola ataendelea. Mimi nimepewa tu dakika 3 sijui 2. Mimi it just point of interjections because I've had my brother Nelson have a good points, but sometimes where we are driving these points ndio inakuwa problem. Na mimi hii vitu nikisemaga Bernard, sometimes people naonaga watu wakisema Dan Rai wacha siasa, wacha nini, wanasahau hii kitu tunafanya ni siasa, and I'm forgetting about that. So I want to tell them, I can see Moses pia ameingia hapa. Mimi BBI nilimaliza na nimetoka kusema hapa, kama BBI itapigiwa kura na msikie BBI imekuwa na kura moja, mjue hiyo ni kura yangu, si hata ya Uhuru ama ya Raila, itakuwa kura yangu. Mimi ndio nitapigia hiyo BBI. Second, this thing, hii propaganda tunasikianga from Tangatanga, because they started this thing long time ago, saying about how BBI is going to mislead people. Inaenda kuongeza mshahara sijui mara ngapi ati kutengenezea wengine cheo. And the certain guy here palikuwa ananiambia ati saizi Raila alitengeneza 2010 constitution ati Ruto ndiye amekalia. My friend, I don't understand my fellow colleague vile ananiambia, because I think if Raila do make something for Kenyans, anachukunga common mwananchi, amu kuwe mdozi amu ufanye nini, like a common mwananchi, so long as you are a Kenyans by birth or registration. Sasa William Ruto ukalia hiyo kiti, amekalia kama Mkenya, si ati alitengenezewa yeye peke yake, kwa sababu anaenda kutoka kwa hiyo kiti na atakalia kwa hiyo kiti hadi akufe. That's the fact. Second, William Ruto kukalia hapo, sisi hatuoni hiyo cheo anatuambia. Kama anatuambia hii cheo ati wanatengenezea watu wengine, hawaje kutafuta president, ya aendelee kusaidia common mwananchi. Hawaje kutuambia ati sijui bottom up, sijui tunaenda kuanza chini, na yeye mwenyewe anatafuta hiyo kiti kubwa na hataki hao watu wakalie. Mbona asiseme sasa, me I'm going to support a hustler ama mamboga who have papers, kwa sababu tunajua watu wengi wako na papers degree, na si hiyo ndio qualification wanataka, na kuna ID na umekuwa registered voter. Then after hapo wewe sasa unaweza simama kama rais. Mbona sichukue tu mtu from nowhere a support akue hapo juu, yeye akue na huku chini? Mbona yeye anataka hiyo kiti? And this is ananiambia my fellow Kenyans, mwaje kudanganywa. Hii saa zile tunatafuta kazi, hata mimi saa zile naenda kutafuta MCA, natafuta kazi, na hii kazi inakuja maneno mzuri. Sasa William Ruto pia anakuja na maneno mzuri, kama saizi ni deputy president, and hiyo kiti tuna budget billions of money. Hata juzi tumekata kwa sababu alikuwa na nyeta, tumekata 2019, tulikuwa tunakata hiyo mshahara yake, but tumemwacha bilioni pia anaweza tembea nayo. Mbona sichukue hiyo pesa, seme kama Mike Sonko vile alisema last time akiingia MP, mshahara wangu mimi mwenyewe iende kwa wale ambao ni wananchi. Yeye mbona hajawahi sema kitu kama hiyo? And anajua vizuri these people are supporting Tangatanga. These people they believe in handouts. Kazi yao ni kwenda kwa kanisa na kupatiana fake promises. Sasa nikimalizia ndio uongee. Nikimaliza nikisema hivi because Tiende amenipatia hii mamlaka. Na mimi pale nimeshika, tunashikanga dia mwisho, hata tuwachi kidogo. Nikimalizia, my friend Moses, let me tell you, sijui kama ulishachukua stand ama bado hujachukua stand. And in case you are going to take your stand like a Tangatanga, my friend, jua tu vizuri my friend, unafuata a balloon, hot balloon that itadungwa tu na shindano pap na imepasuka na nyinyi wote chini. Hii kitu si maneno ya Tangatanga. Hii kitu ni ya kukaa chini kuangalia vile Kenya inaweza songa mbele. Na Kenya inasonga mbele aje? We have our leaders. We have Raila Amolo Odinga, we have president, we have au kadhalika. But hii kitu wa kuambiwanga ati sasa nikikuwa ndio mtakuwa sawa. William Ruto anataka kwenda kufanya nini? Kuwapatia pesa ama atakuwa na wagawanya pesa hapa kwa street ndio mkuwe na pesa kwa mfuko? Nyinyi watu mnafuata Tangatanga. Na hii Tangatanga mfuate ati because mnafuata kitu hamjui. Hii BBI kwanza, hii BBI nikimalizia kwanza, mimi BBI sitaki kuongelea kwa sababu is something imeenda. Nasemanga tu very simple, wewe ngoja BBI huko chini na upige no. Na mimi ningekuwa na advice Deputy President William Samoei Ruto, ningemwambia my friend, if you want to know your strength, hii Mount Kenya wanakuambia that you have masses hapa Mount Kenya or number, enda pinga hii kitu useme no. Hiyo ndio ilifanya Raila 205 akajua yenyewe mimi ni mzito kuliko huyu mzee. Sasa mimi hata nikienda 207 mimi ni mzito. Wewe unataka kuenda kwa mbio, utaki kutrain, unataka tu usonge uende tu kwa training.
Okay, Dan Rai, you have made your point. You have 3 minutes are over. Moses, hold on. You will interject after Ogola has spoken.
Can I get a correction?
No, Moses, hold on. Let's hear from Ogola first, then you will come in.
Okay.
Hello.
Ogola, go ahead.
Yes, I'm Ogola. Can I talk later, please?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll talk later.
Okay, Moses, you can now interject.
Yeah, Dan Rai, nimesikia Dan Rai akisema ati mimi nafuata balloon, sijui balloon itadongwa, sijui balloon itakuwa itabust, I don't know, blah blah blah. Dan Rai, my friend, you know, sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Na I don't need to say sayati mimi nafuata huyu. I'm following my instinct. Whatever I think is right. I don't need Ruto aniambia ati you need to go against BBI, or I don't need Raila to tell me like BBI is for us. I read the document, and as per my understanding, my instinct tells me to say no. Kwa sababu nimesema sababu mengi kwa nini I don't support it. Nimesema sababu mengi. Kuna ingine ndani acha my brother Yanga I was earlier in the debate, and my brother Yaga was saying that in 2010 Constitution, when they were complaining about the positions for new senators, governors, MCS, by then I was supporting 2010 Constitution. I wasn't against it, by the way. But Ayaga was saying, because right now our main point against this debate is the skyrocketing of the number of MPs and senators that are going to be there, and this is going to cost taxpayers money. So my point is, before 2010 Constitution, if you compare life then and after that, the cost of commodities went high, so that the government could afford to pay these MCS, new MPs, new senators, and the governors, you know. So if we also pass this bill for the BBI fraud, I call it BBI fraud because it's a big fraud. So if we pass this fraud, the commodities of things are going to go higher. Taxes are going, right now Uhuru and Raila are misleading Kenyans that you guys, you're going to have a tax break, you're not going to be paying taxes.
Let me interject. We are not going to allow a certain person to mislead this debate. Can Moses tell us how things are going to, the price of
hold on.
go higher? Can he subject that we know in details?
You made your point. Let him make his point. Please.
Me.
Thank you. Let's have some order.
Yes.
Moses, make your point.
Yes. So after this BBI is passed, the prices of commodities are going to go higher. The taxes that you are being deceived right now that you are not going to pay, they are going to shoot. They are going to shoot higher, so that the government will be able to collect enough money to pay the new MPs. I'm sure there's going to be new MCS. There's new senators. They're going to pay them. So let's not tusidanganywe. People like Dan Rai.
Moses, let me ask you a question. Moses, let me ask you a question.
Yes,
right now, we have had an increment of the petrol fuel, which has caused an outcry. Was caused by BBI?
Umejua, when Uhuru Kenyatta went to take IMF loan, he was given terms before they approved it. And one of those terms was for him to increase taxes to show that he'll be able to, when you take a loan from a bank, you sign an agreement, how you're going to be making your monthly payment back. So that was the agreement that Uhuru signed with IMF. So after he increased the taxes on fuels, he showed it to the IMF that we'll be able to pay back the loan because of increased taxes. So we'll be able to collect more money, So after BBI, taxes are gonna go higher. The bread that
Moses, we are yet to get into the season of BBI. Are we already having the prices of commodity are rising? Why should we blame BBI on something that and it is anticipated and unfounded? Right now, we don't have BBI. We are not even raising money for the implement or not for the enactment of the same, but the price of commodities is still rising. So why should we say that BBI is the one that is going to bring increase of expenditure?
They are going to rise more. They are going to rise more. You are right, they are rising so that the government can afford to pay back the loans. Like, they have what is called monthly subscription. Like, they pay some money monthly so that they can show they can pay that loan. So after BBI, commodities are still going to go higher so that the government will be able to take care of these. Let's have this debate again after BBI, after new senators and governors and MCS, and after the fraud has been passed and it's there in place, like you guys, but I pray it goes nowhere. Let's have a debate and talk about that. But I'm telling you right now, and I'm not in Kenya, and I feel it where I have a lot of friends there whenever, because
Moses, after listening to you, what I'm hearing is that you want to stop this and stop this and stop this in order to keep the price of the commodities low. How long are you going to hold on stopping this? Are there no other avenues?
Okay, sir, go ahead.
The cake so that everybody can eat from the same cake without having to reduce the people to eat the food. I don't know if you get my analogy. My question is, if you have prepared food for 5 people and you suddenly get 10 more people added to your table, what is the most appropriate thing? To chase away the 10 people or to increase the number of food? The amount of food, sorry.
It's about a mama mboga being able to buy sugar so that kids can have at least some food. It's about a border guy being able to buy food, bring back home. It's about our parents, or us, we're gonna be parents, be able to give our kids affordable life, because we need affordable life. It's not about the price of commodity, it's about affordability of the prices. Sikuski, your mic is mute, Bernard.
Sorry, Moses, I'm asking, what is that is about Mama Mboga affording food? You say it is about. What is that it is about?
Yeah, it's about living the affordable life, whereby prices of things skyrocket because of our MPs that are going to be inflated so that the government can afford to pay them. Bernard, are you an ODM representative here too?
I am not an ODM representative. I'm a Kenyan, and I'm passionate about making this country better, and that's why I'm here. And from your line of thinking, we will get stranded if we followed you, because according to you, if we have less number of, if we have more children to take to school and we have less schools, we should reduce the number of students and not increase the number of school. Now, that line of thought I don't think is healthy for the future of this country.
I
I
don't know what
believe we
logic you
need to tax ourselves to do more so that we can get more and be able to feed more people, other than stopping things in order to help the poor. The poor,
Ben,
we have
I don't
always
know
had
what
them,
logic you are
and
using.
Jesus said we will always have them.
I don't know what logic you are using, Bernard. I don't know what logic you're using. Because don't pick any point from the logic you're trying to use, kids, the children of a common one, Mama Mboga can't go to school.
No, Moses, you've been away for too long. Huh? I want you to revisit and see what happens here.
I was
have children making it to school through thick or thin. Life has not come to a standstill in Kenya, and with limited resources or constrained resources, we will always, with our resilience, find a way forward. So let us not paint a picture of a bleak country when it is not yet there. We know there is a struggle, yes. We are going to struggle more, yes, but it is not hopeless the way you are painting it.
No, I'm not painting it as hopeless. It will be
You
hopeless.
are.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Can we have Ogola now? Ogola, are you back? Okay, let.
Yes, Ayanga.
Are you ready?
Ayanga, not yet.
Okay. Then relax. Let's hear from Dr. James. Dr. James. He seems not to be there. Gizito, how are you?
Kizito.
Unmute
microphone, Kizito.
I'm good, and you?
I'm glad to see you again.
Oh, thank you very much. Because you always mute my microphone. That's why I wanted you to unmute it yourself.
Kizito,
how are you?
Make your point. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. And today, don't cut my 3 minutes. First, I would like to just answer Mr. Moses. Moses, you are a very young man, and I always applaud everything the way you discuss.
Hold on. Let Kizito make his point. He has his 3 minutes.
But there's only one thing that I talked yesterday, and I still repeat. We people, let us not undermine Kenya. This BBI is the best document. I'm talking, I hear you are asking Bernard whether it's ODM or it's what. Me, I'm an ODM. I declare my stand. I don't go here and there. But what I want to tell you, all these people, you people are calling Mama Mboga, all these people, where Moses is staying, even to go and buy that Mboga that you are saying where he's going to buy in street, even to buy sweet, is paying tax. But this Mama Mboga, they don't pay tax. And they're the people who are being, everybody shouting here and saying, how will they survive? At long run, they are the people asking government to help them. If you've sold this your Mboga for 1 year, you've never even paid tax even 1 year. If the Kanjo people come, you run away, you close your things and run away. Where will they get this money to pay you? That one is first. That's why I'm saying, if Kenyans, even that Mama Mboga, the Tangatanga people are fighting for, could be straightforward and say, okay, me nauza Mboga, but I pay Kanjo, how much do you want? Here, this is tax. Like Ayaga saw us one day, is business. He paid everything, then he's doing his business. He has finished with them. He has got the right to ask the government to give him money. That is the second point. Third, Mr. Moses, please, I just beg for your understanding. We always complain. We Kenyans, we complain about everything, but we are the people messing up. If we can come forward and say, we have to pay this tax to pay those MPs. This number you are saying is too much. We cannot pay. Kenya, they have money, and the government have money. We have got this economics people like Ndi, like everybody. When they are sitting there, they know how much they have calculated. They are not stupid. All of the I like the way Moses said it yesterday. That these MPs, they are learned people. These senators, they are learned people. They are learned only to run their business. But when it comes to running the business of Kenya, they are not learned. They know, because the president also asked advisors. He has sat down with them, or Raila Odinga asked advisors. He has sat with them, and these economic people. I was told him, if you people increase even 35%, everybody will get this money. Let us not forget that these people, they just come from nowhere and say, let us put 35%. They have to sit down, know that if we put 35%, where will we get this 35%? That is my take. Anybody who is discussing, you have to know that everybody, even these MPs, these senators, these leaders, we are saying, they have got advisors, and they have got those who studies economy. They know, they have calculated. If you tell people like this, they don't just talk from their head. They wake up and say, we want to increase this money, or we want this number. Everybody can get that money. But this money, just like, if I give you a typical example, my brothers, by the time there was no devolution, Moi government, Moi was coming to my place like Awendo, is saying that, okay, Sony Sugar, you want this money, I produce this money. But that was the devolution, that was the money that was supposed to be there, was supposed to be given. But by that time, the money was in his pocket. So everybody was Tawala Kenya, because he's giving that money. They never knew that it's your money that is giving you back. What I want us to do is, when we are talking about increment of politicians of these seats, we are saying they have already sat down. I just want us to know that these people, they have calculated and know that they can pay. You can't have your company and you say, I want 1,000 workers, and you don't know how you will pay them. The more you want workers, the more you know this my work can pay these people.
Okay, thank you, Kizito. I believe you have made your point. Ogola, you're still organizing yourself. Mute your mic, please. It's giving us a feedback. Okay, thank you. Kemboy, how are you?
I am good, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Welcome, and you have 3 minutes to make your submission.
Okay, yeah. So regarding what I saw yesterday, I still, first of all, I want to say I'm supporting Ruto. I'm a fan of UDA. We were in Jubilee, and then we have some factions, but now I think UDA is gonna go a long way. But I respect what you guys said. It's you guys, you have freedom to choose the leaders you guys want to support. But I still believe, like, regardless of what the BBI pass or no, we're gonna have Kenya. We're gonna have election. We're gonna have the next election, and from where I see things, I think now Ruto is leading at the forefront. I don't see anybody who can compete with him. Even though, but if there will be anybody who can compete with him, I want it to be Raila. Because we like when we say we need to compete fairly. We feel like Raila can be strong enough to compete with William, but he cannot beat us. So we will be happy to compete with Raila, but we don't like to compete with the weak people. So we want to compete with ODM, all the brigades of ODM. So yeah.
So, Kemboy, if I would ask you a question,
Yes, please.
This your strength that you are purporting to have, and you are looking for a stronger opponent. You don't want a weak opponent. Is it best from your survey, your analysis, your observation? How are you coming to that conclusion?
You know, there's some formation about I don't know, the new Kenya or whatever, between we see now people in government, like they see like they want to see, they want to be, I don't know, they want to be, for example, they want to be chosen by the president, which doesn't make sense. I like whereby somebody going out, talk to Kenyans and show like they are capable of doing it. However, we feel on the other side that whoever is going to be a presidential candidate, we will be so happy to have two competitors. One on our side, leading by deputy president, and then the other side, all the other brigades, the likes of Raila, whatever, you guys come on the other side. And then we're going to compete fairly. It's going to be competition of between true leaders and those who are not serious.
Now, Kemboy, on the same premise of strength, you have said you are strong, you are looking for a stronger opponent. And it has been clear that you have been pushing through your leader, pushing to either frustrate or stop the BBI. What happened to your strength at the county level? What happened to your strength at the parliament?
You know, there were some many intimidations. You know, even right now, you know, young politicians who were just elected like less than 5 years ago, they are under intimidation by the government. So if you are seen in the public supporting William Ruto, which is now obvious, you know, somebody, you know, they can open your records, you know, they can take
Kemboy.
they can take. Yes.
Ayaga, let him make his point. I will give you opportunity.
I didn't want to interrupt him, but I'm forced to. Kemboy,
No, Ayaga, let him make his point first. No.
Okay,
Ayaga,
okay.
Let him make his point, then you will interject.
Okay, I agree with your sentence, but hey, what I'm gonna say is like, people voted. I'm not against BBI or BBI passing or who's supporting it or not, because at the end of the day, we're gonna have election next general election, which matters a lot than BBI. I'm not. I don't like BBI by myself, and I think I'm gonna vote no to BBI. But if it passes, it's okay. But that's not priority right now. You see, like many people are dying of COVID. There's no unemployment. But my message is, if we consider now BBI as a priority, many Kenyans are dying. Also, why BBI passed on the county levels? You know, there was some. You see, some MCS were promised of car grants. You know, that influenced the integrity of how people voted. I think it influenced. Many people are influenced to vote on one of the side. I think it was not.
So Kemboy, you are saying at the county level they were given car grant.
They were promised.
At the parliament they were intimidated. Okay. What makes you think that in 2022 there will be no intimidation?
I think because everybody will have to go back. They will have to go back to Kenyans, and that's the time that I think every politician will be looking forward to talk to their constituents. Many people will go back to their grassroots to talk to their people. So I believe in general election, there will be many applicants who want to vie for seats. I don't think there will be so much intimidations. I think that would be a very nice time for many Kenyans to see and to choose their leaders.
Boy, I think you are imagining or and visualizing, because you are just telling us what you wish to see, but practically, how do you want to stop the intimidation when the high stake is on? Now the really election, you are saying the really important thing is on. If the intimidation was used on the BBI, which was not a priority, what will you use to stop it for the 2022?
First of all, we want to tell our supporters that we are under low moments now, because if you see, even in the government, those members of parliament who are seen to support William Ruto.
Mr. Speaker, sir, can you please allow us to interject, because we don't want somebody to give 3 minutes. You give him 3 minutes, and we will forget what we have to ask him. Please.
One moment. Kemboy.
Hold on. Make your nose kisito. Okay, so I'm saying we want to tell our supporters to know the truth. We know where we are going. And let's just to be patient, and then the time will come. And then when the time will come, we will see the light at the end of the tunnel. That's my message to our supporters. Yes.
Thank you, Kemboy. Now hold on for Ayanga.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Kemboy.
Yes.
Let me tell you that people like us, we have been in this thing called opposition for some times. The intimidation did not started yesterday with William Ruto maybe being intimidated. Let me assure you that intimidations have been there. So it is how you go against the storm. But the storms have always been there. You remember how they used to arrest our MPs here, Kina Georgia Ladwa. If you say this, the intimidation has always been there. If that is the only excuse you guys are clinging on, my friend, the storm will soon sweep you all away. Let me give Uchieng Munyabo.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ayaga, for the chance. What I want to put Kemboy in the right track. Mr. Kemboy, why don't you be true to yourself? Because whatever you are saying is not even making any sense. You are talking of intimidation. You are somebody who is well conversant with Kenya. You heard last time when there was a senator called Linturi, he was arrested. Then the senator, they stopped discussing anything until he was to be released. He came back. By the time he came back, the DCI, all DPO, they leave him to come back so that he go back the next day. Do you know how many charges he is having? 37 charges. 37. Is that the person you want to tell us that he was intimidated? No. To me, it's no, because you cannot be intimidated when you go and make a mistake by yourself, not with Kemboy, and you come and tell us that, oh, I'm being intimidated. You are being intimidated, but this mistake was yours. Secondly, all these MPs, when you are talking, like, I know, me, I'm an ODM, you are a Tangatanga man, but in politics, you have to adhere to the party that brought you, that gave you food, that gave you the mandate to be there. You cannot go outside what they want. Why is it that you go to that party? If you want to go to, you want to do your thing, why don't you go as an independent? All of these people, they use the parties like a ngazi ya kupanda ndio wapate hizo mapost. Akisa ingia huko anasema, okay, let me do my own things. Please, my brother, there's no intimidation. Anybody who is intimidated should come out clear and say, I am free If you are called in court because you did something wrong, go. You find in Kenya, even people, they neglect their children, they are being taken to court. The court go and hear about their cases. Somebody make any woman pregnant or kill a woman, is being taken to court, the hearing. Why is it that these MPs that are saying that they are being intimidated? Why don't they go to court and say, why is it that they are just going to pay bail and come out? And you will never hear about them going to court and say, I paid the bail, and these people, they charged me wrongly. You will never hear. They are not being intimidated. They are doing mistakes. That's why they are being taken to court. It's not intimidation.
Let me respond to that.
Thank you, Kizito. Now, Kemboy, you are the one speaking, huh?
Yes.
Before you respond to that, I will add a question on the same. Huh? From your input, will we be right to say that William Ruto underestimated Raila and Uhuru, or he overestimated himself? You have said that you are now at the lowest place. I mean, in a low moment. That means that what has transpired has affected you negatively. Could it be that it is as a result of estimating oneself or underestimating the opposition?
I understand what you want to ask, Bernard. I mean, William Ruto doesn't want to estimate President Uhuru or Raila, but he just wants to see him as a competitive candidate for 2022. And he believes himself like he has worked hard, he has what it takes to be the president. And that's what is working every day. You see him going around the country talking to Kenyans. To respond to Yaga about the I want to say, like, this we see this as a season. This is a season, and then in every season, there's no season which will go forever, and we believe like they're gonna be at the end. That's why Jubilee government might not be there on the next government, might not form the next government. But also to Kizito, Linturi is a Kenyan, and if he has made some criminal offense, he will face the charges. We are not defending any person who go to loot Kenyans on the name of William Ruto or any other person. I am clear on that. We want to see clean leaders, and we want to be clear on what we want. We want to see people getting employed. We want to see people getting better health services, and we want to improve infrastructure and all the other things that gonna run the country economy back. To say that, I don't know, we being in government or not.
Mr. Bernard, sir, can't you see Kembo is now mixing his words? Because he said, he talked about intimidation. Why is it that only these people with mistake are being intimidated? Because Kenya is big. It's not only for Kemboi, it's not only for Ayaga, it's not only for Kizito. Kenya is big. Why don't these people come and intimidate me? They are only intimidated these people with cases. You find all these Tangatanga people, they are claiming that they are being intimidated, but they have cases. Look, Waluke was having a case.
Let Kemboy respond.
Let me ask you, Kizito. It's not like a fraction of, let me call ourselves Tangatanga. It's not a fraction of Tangatanga that we have been seeing that we are the most accused. We are most accused than you guys. So the government opens all the cases towards one side, And that's true. Because you want to tell me like all the other leaders are clean? You know, at some point I know, you know, I understand even one of the governors who are not who are not removed because, you know, so-called like he was, you know, sanitized. I don't want to mention the name, but
Kemboi, acha nikurekebishe kidogo.
Sema.
About intimidation and other things, my brother. Let me put things straight. Yeah. About intimidation, those are obvious things. Well, you are in government, you know. That's why we are telling you now. Let us have a constitution with the good institutions, and you are rejecting. You know, the other day in 2013 and 2017, the NASA and ODM and NASA, ODM and CORD people, they were being intimidated. William Ruto was there as the second in command. He never mentioned anything. He never condemned anything. In fact, he was supporting the arrest and the harassment and even mocking. When he was saying he went to Machakos and telling people, you know, the Kalonzo who I used to know as deputy, as a vice president, is sitting on a tarmac road somewhere in Nairobi because he has been told by a certain witchcraft. You know, my friend, if that's why we are making constitution. Constitutions are made to strengthen institutions, to avoid politicians to manipulate those institutions for political gains. If I were William Ruto as we speak, because he is intent to run for presidency, you know, he may search for deputy president and nobody will be ready to be his running mate. Why? Because that office, he has exposed that the office as a useless office. You can help somebody become president and that person makes you useless. If I were him, number one, in this BBI, I could have gone there to represent my views. What I could have said, kama mimi ningekuwa yeye, let us strengthen the office of the deputy president with the clear functions, with the clear functions. Let us strengthen that office. You know, as we, with this constitution and the way we are going, I might be a presidential candidate tomorrow. I may want you as Kemboi to be my deputy or to be my running mate. You will refuse. You will say, no, I will better be yours, yes. I don't want to be in a position within 2 years, you will start intimidating me and I will have nothing to do. If I were Tangatanga, they could have not just fight BBI blindly. Ruto might look for a running mate because what the central people are seeing with that office today, they will not. No one will be ready there to deputize William. Nobody. Everybody will be scared. What if I go and in 2 or 3 years the guys start revenging on me? You see, frustrating me up and down. That office should be strengthened by law and it should have functions, not just assistant principal that president sign you a duty. Even the CS, if you are a minister of let us say public works, of roads and whatever, president don't sign you. Your functions are written on the constitution. Let us say minister of internal security, you have your functions in the constitution. So president don't just function, but the way at which Ruto is going, I'm telling you for the fact, he knows where the mistake is, but is ignoring the mistake. He will look for a deputy, the one he will intimidate in the last term, and he may not get. Everybody will just go for prime minister, cabinet secretary, deputy prime minister, but not deputy president. Let me be assured to you, we are young, the future belongs to us, and tomorrow you might be running for deputy. Now let us remove Ruto out of the game. You might be a presidential candidate, and you come to Luo Nyanza, you say, Ayaga, now with your strength, be my deputy, and I will refuse. I will tell you, no, there is no need for me to hold that useless office. I will refuse. And that's what we should discuss. Not even BBI. How should we strengthen the office of deputy president, period?
Ayaga, do you in any way imply that the deputy president's office is weak?
It's very weak. It's very weak. Constitutionally, that office, the office is very weak. Based on look at the functions. The function. What are the functions of the deputy president? What is the functions? Like the
Principal
other day,
assistant to the president.
yes, principal assistant. That office, you know, even the office of vice president, the second president of USA, if you read books, he was asked about how is the feeling of being a vice president of USA. The guy say, you have everything, and you don't have everything. You have everything, at the same time, you don't have everything. That is what we should look. Let us make even one ministry. Let us, like the way it used to be with the vice president, home affairs was under the minister, under the vice president, so that if president don't invite you into his functions, you still have a function constitutionally, a ministry like to run. But like now, if Uhuru stop calling Ruto or assign him duties, Uhuru has a right to sign even Matiang'i some duties, not giving the office of the deputy president. We will accuse deputy president because he will having our money, but doing nothing. Yeah, I might be in that office tomorrow, and if somebody start frustrating me, I will say, now I'm here constitutionally. You cannot remove me. You cannot impeach me easily. It has some constitutional repercussions if you do that.
So what about the current?
But I'm here enjoying your money, taxpayers' money. I'm here staying in the government facilities. I'm here enjoying the government security with nobody questioning me. And at the same time, I'm going to tell those people where the money is coming from. Number one waster, the number one guy who is wasting the resources of this country as we speak today is the deputy president's office, because he's doing nothing. He's saying, and his supporters is saying, he's doing nothing. He has no work to do, but he's taking our money.
He's
We are
duly
taking
Okay, now, your point is made, Ayaga. Your point is made. Let Kemboi respond.
Okay, I would say, like, you know, it's so unfortunately for Ayaga to say deputy president is misusing the fund, yet he was duly elected. He was elected by Kenyans to be the first, to be a deputy president until next general election. Whatever the president decides, if he doesn't work with he doesn't feel working with the deputy.
Kemboi, he was elected with computer, not Kenyans.
Okay.
Kemboi, go on. Kizito, hold on.
Thank you, Kizito. But hey, he was elected. He win. Okay, let me use. He win the election. They win the election, and he was elected as a deputy president.
Please, Bernard, let him use the right word. With computer,
they won
not
the
elected.
election against who?
Okay, we on 2017 we won to election, which was a history in Kenya. On the first run we won, and then we won the second run by a big margin. But that's not important. What I wanted to pass is that
sorry, Bernard, for violating the rules, but Kemboi is forcing us to accept, but the judge of Kenya nullified the election.
And we
It was
accepted it.
nullified. To accept, but the judge of Kenya nullified the
That's what
election.
we
Okay. We get it. Thank you, Kemboi. This is the point. If the repeat election was run, Jubilee versus Jubilee. Then Jubilee won against Jubilee.
What do you mean, Jubilee won against Jubilee?
The other opponents were boycotted the elections.
Even in the competition, if there will be consider in a 200-meter race. So if there is no somebody to compete with you, it's possible again to compete. You compete against the time.
You compete against time. So Jubilee ran against which time?
I mean, we had a coward competitor.
And now you're asking for him to be stronger. He's the strong opponent you want now. Then he was a coward.
I mean, why didn't participate? IBC was ready.
Wait, Kemboy.
Okay, thank you, Kemboy.
Kemboy, ebu acha niongee na huyu Kizito kwa sababu huyu Kizito.
Hold on, Kich.
Unajua
kwanza upewe nafasi ya kuongea.
Yeah, lakini sasa hata Kizito anaingilia sana bwana. Lazima ni
utapewa muda wa kuongea tafadhali.
Haya basi.
Nyuki way.
From Benson.
Sasa we Ayaga, sasa angalia Ayaga ananiita nyuki bwana. Bernard mwambie huyu.
Kich, hold on.
Sasa ananiita protect me Bernard.
I protect you when you are not supposed to be speaking. So how do I protect you? You are already out of order.
But he's calling me Nyuki.
Let's protect one. Contribute and then you will speak. Sawa. Go ahead, Benson.
Okay, mimi leo I was held up a little bit and actually I decided to get like an hour to come back. Kuna vitu ambazo nimesikia I want to respond. Moja nilisikia kwa my friend Ayaga when he talked about Otiende Amolo and Orengo about them like trying to play some politics. I might be wrong, but like if you check at it's Orange Democratic Movement, it means like each and every person has opinion. And when somebody is giving an opinion, it doesn't mean that he's in another camp. I think like we should be in a space whereby I'm ready to give my opinion and we disagree and we agree at the same time, you know. And I don't think Otiende Amolo or Orengo can do something to Baba because even them, they know what Nyanza is all about when it comes to Baba. You know, you cannot do that. That is a force to reckon with. And like they were just giving an opinion, but like along the way things did not work well. And like what like sometimes make me I don't think Ayaga listened to the chairman of ODM, Honorable
Ayaga, mute your mic. Ayaga, mute your mic.
And I don't know whether he listened to one of the vernacular radio station when he was there, and like the kind of politics that the Honorable Chair is playing, it's not even good for us who are coming from Nyanza. You know, those are very cheap things because I don't think like Otiende Amolo can write Baba such ruthless message the way he was saying and to be that rude. I don't think Otiende Amolo is above that, you know. But like we should just give them opinion. They have their own opinion, and I don't think like they're in another camp. They cannot go to another camp because definitely they are going to lose in Nyanza. You know, you cannot go against Baba. If you try it, you lose. We've seen Kimboi was talking about intimidation. Kimboi, we've been intimidated. I can say that because I'm a resident of Kisumu. I always say that Kisumu will always rise up. We've been intimidated. We've been beaten. We saw our young men losing lives. That is intimidation. So, and it usually happens like when you're trying to oppose the government, especially like Kenya, you want to go against the will of the government. Definitely that is what you're going to get. And the intimidation comes when especially like, I usually don't take side in politics, but when you see the factions, like the people who are allied to deputy president ideology, you know, there's a way in which you can have different ideology with somebody with a lot of respect, you know. And the way some of the members that are allied to deputy were addressing issues, especially like the president and how they do as far as even like abusing the president's mother, that is not respect, you know. So you can disagree with somebody in a very respectful way, you know, and not by might, you know. Huwezi pinga serikali, especially like president. You cannot, that's ni serikali. So intimidation has been there. If you want to talk of intimidation for there, I will tell you to read the Raila. Raila has been intimidated. Actually, for some reasons, Raila is one person who has never enjoyed in the political career. I don't think so. Yeah, because like he has never enjoyed ever since he started to fight for Kenya. I know he had made mistake in his life. He's not like a holier than thou. There's a mistake he has made, but something that we have to appreciate and we have to admit, like he has not, even like his kids. I don't think like his kids have really enjoyed like a good family, you know. So even as the deputy is going through that, that's democracy. He's fighting for Kenya, he's fighting for the space. One time we will write a history, this is what deputy president was fighting for, and this is the gain that Kenya has made in his fight. Through intimidation you're counting, if his intimidation and everything is going to create good things for Kenyans, then the history will judge himself, right or wrong. Thank you.
Question to you before you go, Benson. What
Yes.
is the deputy president fighting for?
That's what like because like to me, you know, like his supporters, yeah, the people wafuasi wake wanajua kuwa kuna kitu ambacho anapigania. One, I listen to some of his ideas, which some of them I don't buy, because like they may say that he's fighting for hustler nation. Now, if you look at if you're fighting for something, you have to be very genuine, you know. Like, how can you tell me like you're fighting for a hustler ama mamboga, yet wakati unakuja kwa rally unakuja na ndege na unawawacha hapo wanaenda? You're fighting for a hustler nation while kuna mama ambaye hata nyumba imeshinda kuishi, lakini wewe unaishi kwa 10 acres of land. Hakuna any initiative ambayo umesema kama watu ambao wana nini vibaya unawapiginia haki yao, unasema bana si tufanye hivi. You are fighting for hustler nation. Yes, there is a allegation of you taking a land of somebody who was like, that was a hustler, real hustler. He was a nobody. And his land is said that you've taken that and unatuambia ni hustler. So like that kind of idea, I don't buy it. So what wake wanna believe like he's fighting for those, but like those are ideas that I usually don't buy. If he brings up an idea that can uplift our country, I will go with it. But the narrative that is driving of hustler nation, us, it's like us versus them. And if you look at the history, the kind of that politics, it was done in Germany. The Hitler did it. And it cost that country a lot. Let us just be frank and fair. Not that I hate him, but I feel that kind of politics is not good for our country. I saw the 2007. I was still like, we were still very young, I can say, but like that was the year that you could not even watch TV, because if you watch TV, you cry, yeah. And that's where I still remember, if today like NTV was playing this song, Daima Mimi Mkenya of Eric Wainaina, until today when I listen to that song, I feel like crying. When I see my brothers in Kisumu, I see Eldoret, I see like Kenya was not my country. So Kemboi, that's like, I'm just sharing a light note for you. That's what I can say.
Okay, thank you, Benson. Thank you.
We Ayaga kwanza, ngoja kwanza bwana.
Okay,
Bernard ndio anasema.
Thank you. Now, look here, Ayaga, you will have a chance to add whatever you need to add. Wewe tuko na wewe mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Kich.
Yes.
Mimi nataka uanze na kujibu swali langu. What is the deputy president fighting for?
Haya, sasa unisikize vizuri Now, first of all, kuna wale watu ambao wanafikiria kwamba ati kwa sababu yeye amesema hustlers, sasa yeye anafaa kuwa asitembee na gari, asitembee na helikopta, awe yuko maskini hohehahe. Sasa hivyo ndivyo watu wengine watamuona kama yeye ni hustler. Waona? Sasa kuna wale ambao wanafikiri, they are those of that, you know, that thought, kama Benson. Lakini wacha nikuambie, ukiingia kwa ulingo wa siasa, lazima uwe una mwelekeo wako, kuna kule unaenda. Yeye mwenyewe ameangalia akaona kuna watu ambao wanateseka sana huko nje. Sawa sawa. Na akasema si ati kwa sababu sasa mimi niko na gari siwezi enda kutetea watu huko nje ambao hawana magari. Ambao wanateseka pale. Sio lazima niwe mimi ni mwanamke ndio niende nikaanze kutetea wanawake. Naweza kuwa mjamaa na niende nitetee wamama. Kwa hivyo tusije tukaangalia deputy president alafu tuseme ati kwa sababu yeye ana helikopta, anatembea na Prado, anatembea na nini, yeye si hustler, yeye si mwenzetu. Ni nani ambao walisema sasa wewe sasa unapigania uhasla lazima uwe maskini hohehahe kama sisi? Hakuna. Kwa sababu ukiangalia kama Raila mwenyewe si huwa anaenda anapigania watu wa Waluo Nyanza. Yeye mwenyewe ni bilionea, yeye mwenyewe ukiangalia ukimgoogle kule yeye ni bilionea. Lakini huwezi sema ati sasa Raila haezi enda kupigania mahustlers ama wale watu maskini kule Nyanza. Lazima ataenda kuwapigania. Lakini
nimeuliza wewe swali, naomba ujibu swali.
Sasa si ndio najibu.
What is it that the deputy president is fighting for?
He's fighting, okay.
1, 2, 3 things.
Okay, ile kitu ambao anafaitia ni bottom up. Hiyo ndio ambayo anafaitia sana. Alisema vizuri sana kwamba ile ya trickle down haifanyi kazi kwa sababu pesa inakatalia pale juu. Hao mabwenyenye wanaenda wanapatiwa mapesa pale, watulete huku chini, lakini wanakulia huko juu. Sasa yeye mwelekeo wake ni bottom up, na kule bottom ndio anaita watu wale mahustlers. Sawa sawa, sijui kama tumepatana.
So nakuuliza hii pesa ya bottom inatoka wapi? Kwa sababu ya juu imekatalia huko juu. So hii ya bottom itatoka wapi?
Atupatani.
We Kizito, ni nini upati? Ni nini upati?
What you are saying, please.
Hold on. Kizito ngoja kwanza.
Asante Bernard. Hivyo sasa nasikia unani protect vizuri. Haya, sasa nimekuambia anatoka kule chini. Haya, ile pesa ambao tuseme kwani CDF huwa inatoka wapi?
Wewe subiri kwanza. Unajua Kish, mimi nataka kuwe na debate ambayo inaeleweka. Okay?
Aha, na ndio
Kiswahili. Sasa sikiliza, umesema ile sera ya trickle down pesa inakuwa huko juu. Okay?
Exactly.
Sasa deputy president amekundua kwamba akianzia bottom pesa itapatikana. So mimi nakuuliza kama pesa imekuwa huko juu, okay? Inamaanisha bottom hakuna hela.
Hapana.
Sasa hii ya bottom itatoka wapi? Kwa sababu mabwenyenye wamekatalia na ile ya juu. Hawa watu wa chini wataprint yao wenyewe ama watafanyaje?
Haya, ukiangalia kama CDF pesa ya CDF inaenda inapatiwa mjumbe wako. Sawa? Huyo mjumbe wako ndio anakuja anaenda kuwapatia pesa huko chini. Anaenda kujenga mavitu huko na all those kind of things, right? Sasa huyu na kuna wale MPs umewakuta wale MPs ambao wanasukumwa mpaka kotini kwa sababu walipatiwa pesa ya CDF, hawakuenda kusaidia watu nazo, waliona wakafanya vitu zao. Sasa deputy president anasema sasa hiyo kumpatia huku sitafanya, mimi nitaanzia huku chini. Haya, tuseme kama watu wa bodaboda huko anaenda anawapatia kama milioni 500 ama anawaambia sasa fanyeni hivi, kujeni na nini yenyu pale
hebu ngoja kwanza. Nataka tuelewane.
Ngoja kwanza nimalize.
Ngoja. Hizi pesa anapeana milioni 500, anapeana kwa njia ipi? Kwa sababu kama ni CDF ni sheria imesema kwamba kutakuwa na pesa ya Constituency Development Fund.
Exactly.
So kuna government policy. Okay? Inatumia hiyo kufanya hivyo. Alafu kuna county government ambayo inafanya nini? Pesa iende mashinani kudevelop mashinani. It's a government policy. Hii ya bottom up Okay? Unasema wanaenda kupeana kwa bodaboda. On which policy, which part of the constitution?
Si lazima iwe kwa constitution. Kwa sababu hata ukiangalia hii maneno ya nini, ukiangalia kama hii nini BBI, kuna pahali hiyo pesa ya BBI ambayo imewekwa kwa constitution? Hakuna. Kuna pahali imewekwa kwa bunge? Hakuna. Lakini watachukua hiyo pesa waende wa nini BBI, kwa sababu BBI ita need pesa kupass. Ukweli ama si uongo?
Subiri kwanza Benson aseme kitu alafu utamjibu. Benson.
Sasa hata simalizi bwana pointi zangu. Haya basi Benson.
I'll give you time. Kitch, I'll give you time. We must have a constructive conversation.
Kitch, there's something that I want us, we are all Kenyans, and like as a Kenyan citizen, I love a leader who would do progress to my country. I will not oppose that leader. And somewhere that you are not understanding me when I talk of hustler narrative. If Deputy President can come up with a narrative that is not divisive, this hustler narrative, I'm not saying that Deputy should be like any border guy. No, I'm saying the word hustler, the way it resonates with the people, it is something that makes people fight. You know, that is one. Yeah, he can come up with a narrative that is very friendly, but to have something like a hustler versus dynasty, that is like stratification of social status. This way you say the rich and the poor, and you make somebody believe you are poor because so and so. You are not supposed to be poor, but you are poor because so and so. We are not talking about his wealth, but we are talking about the narrative. It's not good.
Benson, ebu nikuambie Benson, ebu nikukat tu hapo kidogo tu. Si wewe mwenyewe ndio umesema ati uwezi kuwa unasema wewe ni hustler na unani.
Ngoja Kitch, subiri
bwana. Bernard hata utaki niongee bwana.
Sikiliza. Nitakupa muda wa wewe kujibu. Subiri kwanza. You know you are running too fast. Let Benson ask his questions, understand the question, then respond. Don't interject the question. The question is being framed and you want to answer it. You don't answer until you have heard. Thank you.
So Mr. Kitch, thank you for that. Alafu, another thing, you're talking of bottom up, and like I've listened to Deputy President talking about the bottom up, yeah. And the way he borrows this thing, he borrows it from United States, the policy of Joe Biden on a tax break.
No.
And this is where the Joe Biden was saying he's going to tax more the corporate, the people who are earning more to be taxed more, and the people who are earning less are going to have that tax break, so that the money that like Amazon, things like Facebook, all those corporate, that's what it is all about. This thing you're seeing like bottom up. You know, so like the people who are earning more are going to be taxed more. The people who are earning less are going not to be taxed less. And he put that in comparison to NHIF. I can listen to his, whereby he was saying like the way he's earning more money, but he's being taxed very less as compared to the Mama Mboga. That's what he was saying. And that's where he borrowed that. And like, sometimes we need to be very realistic. We just need to be very realistic. I know unampenda, but ni mimi pia akikuja na policy ambao naona itasaidia Kenya, naenda naye. Lakini ukikuja na kitu ambacho itagonga wa Kenya, watu wakuje wapigane baba, hiyo tutasema ukweli na tutawaambia ukweli. Yeah? Na mimi I'm not emotional, and like Bernard will tell you in this channel, I've never like taken side like I'm this guy and this guy. I'm usually on the middle, and I support something that is very good for my country. And if something is very bad, I will say this. But that narrative, if you are supporters and you believe in his ideologies, kindly sit down as his supporters and come up with a narrative that will sell all across the board. That a narrative that does not divide us as a country.
Okay, thank you, Benson. Now, Kitch, you have 3 minutes to respond, and please be articulate. Thank you.
Bernard, kweli leo umenikanyaga kweli. Haya basi nitajaribu. Basi. Haya, hii maneno ya bottom up. Benson amesema ati amekopi kutoka kwa nini? Kwa US. Yeye alipoanza kusema maneno ya bottom up, hata US hawakuwa wako na uchaguzi, Nimekwambia bana, hii ni kitu ambao enda kwa nini hata enda fanya hivi later on after hapa nenda kwa nini yake kwa Twitter ya nani ya DP. Uangalie uone ile time alisema
Just hold on. Everybody who has your mic on, please mute it so that we can we don't have an echo. Okay? If you are not speaking, keep your mic mute. Ayaga, your mic is on. Mute it kwanza. Then Kitch, please carry on.
Okay. So ndio hiyo nilikuwa nakuambia, ukienda kwa Twitter yake utaangalia ameweka ile ya Biden. Ile time Biden alianza kusema maneno ya bottom up, akaiweka pale na akasema mimi nilianza kusema maneno ya bottom up kitambo sana. Kwa hivyo mimi nakuambia ile kitu ambao nimeiona. Kwa hivyo usije ukasema that DP amecopy maneno ya bottom up kutoka the US. Secondly, ile ya US ni different. Wewe unaiangalia kutoka kwa corporate ambao wanasema hao manini wakubwa hao makampani giants hao ndio watakuwa taxed. Yeye yake ya bottom up sio hiyo, yake ni ya kupeleka pesa kule chini. Waona? Sijui kama unanipata in that difference. Ya US ni ile wanasema watu kama wale wakubwa na makampani kubwa atawatax more. Lakini DP anasema si maneno na taxing. Waona? Anasema nitaanzia huku chini. Na pahali alileta maneno ya yeye alipe inaitwaje hii? NHS nyingi. Alikuwa anasema hivi, alikuwa anasema kwa nini mimi nilipishwe the same way na mama mboga kwa NHIS, NH whatever hiyo, IF hiyo. Kwa nini alipwe together, alipua the same, akatwe the same na yule mama mboga, ila hali yeye ana make millions. Waona? Lakini hakusema ati sasa mimi nataka kwa sababu natengeneza millions, sasa mimi nataka nikuwe taxed. Hakuna pali alisema pale. Alikuwa anapatiana ile ni kama kuwalinganisha. Kwa hivyo ile bottom up ya US ni different na bottom up ya DP.
Where can I ask a question?
Waona sasa?
Kitch, subiri. Naomba, we want to be clear, okay? So wewe unaniambia DP amesema atapeleka pesa mashinani. Hizo pesa anapeleka sasa kwanza kwake binafsi, ni mchango wake ama itakuwa ni ya serikali?
Itatoka kwa serikali. So, ndio nimekuambia wewe, unajua wewe hebu wacha nijibu.
Wait, serikali inapata pesa kutoka kwa taxes, okay?
Yes.
Yeye anasema hatafanya taxing, lakini ataanzia kule chini. Uoni hiyo inachanganya?
Sasa itachanganyaje? Kwani hii pesa ya BBI inatoka wapi? Hii pesa ya BBI inatoka wapi?
We are talking about DP. DP is not even in the BBI.
Sasa si ndio najaribu kukuambia. Unajua wewe Bernard unajaribu kusema, sikiza sasa, wewe mwenyewe unajaribu, ni kama unajaribu kusema ati kwa sababu hii pesa ya nini ya CDF imewekwa kwa nini kwa inaitwaje kwa law na imewekwa siji kwa nini, sasa DP atatoa wapi? Si hivyo ndivyo unajaribu kupeleka hii kesi Sasa mimi nakwambia
bana na yaga mkuu tu, yani straightforward, na huyu jamaa wacha amalize statement yake. Akishamaliza statement yake then tutatoa hiyo maoni zetu.
Ayaga
sasa ndio nimekuambia. Sasa ndio nimekuambia yake ya bottom up si kama ile ya US. Okay? Na ile ambao ulikuwa unasema ati lazima pesa ya serikali iwe imewekwa kwa government, kwa law na kila kitu, ndio nikakuuliza kwani ya BBI itatoka wapi? Haiko kwa constitution, haikupasiwa kwa bunge, hakuna pahali ilipasiwa, lakini hiyo pesa ya BBI imewekwa na government, wao ndio wataenda waweke na wapeleke hii maneno. Sasa hivyo ndivyo Ruto ambaye atafanya. Waona? Secondly, anaweza peleka hiyo mswada kwa parliament na ipass, kwa sababu mimi nakwambia 2022 wale watu ambao wataingia kwa hiyo bunge, na nitakwambia vizuri, especially kama wale current one, wengi hao wacheni kucheka jamani. Huyu Ayaga anasinya.
Mr. Bernard,
Ngojeni kwanza. Mute your mic, please. Even if you're laughing, mute your mic. We don't want to.
A point of order. A point of order.
Sasa bwana, hata siwezi ongea. Basi mpatie Ayaga basi.
Bwana Kich ameongea like 8 good minutes. 8 good minutes.
Wewe ndio
unakao. There is this guy called Jojo Diambo has been entering, no chance given to him. Tafadhali, tunataka kusikia maoni ya George.
Okay.
Na mimi pia.
Okay, subiri basi, subiri. Kit?
Yes.
You have 1 minute to finish your point. You will have another time to talk. Okay?
Unajua
ngoja, let me give the order first. Okay?
Bwana, kwani
wewe uko tayari kuongea, utaki kusikiliza mtu yeyote. Kwa nini?
Haya basi.
Haya, nasema hivi, utakuwa na dakika yako moja ya kumaliza kile unachosema. After hiyo tutasikia George, then we go to Waria. And then Atuya has come. Atuya, you're welcome too. So we'll go in that order. Kit, George, Wariahe, then Atuya, ndio Ayaga aanze kupumua hapo.
But Bernard, please. Just to ask questions because he's talking.
No.
We need to ask him questions to explain to us.
Gizito, wacha amalize. Hata tukiuliza maswali, yeye anachagua ile swali anajibu. Kwa hivyo tumpatie tu muda amalize, alafu tutamkosoa baadaye.
Thank you very much because of Tangatanga, man.
Wewe kwani umekuja hapa kuitana majina wewe Kizito? Mimi ni Tangatanga ndio, usije ukaamini.
Your minute is gone. Your minute is gone.
Basi sawa. Wape wale wengine basi waongee basi.
Okay, Odhiambo ongea sasa.
Odhiambo, what happened again?
Okay, wacha mimi niongee sasa.
Okay, let's have Waria and then.
Okay, thank you very much for the conversation. Nimeingia tu saa hii na nilikuwa nataka tu niongee juu ya hiyo mambo ya the topic was Ruto urgent meeting ile alifanya leo na watu wa Mount Kenya ama ni nini nyingine. Kama ni hivyo then let me just talk about the issue of the BBI which was in the parliament 2 days ago. Okay, I will talk from the point of pastoralist parliamentary group on that side. To be very clear with you, our MP, they are not representing any person from pastoralist. Kama mutafikiria kama ati hawa watu ndio wanatusimamia, hawa jamaa walipewa pesa na wakakula pamoja na kina Gideon, walifanywa iftar na Gideon Moi, akawapatia pesa na wakakula na ikaisha hivyo. Sisi hatukubaliani na hao, and you know that. Hiyo kitu ya BBI.
A point of order. Yes. My leader cannot be attacked while I'm here. My friend.
Bernard, umenikaranga lakini unaacha huyo Ayaga ongee. Waona wewe Ayaga, si mimi nimenyamaza, sasa wewe nyamaza mpaka Wariahe malize.
I never interrupt.
Okay, Ayaga nimekubali. Okay.
If we don't have order, then we mute everybody. Let's do this.
I never interrupted.
Wacha nimalize mambo yangu.
Hold on.
No, there is an accusation you are making which is
when you
wrong.
make an allegation, you either substantiate it or give it in such a way that it is understandable. You don't just say that so and so gave so and so money.
Okay.
And, just that way. Do you have evidence to that effect?
Yes, we have an evidence that there was an iftar meeting which was done for these people. All Northeastern MPs were there except Aden Duale. Wale walikuwa pale wote, kila mtu alichotewa yake na amekuja kuvote. They came in to vote for nothing. Na watu hatukubaliani na hao.
That's Wariahe, I respected you.
Hold on, Ayaga, you will respond. Let him finish.
The guy is
Sasa, let me just finish. I talked about Gideon Moi, and it is known that alifanya iftar, which was also posted on his on all pages. That is something which is known.
Kwenda
kufanya iftar at the eve of a BBI meeting inamaanisha nini? Na unajua mambo ya MPs vile anakuaga.
Sasa hiyo mambo tafadhali,
mtu hafai kufanya iftar kwa sababu there is
angefanya iftar tarehe moja, anafanya sahili iko BBI leo usiku, kuna BBI anafanya iftar leo. Kwa nini hajafanya siku ya kwanza?
Unamwachia huyu Ayaga sana. Tafadhali.
You have made your point. Let's have Ayaga, you want to counter check? Okay, let's have a two-year first, then we'll get to Gizito.
Thank you for the opportunity. And before I even go on, I hope Ayaga realizes that this is not a market. We have a moderator who should be given all the authority to give us chances. We've been quiet, we have been having questions, but we have not been jumping into other people's conversation. Now, just to go in, I came in when Benson was speaking, was trying to deconstruct the hustler narrative. Before I even go there, let me speak about the issue of the BBI in Parliament. I don't know why some people are so happy that BBI passed in Parliament. Was it meant to fail? And does the outcome from Parliament have any, does it have any trajectory on how people will vote? Unless you don't know that if whether Parliament could have voted yes or no, the bill will still proceed to the people. So the vote in Parliament was inconsequential, but it was valid for those guys because I'm told that they were paid. So for people who are in the streets clapping that Ruto lost in Parliament, it's unless you started following politics just yesterday. It was inconsequential, and I'll tell you for free, I'm against BBI, but there was if I was in Parliament and I was given that money, I will vote yes. And it doesn't change any fortunes. It won't change any fortunes of William Ruto come 2022. If you think that BBI passing is a negative issue thing on William Ruto, you people need to study politics and know that what Raila expected of the BBI outcome has not come to pass. The bill will pass on a silent way, and he will not gain the political clout that he was thinking will gain. Number two, let me answer Benson. Benson was speaking about the hustler narrative. Benson, before even you speak negative about the hustler narrative, do we have any other philosophy in the country competing with the hustler narrative? Do we have any other philosophy countering the trickle-down economics? If there is, then we can discuss. But as far as I'm concerned, you guys were making so much noise to Kitch when he was trying to explain the trickle-down economics with some questions that don't even add up. If you're deconstructing the trickle-down economics, deconstruct it with an alternative philosophy. Speak about your candidate. Tell us what he stands for. Stop telling us that the hustler narrative is divisive. Tell us about your candidate. What does he have? If you don't have a candidate, if there is no other philosophy, then we will go with the philosophy that is here. So you guys need to study. You need to know what the trickle-down economy is, and what Ruto is proposing, the bottom up, before even starting saying some things that are not. I'm getting mad and I'm even losing my points that I had. But if anybody else,
you don't need to get mad. I'm just going to ask you a question from what you have offered so far. The support for DP or opposition to DP's narrative springs from the fact that DP has been in Parliament from 1992. That is a long time. We are in 2021. When did he realize that the trickle-down economy has failed and now switched back? Because He was on the front line campaigning in the 2017. He never said anything. He was on the front line campaigning in 2013. He didn't say anything. When did he come to this revelation?
All right. You know, I'll answer you simply as this. While I was in class 8, there are some things I knew that I never knew when I was in class 5. When I got to Form 4, there are some things I got to know, to understand, that I could never understand while I was in class 8. So William Ruto has gained what I will call a government experience. He has been in government for 8 years, and he has now realized, and from first-hand information, that trickle-down economics is not working. He now has the experience to try other new models. That one now is proposing the bottom-up approach, and he has every right to propose it, because he has been in government and he has seen the trickle down has failed. You cannot continue doing the same thing for so many years. That is failing. Most of us here we're living in this country. We are complaining about the economy. It's about time that we re-engineered the wheel and have a new way of looking at the economy. From the question, I will only answer you that Ruto has gained experience in government. He has now come up with a new way to approach the economy.
Okay, he has come up with a new way to approach the economy. We don't deny that. The question is, as at now, the country is ailing. We are almost on our knees. Do we need a doctor to fix our problem, or we need somebody to experiment on us his new ideology that he has discovered through his personal experience?
It is not a new ideology. It is something that is working. You know, bottom up does not really mean that now everything is gonna change and we're gonna move Nairobi to Kisumu, and it is just a way of.
You are just saying reinventing a wheel. You are reinventing a wheel. That means we do away with the old wheel, we begin a new one. Is that not what you say?
Yeah, it's a new approach, because if you are giving, why do we move from malaria queen to now a new tab that is treating malaria? It is because the malaria queen used to treat malaria, but we have new medicine that is more effective. Now we have to keep on constantly changing if what we were doing then is not working. So you people trying to shut down Kitch that he doesn't know what he was saying, that was very wrong. In fact, very wrong.
Thank you, Atuya.
And then I will ask a question.
Asante.
I will ask a
Hold
question.
on.
Yeah, before I leave, Bernard, I want
you are leaving, or you have just joined the conversation? You want to talk and go. You don't want to listen to others.
I will be quiet listening to the others before I come back. I will leave your question. I want the next speaker who wants to discredit the hustler narrative or the bottoms-up approach to tell us his candidate, give us the candidate's philosophy and his view on the economy before constructing what William Ruto is saying. We don't want people to come here and
I also want
our narrative.
Hold on. Atuya, I also want you to have this platform in its proper perspective. We are not here pulling for this candidate or that candidate. The purpose of this platform is for us as Kenyans to exchange our different views for the betterment of the country. So we don't have here campaigners of particular candidates. You're free to mention your candidate, but you're not, nobody's under any obligation to push for somebody's ideology. Let's discuss as Kenyans and build Kenya, not push a personal agenda in a particular way.
Ebu, Atuya ameuliza swali nzuri sana. Msije mkampiga chini tafadhali.
No,
amesema ameuliza swali boga sana.
I was the one to talk next. Kitch, give me
a
minute.
No, it is not. It's not Ayaga. The next person to speak is Kizito. No.
Ebu acha Kizito
Kizito.
No. I have a question. Because I don't think You know the problem. I have to interject. I will give Kizito. In fact, I'm leaving tomorrow. I have some business to do very early in the morning. So just give me a minute, please. Kizito will talk after me. I had Kich. Kich, even the way you are explaining that trickle down effect, we are not the only people who are complaining. I think you are reading the comments. The people who are watching were saying, Ujielewi, you don't understand yourself. Just go down to the comment section and read. Because you may think you may talk here thinking we are the only people who are maybe interrupting, or people are hearing you. You can get a very good direction from the comment section. Number two, the political season is not yet. We will talk after BBI, September. Whoever want to know my candidate, relax. There is a say in Kiswahili, ile inasema kutangulia sio kufika. Kutangulia, Kich, I hope you are reading those comments. Those are not Ayaga. Yeah, kutangulia sio kufika.
Obviously,
So
Salome
being that kusema mtu kusema sahi yeye ako na Ruto is a bottom up, you relax. People, when the time for political competition, we still believe we are the people who believe in a constitution. In fact, for your information, you know, there are people who just abuse constitution and protect that constitution at the same time. We are not in a political time that we can say, I support Gideon because election will be held in 2-3 years. Yeah. Atuya, my brother, read what Job is saying. The time for politics, I will talk politics. I want to talk only little thing about BBI. Atuya told us that Raila has been played, and what Raila thought to gain in BBI, he has not gotten it. In the issues of constituency, the other day I told you here, what we represented for BBI.
No, you're misquoting me.
Committee of inquiry.
You're misquoting me.
The committee of inquiry, there are so many. The committee of inquiry, we were talking about something called regional. And if you are studying this, where they are dividing these constituencies, it is actually regional. If you go to central region, if you
no,
go to
point of order, it's not regional. It's not regional.
It is regional.
Hold on.
It is regional.
Wariahe, subiri kwanza, mtu amalize. Kama uko na interjection, utapewa muda wako. Don't shout. We are not in a shouting match.
Those things are here. It is here. How those constituencies are given. Let me give you example. Let us say Central. In Central, according to this book here, it has Kirinyaga, Murang'a, Kiambu, and Laikipia. Those fall under Central region. They only have 9 constituencies. Let us go to Western region. The same I was saying the other day. Western region is Kakamega, Bungoma, Siaya, Kisumu, Nyamira. They have 8 constituencies added. Go to Eastern province, where they have Meru, Embu, Machakos, and Makueni. They have 7 additional constituencies. Go and look at the regions. We have North Rift and South Rift. Then we have the northern part, where Waria is making a lot of noise. In fact, that thing is very balanced. But some people has been tribal.
No, point of order.
I will not let you respond.
Yes, some people are so tribal, they are now going to this thing here and saying Luo Nyanza, they say Kisumu, Siaya, and Migori and Homa Bay, and then they group them that way. Yeah, they don't want to tell, and then they go to Central, they say Kiambu, Murang'a, and even they include even Nakuru. For you to get those 13 constituencies they are talking about, you even include Nakuru. Nakuru is in South Rift region, according to this book here. Those things were divided regionally. They were not divided tribalically or through tribalism or per county. So spares.
Point of order.
Raila has gotten the 9 constituencies. Raila has gotten the 9 constituencies.
Wariahe, what are you saying?
Okay, if you are talking about regionally, you're not talking about some aspects of northern Kenya is almost 60% of the Kenyan land mass. And imagine out of the whole of northern Kenya, we only got 1 constituency. These are almost Mandera County, Wajir County, Garissa County, Marsabit County, Isiolo County, Turkana. Imagine all these areas. You are trying to say that we don't need constituencies. A constituency like North Hor, it was said, it is bigger than Central Province, Western Province, and Nyanza combined. And you are saying, I will not give them a constituency. And you're talking about regionally, and you're talking about unity. What kind of unity are you talking about?
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hold on.
Thank you.
The BBI, whatever task force went around the country collecting views. Okay. Do you have any evidence that you submitted that you needed constituents and you are not considered? Or
Yes,
you waited for the BBI report to be finished to begin to see constituencies?
We submitted a memoranda that we need so many constituencies, and at the same time, we went even to Raila Odinga himself and told him that we need some constituencies to be added. And then he said, hii mambo ni ya Central na Nyanza, mutoke kwa hii maneno. So tukatoka kwa hiyo maneno.
Bernard, let me answer Wariahe.
Okay.
Wariahe, some propaganda needs some knowledge and some bit of research, my brother. If Raila told you that you have evidence, you don't have evidence about that.
We went to him. There was a clip. We went to him.
And let me tell you, number 2, the constituencies were being given by going by population. We cannot give you a North Hor. What is the population of a North Hor? We cannot give you a constituency. We cannot give you a constituency in a North Hor for a MP to represent 100 people. For an MP to be voted by 90 people to come to parliament.
Hold on, Ayaga. Let me correct you. A place like Yambu. Hold on, Bernard. A place like Yambu, which you can go by pikipiki.
Ngoja Wariahe. Aya, subiri Wariahe. The constituents are given for proportional representation. Proportional representation means an MP should be a representative of this amount of people. Like we have in police force, according to the international standard, every policeman should be in charge of 450 people. But that is the required proportion. So MPs, the distribution of the constituency was based on the proportional representation. The North Hall constituency that you are talking about, okay, in terms of its population, leave alone the mass of the land, its population, does it demand that we have an extra MP to represent?
Okay, Bernard, let me explain this issue once and for all. Let me, without interruption, nobody should interrupt me. Okay, one thing is the issue of marginalization that we keep on talking about has brought this kind of population, the problem with the population. People have no hospitals. They have to go to a place where there is hospital. They have to go to Nairobi. They have to go to Mombasa, to some big cities, because there are no hospitals, there are no proper schools, there are no enough facilities. People have to move from rural migration to urban migration so that to seek some pasture. Now, you make sure that those places, there are no facilities so that people move away from that place. And then you're on census, on the census 2019, you are coming at the time there is a drought. And you know that somebody cannot leave his camel there to come and be counted, and his camel is dying because that is a source of livelihood. So somebody disappeared with his camel somewhere to Ethiopia or to Somalia, and then you are coming to count the people in the town, and you don't count the people in the bush, and then you come and say that these people, they don't have enough, they are not populated. Second thing, if you are talking about Kiambu, a place like Juja to Dhika, you can go by Pikipiki. A place like North Hor, you have to move 100 kilometers to get another post, to go to another post. Can you try to tell me there are not people who are living in the bush? All those nomadic people who are living in the bush, who do you want them to represent? Or you are representing the people in the town only?
Bernard.
Thank you.
Wariahe made it a very good point.
Look
here. Ayaga unaongea sana. Sasa Kizito apewe sasa.
I was asked a question, let me answer, then I go. I'm leaving, yeah?
Ayaga, hold on now.
Wariahe,
let's have some order.
Yeah?
We are all running late, but
no. Wariahe was asking me a question. I'm the one who came up with the issues of constituencies. Yeah, I've just Googled from IBC data. North Hor constituency has a population of 71,000, while Rarieda, where I'm coming from, we have around 100,000.
Did you count the people in the bush? Did you count the people in the bush, or did you count at the right time?
We are talking about what is in Kenya.
You counted the people on the location.
My friend, the people who are living in the bush are the bushmen. Because they knew people were being counted. I remember some people left.
My friend, if you want people to live in Kenya in unity, and the people was the same at the coast of Kenya na northeastern ya Somalia and so many other things, watu waishi vizuri kama watu waishi. Nyinyi sasa mnakulia because kuna handshake. The other time you are saying unataka kukata nchi yenu.
If the government is doing census and you did not show up for census, you don't blame the same government.
No, there was no drought. Why don't you come when there's drought like that?
The government does not operate.
Waria is telling me because we are in a handshake. We have been in opposition from 1963. We have been in opposition from 1963. Waria. So. Bernard, give me a minute.
No, hold on. Let me make. I will give you your minute, okay? But hold on. Wariahe, you need to appreciate that the government does not operate by accident. Everything is done out of plan. Like the census is done after every 10 years. So you cannot say because this the 10th year and there is drought, we should postpone the census until the nomadic people have come back. After that, you have county government, you have wards representatives in your nini, you have the chief, you have county commissioner. If there are people who are not counted, they were supposed to present themselves, and then they are censored even later on. So we cannot say that because you did not show up the day for census, you have been locked out, and so the government doesn't know how many people are in Kenya. That will not be able to add up.
Bernard, thank you very much. So Wariahe should support BBI because BBI is talking about historical injustices.
Which historical injustices? TJRC is not there. TJRC is not there. Which is
exactly. You are lying, Ayaga. Kizito hajaongea bwana.
What you have been suffering for is
nobody talked about Ndungu report. Nobody talked about TJRC report. Nobody talked about
Duale was the majority leader and he should have tabled that in parliament.
Duale alikuwa anasumbuliwa kutolewa hiyo majority leader na watu kutoka 2014 hata kuweza kufanya kazi. What are you talking about?
Alikuwa anapiga kelele na kusema they have numbers.
Make your point quickly. We go to Kizito. Please.
No, Ayaga has spoken for 6 hours. Tusikize Kizito sasa. Ayaga is speaking nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, Ayaga. you are through to your point. Good.
I'm not through because Atuya is saying I'm talking nonsense, and what I'm saying is real, and I have the facts.
No, hold on.
No,
Hold
I
on.
said nothing. What nonsense?
Okay, Kizito.
He's muted.
Unmute your mic, please. Unmute your mic.
Thank you very much. According to me, and with my politics, the way I play my politics, I just want 1 minute. 1 minute only about Kish und Atoya und Wariae. Wariae, I just want to tell Wariae that when government is counting people, it is your work to wait for them, not them to wait for you. So that you say you want us to give you county, so that by the time you are in Somalia, you are in Ethiopia, we are giving you money. You are giving you money and you are in Somalia. Don't you even see you want to steal Kenya's money and go and disappear with your government?
My friend, point of order.
Secondly,
we are
somebody
Kenyans,
Wariahe don't talk
like
until
you.
you're given time to talk. Wariahe don't
somebody
talk
like
until you're given time
Kish
to
and
talk.
Atuya, I don't have anything to talk about with, because they are confusing themselves. I cannot even comment anything about them.
Yeah, don't
Let
even,
them go
kwa
back to
sababu wewe ndio
school.
confused.
Let them go and read BBI or read even Constitution of 2010.
My friend, Somalis
I
are
don't
great
read
citizens of
BBI.
Kenyans like you.
Order. Wariahe.
Just look at them. Just look at them.
Tafadhali tuelewane. We are on this platform and we need to communicate. There are people watching this. We are not in the market.
But somebody who doesn't know even the population of Kenya and the tribes of Kenya, you're giving a mic to somebody who doesn't know that Somalis are Kenyan like him, and we are number 6 in the population.
Wariahe is a heckler.
It's you who has said it, Bernard. You know these people, they are confusing themselves. This
You are
one
not
here
the people.
told us.
You are the one who came up with the Wariahe. Wewe ndio ulisema kwamba siku ile watu wanahesabiwa mlikuwa Ethiopia.
He was in Somalia, he was in Ethiopia.
So it's not what you have been told. You are the one that said it. So why is it irritating you again?
Bernard, not like that. Bernard, skia bwana brother, skia nimesema siku ile kulikuwa na census, watu walikuwa na drought.
Bernard,
Na wakiwa na drought,
I'm going to sleep. This discussion, there's nobody to discuss here politics. Both these people, they are discussing, they are just turning around. Somebody like Wariae, how can you give one constituency for 10 people? And out of 10, 5 are in Somalia, 5 are in Ethiopia, and you want an MP.
Now you see something like that. He has to substitute. He has to
Amen.
Let's do this, please. I think we need to, when you say something and you don't have wherever you cannot substantiate it, let it be presented as an allegation, something like that, so that this is a public platform and we are not here to attack each other. We're here to have a conversation as Kenyans and find a way to help this country. You may be for BBI or against BBI. You have your personal reasons or even Kenyan reasons why you are anti-BBI. But let it not degenerate into the place whereby we are now getting tribal and getting emotional about this. And for us to have a conversation, we should let one person talk, then we respond. Let's be gentlemen as we are.
I think Wariae just came here to heckle people. He has no facts. He doesn't even know the population in North Hor. He's just mentioning. Wariae told us he's in Dubai. Wariae is in Dubai. He's not even in North Hor. He doesn't even know the population in North Hor. Even if I ask him how many MCAs are there in North Hor, I'm sure he doesn't know.
Okay. Why are you allowing Ayaga to attack Wariahe? Lakini Wariahe akiongea unasema anataka Ayaga. Bana.
Let me talk Bernard, 1 minute.
Hold on.
If Ayaga is saying that mimi niko Dubai, okay, mimi niko Dubai kwa kazi yangu na shughuli zangu. lakini I am aware about the place where I came from. I was in school kabla wewe hujakuwa hapo shule. Sisi tulikuwa shule bado hapo Garissa na tulikuwa tunasomaga shule Garissa na tumekuwa mbele yako hapo kwa hiyo mambo ya serikali na siasa. Sasa huwezi kuniambia ati Northeastern, a place like Wajir South, which has a population of maybe 350,000 and they are not getting any constituency and is bigger than Central and Nyanza combined. Alafu nakuja kuniambia a place where unaenda kaenda na pikipiki kama Kiambu, from Juja to Kiambu unaenda kaenda na pikipiki. Alafu unaniambia unaongezea constituency 6 na mimi mahali unaenda kaenda na basi na ufike kesho unasema utanipatia constituency, and then you're coming here to say ati kuna unity and you're bringing unity and you're bringing so many stuff. Hizo vitu tafadhali mtafute njia nyingine ya kuleta unity.
My friend,
Okay,
South
thank you,
Wajir,
Ariaga, for your point.
South
Ayaga,
Wajir has no population. The population,
Ayaga, hold on, don't
population
worry.
you are saying is fallacy. Those are fallacy. You don't have
Thank you,
facts.
Ayaga.
You don't have facts.
You can't substantiate that.
Let's have that. Let's have Kish.
Yes.
Now, I want you to make your contribution. And if you have any response to what has been said within the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay,
And then after that, we'll have Atuya and then Benson. And we should be thinking of wrapping up because tomorrow is church. For those of you who go to church.
Haya, so mimi ile kitu ambao nitasema, first of all tukiangalia hiyo BBI kama vile Wariahi amesema, mimi nakubaliana na yeye kabisa, kwa sababu first of all kazi ya kugawana maneno ya constituencies haikuwa maneno ya BBI, haikuwa kwa watu wa BBI. Constitution iko very very clear kwamba IEBC ndio ambao wanaweza fanya hayo maneno. Kwa hivyo wao majamaa ambao walikuwa wamekaa hapo wanasema sijui wameenda wapi, wameenda kule, alafu wakaenda wakapatiana constituency na wakafanya all these kind of things. Hayo maneno yote ni wale ambao walijifanyia wale, na ndio maana watu kama Wariahe wanaumia kwa roho, kwa sababu hawa jamaa, kumbuka ni jamaa ambao walichukuliwa na nani, na huyu mkubwa wetu huyu na Rao huyu ndio walienda wakachukuana majamaa wakaenda wakaeka pale na wakaambia hebu endeni huko mzunguke na tutawalipa, alafu muende muangalie ni watu wangapi wanafaa kupatiwa constituency na nini. Lakini ukiangalia constitution, kwa katiba imesema vizuri sana, yule ambaye anafaa kuweka constituencies hii na hii na hile ni IEBC. Na remember, IEBC ni watu neutral, hawana maneno za kusema sijui ametumwa na nani ama na nani. Wanaenda pale kwa facts, na ndio maana unaona Wariahe anaumia sana, kwa sababu wanauliza swali moja: kwa nini uko kwao, ile pande ya kwao, wao hawakupatiwa kitu, lakini ukiangalia hapa Kiambu watu wamepatiwa, ukiangalia Ukambani watu wamepatiwa? Lakini ni kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu wale watu ambao walichukuliwa kufanya hiyo kazi in fact hata hawakuwekwa kwa bunge, si watu professionals, wacha tuseme vile. Kwa sababu, na ndio maana hii kesi hata iko kotini, kwa sababu walisema vile hiyo group iliwekwa ni unconstitutional, ni illegal. Kwa sababu kitu ya kwanza, huwezi enda pale uanze kusema ati sasa wewe ndio utaenda kusema kaunti hii ipate hii, kaunti hii ipate hii, na wewe mwenyewe hata hauko, hujakubaliwa na law, hujakubaliwa na constitution yenyewe. Na kwa constitution imesema vizuri, wacha nimalize Wariahe, na constitution imesema vizuri ni IEBC. Na ndio maana unaona hii maneno yote italeta maneno, kwa sababu kuna wale watu ambao wamepatiwa constituencies na hawakufaa kupatiwa. Ukiangalia kama vile Wariahe anasema, watu wengine walikuwa wameenda, wengine wakarudi, wengine wameenda huku na pale, lakini wale wakanyimwa kwa sababu hawa waonekani ni kama Wakenya halisi. Hawa wengine, kuna wale ambao kama sasa ni huku kwa Faisal walipatiwa sijui ni constituency 3 ama 4, na ukiangalia kwa nini, ukiangalia population yao utashangaa sana. Na ndio maana nani Wariahi alikuwa anauliza kwa nini huko kwao nini pande yao ni kama nini, ni kama Central, Western na kwengine combined, na hawakupatiwa chochote. Lakini ukiangalia wakina Faisal wamepatiwa constitution 3. Sasa ndio watu wanauliza ni criteria gani ilikuwa inatumiwa. Lakini niseme hivi, wale watu ambao walikuwa wanafanya hiyo, remember, hawakuwekwa na bunge. hawa jamaa wa BBI hawakuwekwa na bunge. Hawa watu hawana law ambayo inawabak ya kusema
bana sio mambo ya kucheka, bana sio mambo ya kucheka. Angalia hiyo mambo ni mambo serious tunaongea juu yake, ni mambo ya unity na cohesiveness na mambo kama hiyo.
Constitution yenyewe haijawakubalia na constitution iko very 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 clear, na ndio nilikuwa nasema ndio maana hii BBI italeta vita na italeta maneno ambayo si mazuri, kwa sababu wao jamaa vile waliwekwa pale. Hata mimi na wewe uliamka tu hivi ukasikia sijui ati kuna watu wa proponent wa BBI ukashangaa. Hao jamaa hata walichaguliwa vipi? Ni nani aliwachagua? Walitoka wapi? Na ndio maana hii kesi iko kotini, na mimi nakwambia koti itasimamisha hii maneno yote, kwa sababu hao jamaa hawakupelekwa pale bunge wakaangaliwa, hawana lawyer yote ambayo inawabaki. Hata
kitu acha nikusaidie kidogo. Hii kitu Bernard na Yaga wanafikiria kama ni mambo ya mchezo. Si mambo ya mchezo. It's about the unity of the Kenya government. Kenya, it's not only population. Kenya is about land. Northern Kenya is 60% of Kenya. A country is defined by land and population. The population cannot be just idle. The population has to stay on a land. Kama watu baadaye sasa utakuta maybe in about 10 years, 20 years, kama kutakuwa na development, watu watakuja Northern Kenya. You want to tell me that land haitatumika baadaye? Hiyo land itatumika baadaye. Lakini saa hii haifanywi hii mambo tena from 1965 sessional paper. Tulikuwa tunafanywa marginalization for all those years from 1965. Na hiyo pattern inaendelea. Na hiyo pattern ya rural urban inaendelea. Na kila siku tunawaambia watu, imagine barabara ya Northeastern from 1972. Hansard, we have a Hansard report in the parliament. 1972. Tuliwaambia watengeze barabara ya Northeastern from Nairobi to Mandera. 1972. Paka leo pesa imekosekana so that watu wakuwa na hiyo rural urban migration, so that census yetu ikue nusu iko Migori, nusu iko Mombasa, nusu iko mahali pengine, tukose watu wa kutosha wafanyiwe census, baadaye tena tukose pesa na Raila kuja tuchezee na ujanja zake hapo.
Waria, naomba nikuulize swali. Do you have a county government in Northeastern?
We have Mandera County, we have Garissa County, we have Isiolo County, we have Garissa County, we have Marsabit County.
Okay, and then do those counties receive money from the central government?
They receive the money.
For development?
Yes, for development.
And then...
that is 15%.
So which money were you asking from the government that you...
We are talking about the 85%. We are only getting 15%. The 85% ilikuwa nakuliwa hapo central from 1963 mpaka leo.
That is why we are saying with the change of the with the amendment on the constitution, there will be better resources devolved to the counties, so that development can pick up even in marginalized areas. But
okay.
You are the same people.
Okay. You are talking about
the money coming to the to the counties. So I don't understand you.
Okay, you are talking about the 35%. You are talking about the 35%.
Yes.
The 35% is constant for everybody. Bona hiyo constituency pia haikuwa constant for everybody.
No, I'm asking you. You are against BBI, okay? BBI
we are against the BBI in some aspects, not all of BBI. There are some parts of BBI which are good.
So, are you for BBI or against BBI?
We are against the addition of hiyo ujanja hiyo ya constituencies hiyo ambayo imeongezwa baadaye.
Okay, Waria, you have your point.
Bernard, let me ask Waria a question. And I will advise my brother Wariai. You are very aged than me. Your age is more, even two times than me.
Yes.
My friend, just go read the Constitution. Even how the money is being given for development, I think it is Nairobi which receives the highest, then Turkana. Not even Kiambu you are talking about. Why Turkana? Because of the rate, I think the hazardness. You guys, there is money you guys are receiving more than us in Siaya because of the kind of life in Northeastern. If your leaders, if your governors is not making use of it, please Don't blame us.
Okay, Ayaga, let me interfere in that statement a bit. The money that you are talking about is only 15%. Where is the other 85%? The other 85%, watu wanatengezewa railway, watu wanatengezewa vitu zingine. Sisi barabara kwa nini hatutengezewi? That is a national government issue. We are not talking about the county government.
Wariahe, after this you are going to support BBI because that 15%, now in BBI, we are increasing it to 35%. My brother, if the money you are talking about, we are increasing it to 35%.
My friend Ayaga, there is no possibility that you can make anything for me. Since 1972, in the Hansard report in the parliament, we have a copy. Barabara tutengezewe 1972, paka leo haijatengezwa. So wewe ukileta BBI ndio itafanywa.
Wariae, one thing, Northeastern mmekuwa mkichagua wezi, there is something called economic stimulus package. Hiyo inapewa counties zenye ziko huko, hizo marginalized counties. But your governors wanachukua wanaenda kujenga nazo Turkey, wanaenda kujenga nazo sijui Somalia. You guys mnaelekti wezi, sijui clan imesema, then mnakuja kuteta hapa eti
No, Mutembei, there is a statement. No, hold on,
a group of old men sit under a tree and choose for them a leader. So they don't know about voting. They don't know about voting.
Let me talk about the issue of Mutembei ameongea juu yake. That in the BBI page 1 ingeandikwa mambo ya corruption. Umeona kwa BBI mambo ya corruption page 1 imeandikwa.
Corruption iko
in page 1 ungeandika mambo ya corruption ya kwamba corruption tunaweka mahali, lakini
Wariae sasa nimeamini hujasoma BBI. BBI is
soma nikelele unapiga hapa.
Hiyo document ambaye that document tunaambiwa mara haina constituencies, mara tunaambiwa is a document which is wrongly edited and whatever done anything. Amtakuletea watu wasome. Sasa mbona mnachaficha?
You have already confirmed. One, you have not read the BBI. Two, you have been listening to people who told you that they read.
No. What I know is we did not. What I know is we did not get any constituencies in northern Kenya except one. And you cannot tell me Garissa County, Wajir County, Mandera County, Isiolo County, Marsabit County, atunapatia one constituency, and a place where you can go by pikipiki unapatia 6 constituency. That is not unity, my friend.
Unajua wacha niseme kitu. The reason why unaona kuna hii maneno yote ni kwa sababu wale jamaa ambao walichaguliwa na Raila na huu jamaa wengine ni watu ambao walichaguliwa kule. Si watu ambao wako na backing ya law, si watu ambao wako na backing ya parliament, si watu ambao wako na backing ya katiba. Na katiba iko very clear kwamba ni IEBC. Ndio maana sisi tuko na shida na hii BBI, lakini what happened?
Listen, the purpose of the parliament is to legislate, make the law.
Exactly.
IBC implements the law.
Okay.
Without the parliament making the law, IBC has nothing to do. So now, if the proposition for constituents comes from the parliament is not going to go to the ground to divide the land and say
you are wrong, Bernard. Now go and
that is done by IEBC.
Exactly. Na ndio nakuambia mtu wote au commissioners wote
wangefaa wapeleke
ati nini?
Do you understand what it means to propose?
Yeah, I know what proposing is. Lakini sasa wacha nikwambie,
proposal cannot be made in a hotel.
Yeah, exactly.
Wariae, one thing.
You have not even read the constitution.
No, one thing.
Mbona basi mnamwambia aende unajua ile corruption Wariae, hebu niseme
Ayaga na Mutembei, you cannot convince me.
Hawajasoma anything. Kupiga kelele tu.
No, it's not about Tangatanga or anything like that. What we are talking about is unity of Kenya. Kama mnataka watu wasiseme Pwani sio Kenya, Northeastern ni Somalia, sijui wapi ni Turkana ni South Sudan, mnataka kuharibu juzi mlikuwa mnasema ati Nyanza sio Kenya, mlikuwa
Acha sasa nikwambie kitu moja. In Northeastern yenye unasema muongeze constituency, you guys watoto wenu wamekuwa kipelekwa mpaka university na CDF, au watoto wengine wenye mnateta hata hawezi pata more than 2000. Is that even making sense? MP mwingine huko
hiyo ni allegation mtembee. Hiyo ni allegation umesikia kutoka kwa politician.
Ijara MP ako kwa video akisema hata walimu wa college wenye wanataka kwenda college hata walipia na CDF.
No, it's okay. I understand your concept. What you're trying to say is tunapata pesa mingi ya kupeleka watoto wetu. That is what you're trying to say. Na nyinyi watoto wenu hawana CDF. That's what you're trying to say.
Yes.
But now imagine Northeastern ilikoko under Indemnity Act. You have to know up to 1989. From 1967 kulikuwa na ile issue ya Kenya Somalia War. 1967 nakumbuka. Tuliwekwa under Indemnity Act. Hakuna hospitali ilitengezwa pale, hakuna shule ilitengezwa pale, and Raila being a statesman in this Kenya anajua hiyo mambo yote, na Uhuru baba yake alimuelezea kwamba hiyo mahali tulikuwa tumefunga. Hawezi kakaa chini waseme ya kwamba this place needs a road, this place needs electricity. Kesho petroli ikipatikana watu watakimbia huko. And then kutatokea another issue. Watu watasema tutaki kwa nini umekuja saa hii?
We are talking about constituency. Constituency ndio inapeangwa CDF. Na CDF ndio imekuja
kama inapeana CDF. Okay, constituency kama inapeana CDF, wewe peleka hospitali pale uone watu vile watakuwa wengi.
Hospitali ni kazi ya county government.
Okay, tengeza barabara. Hiyo barabara tunaongea from 1972 ile barabara tunaongea. Enda tengeza uone kama watu wataenda pale, peleka reli huko. Peleka everything huko.
Waria gavana yako anapeangwa how many billions?
This is 15%. You're talking about 15%, my friend.
Hata kama ni 15 billion huko kwenu mnapeangwa how many billion?
10 billion. Mandela tunapewa 10 billion.
Waria, apart from the 15%, you also added the economic stimulus package.
We are talking about another 3 billion, and we are talking about 85% of Kenya ambaye ile tunataka serikali national government kazi yake iko wapi? Mnatusema tu hiyo 10 billion mkae nayo. Where is the 85%?
Waria anakuambia kwa hiyo 85% you guys get economic stimulus package from it.
3 billion only. You're talking about
Unaona, you have gone elected, mmeelectiwa kora. In fact, I have a governor hapo nikiamua
kumchukua. No, unajua sasa wewe unaongea juu corruption which we are trying to solve here. I told Mr. Atuya, I think it's Atuya or somebody, last week here, I told him I met a police officer huko ndani ya msituni ambaye anaongojea ati kuchunga watu wanatoka border na hata hana maji ya kunywa. This is what we are talking about, my friend. Not ile pesa unatupatia na huyo mkora ametengeza nyumba. Huyo mkora pamoja na mwenye anaharasi huyo police officer.
Waria yuangava atakuwa anachukua pesa yote anaenda anajenga.
We are trying to solve that issue. We are going to solve that issue slowly.
Ngoja nimalize na wewe uongee. Yani uchague governor akuja achukue pesa aende atumie na vitu zake, then you come blaming government at 85% ampewi, yet 85% hapo ndio mnatolewa economic stimulus package. My friend, you are getting a lot of money.
Kasema ati unatengeza barabara na stimulus package, my friend. Hiyo barabara from 1972 tunaambiwa hakuna fund. Do you want to tell me the Kenya government imekosa pesa ya kutengeza hiyo barabara from 1972 up to today? There's no political goodwill, my friend. If there is a political goodwill, kila kitu ingefanywa. Hata hiyo constituency tungepata. Lakini sasa hii watu wanafikiria kama land does not matter. And when land does not matter, kesho petroli ipatikane pale, alafu ukute mtu kama Mtembea atanakuja Garissa ama anakuja Isiolo kuja kupiga kelele hapo. Kutatokea shida mingi sana.
But hata hivyo wamejenga barabara mingi sana na distance hii.
My friend, where hujaenda Northeastern? Mimi I took Nation NTV there one day. I took NTV there paka wameshangaa. Wananiambia are we in Somalia or are we in Kenya? Namwambia bado tuko Northeastern.
Uliwapeleka huko lini?
I took NTV in 2012. I took them for
2012 my friend. Sasa kumejengwa sana.
Now you are talking about hiyo kujisaidia, my friend, kujisaidia na 10 na hiyo 15%. Wewe 15% yako pia unachukua, lakini 85% pia unapewa, unatengenezwa railway. Wewe unaona hiyo barabara imetengenezwa from Nairobi mpaka Nanyuki, railway imetengenezwa. Wewe umetutengeneza sisi railway kutoka Nairobi mpaka Nanyuki.
Sinatengenezwa na hapa Barakanidi tunajengewa barabara na gavana kwetu. Kwani is it wrong?
You are talking about feeder roads. We are talking about B9 roads. Sisi tunataka B9 roads. B9 roads tunatengeneza na county government. Do you know the issue of the national government and the county government?
Okay. That is enough now. Wariaha, that is enough. Let's have some decorum on this matter. The county government and you have representation. You have the MCA. You have the MP, you have the governor. They have a channel to wherever push their grievances to the national government. Arguing here and shouting here will not help much. Atuya has something to say. Atuya, go ahead.
Sasa mimi nilikuwa na 1,000 things to say. The people I wanted to address were left because mulianza kelele hadi ikakuwa a monologue. But I wanted to remind Mutembei one thing. It is not called a stimulus package, and it's supposed to be the equalization fund, which has never been
equalization fund,
which actually has never been
legalized.
Legislated. So it is not in operation. They're not receiving.
It's not legalized. It's not gazetted properly.
It is in the constitution, yes, but haikuwagi budgeted for. It is not.
But in a piano, it's
number two. No, it is not being given.
Many stories za hiyo equalization fund.
Number two, Waria akiulizia about the 85% and then mnaanza kumwambia is receiving 15%. He is asking about the national cake. Akiulizia about roads, we have national. Let me give my points. I'll leave. I don't like.
But unasema 85% na kwamba inatokanga kwa hiyo equalization fund inatoka kwa hiyo.
Let me finish. Waria akiulizia about barabara is asking about national government roads. In county government, the county government cannot do national roads. The national roads ni hizo highways zenye anaulizia from Nairobi to northeastern. Not governors will do. No, Mutembei, relax. You will have your time to.
But then these guys are getting billions and billions of money. Governors
you are talking about 15%, my friend. We are talking about national government issues.
But
let Atuya make his point, and then we can respond, please. Thank you.
No, I cannot give anything up. So to the other listeners, skizeni Mutembei na Waria. I cannot hold on a conversation here. Good night.
Sawa.
So imebaki sasa ni Bernard na Mutembei. Wacha niongee tena again fresh. Wacha niongee mambo mengine.
Yes, endelea.
Wacha tuniendelee. Kwa ajili hakuna mtu mwingine hapa. Wacha tuniongee mambo yangu, msikie tu yani vile mambo inaendelea. Hizi vitu ni very important. What we are talking about is very important. When you see Duale talking, anaongea na points. Duale walikuwa ni ile group ya kwanza mbele yetu sisi. Sisi tulikuwa Northeastern sisi in about around 30 years from 1990 ndio tulidecide kufanya kazi na serikali ya Kenya properly. Mbeleni kulikuwa na mambo ya shifter wao nakumbuka na mambo kama hizo. Tukasema kwa nini tupigane? Wacha tufanye kazi na serikali. Wacha tufanye kazi na nchi, tukule pati yetu, kila mtu akule pati yao. So tukaamua tufanye kazi na serikali. Hata Raila, in fact Raila was even far much better for us. Alipeana Ministry of Northern Kenya. Lakini kaingizwa tena siasa. Hiyo Ministry of Northern Kenya alikuwa anataka itengeze in a way isaidie Northern Kenya. ipewe budget, ikakataa kupewa budget kwa ajili ya siasa. Kila mtu anataka kuweka kila kitu yake siasa, na sasa sisi sasa ile tunataka kuleta siasa, watu wanalia. Sasa hiyo ndio shida. Sasa ndio unakuta watu wengine wanapiga kelele. Ukisikia mtu anasema Pwani sio Kenya, kuna issue. Ukisikia mtu anasema Kisumu sio Kenya, kuna issue. Ukisikia mtu anasema Northeastern sio Kenya, kuna issue. Kenya is a group of country grouping a lot of people together. Sio lazima ati watu wakuwa yani na uzuri mmoja. Tunaenda kuwa na unity of purpose, lakini kila mtu anaenda kuwa na mambo yake ndogo. Sisi vile tunapenda yani kufanyiwa, tunataka promises. Tufanyiwe promises zetu. From 1972, imagine if somebody has applied for an application from 1972 na huko mfanyia. Wewe unafikiria kama leo ukileta BBI atafikiria kama unaenda kumfanyia kitu? Anasema tu this is the same thing. Hata governor mwenyewe unasema anakula. Serikali ya Kenya iko pale, badala kushuka mtu na kuweka ndani, inataka yao watu wakule sisi, ndio sisi tuendelee kuumia. Hakuna serikali inatufanyia sisi kazi. Sasa kama mnataka kusaidia watu, let's do proper governance. If we do proper governance, watu wote wa feel inchi ni yao, and then watu wataendelea mzuri.
Waria, nikuulize swali. Wakati huyo governor ameshikwa na central government, si mtasema mtu wetu, huyu ni mwizi wetu?
Sisi hatusemagi mtu wetu. Umeona kama Wajia governor alishikwa juzi, hakuna mtu amesema ni mtu wetu. Tunataka huyo mtu akuwe accountable, lakini pia tunataka serikali pia ikuwe from top, ikuwe governed properly. If it is governed properly, hatungekuwa na hii shida ya pesa yetu inaibiwa. Only 10 years now tuko kwa hii mambo ya issue ya tuko 10 years kwa hii issue ya devolution, tumepata faida mingi sana. Hata hiyo 35%, ingawa tuoni hiyo 35% vile itakuja kwa ajili saa hii counties wanadaiwa pesa, na hiyo 15% hatujui hiyo 35% vile itakuja, lakini tunaomba yani baada ya kulipa madeni ya China na kulipa madeni za IMF na hiyo Eurobond zote tukilipa, hiyo 35% itatusaidia baadaye. So there are some aspects of BBI which is good, lakini kuna ujanja zingine imeongezwa katika the first draft. The first draft did not contain the 70 constituencies. Kuna wakora wamekuja pale wameongeza, na sisi tukanyimwa, na hiyo ndo tunapigia kelele. In fact, yesterday the civil society from pastoralist walipeana barua ya kusema we are not comfortable with the issue of the 70 constituencies. Hiyo 70 constituencies mkitoa nje tutapitisha BBI.
So Waria nikuulize, unajua hii barabara inaitwa Wajia Elwak Road?
Yes.
175 kilometers.
Yes.
Imemaliziwa?
Halfway, inaendelea tu, iko halfway, kila siku inaendelea kidogo. Nani
wanajenga?
Ni Chinese, ni ma Chinese.
Na pesa za nani?
Pesa ya World Bank.
Ndio nauliza nani wamesecure that?
National government ndio na secure. What we are trying to say is the national government is doing slowly by slowly, but kuna issues zingine kama stima. Hiyo ni baada ya sisi kupiga kelele na kina Duale tupiga kelele na watu wapiga kelele.
You see ulikuwa unaongea ni kama there is nothing that the national government is doing.
What we are trying to say is not that hatukufanyiwa kitu yoyote, tumefanyiwa kitu. Lakini hii issue ya BBI itatusaidia sisi, lakini kitu moja ile haiwezi, ile tunaona tumeumizwa na hiyo 70 constituencies.
No, lakini kuulize with this 15% yenye imekuja, kuna development
constituencies, wachana mambo ya 15%. Wewe ni sisi na wewe tuko constant.
Let's talk about that 15% kwanza before tukubona historia kuongezewa. Do you see any change huko Wajia?
Yes, we see a lot of changes. We have seen a lot of changes.
So uoni kama itaongezewa kuja 35%?
Itakuwa mzuri. Hiyo mambo ya 35% unaona itakuwa mzuri, lakini hii mambo ya kuongeza 70 constituencies hatukuambiwa mnataka constituency ama tuwasaidie haja. Hatukuambiwa hivyo. Watu wamekuja tu kwa hoteli, wamekaa kwa hoteli wakaona these people they don't need any constituencies, wakajiongezea hao, which is not going to bring unity, ala? It's not going to bring unity.
Where Ayaga was here and explained to you very well the formula that was used to distribute constituencies. the country was divided into different regions. And those regions are what determined which part gets what. So it was not a matter of somebody thinking and scratching his head and say, Wajir constituency, then this other place constituency. It was a formula that was used to come to that conclusion. And when the formula has been deployed and it has produced an outcome, we either live with the outcome or fight it. But we cannot say
understood. You're talking about the population. You're talking about the population issue and the scientific they are talking about. That's what you're trying to talk about. So if it is about population, we talked about this issue of population so many times. And we talked about the census. Census ilifanywa tukiwa drought. I am telling you, hakuna Msomali atakubali kuacha ngamia yake atakuja hesabiwe. Watu wako huko msituni. Hakuna hao watu wanatengeza census hata hujaenda msituni. They have never gone to msituni ati wanasema ati kuna insecurity. So how can you go and count people mahali wanakaa, watu wanakaa huko na hiyo insecurity yao. Kama unataka ungeleta jeshi wakuja kuhesabu watu. Kwa nini mkuja kuhesabu watu?
Lakini waria nimekuuliza na umejibu. Watoto wa kwenu wanapewa basari na wasomesha mpaka high school.
Wewe usiniletee hiyo mambo ya Uhuru, mambo ya President Uhuru, usiniletee hiyo siasa ya Mount Kenya na nini, tafadhali usiniletee.
No, nakwambia sasa mimi hata mali natoka sasa Tharaka Nithi County, ukiapply basari expect 2000 shillings.
Sisi pia tunapata 2000, lakini 2000 wale watu wana apply ni kidogo. Watu wataki mambo ya ati primary school teacher. Mbona Wasomali ngapi wako kwa primary school teacher? Watu wanatafuta pesa ya kwenda kufanya biashara. Sasa ngapi uta apply ati 2000 ndio uende ukuwe primary school teacher? Well, ndio kuna pesa mingi, kuna pool ya pesa ambayo inasaidia wengine. That is why kuna
Okay, thank you. Tembei, I think we should call it a day. Tomorrow is another
day. Nimeshukuru sana, nimeshukuru.
Okay, poa.
Nimeshukuru sana. Asante.
Haya, poa.